listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. What? Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to U.S. Southern plantations. Lineage, Jim Crow and mass incarceration. Redlining lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one. Cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire. Anti-black we pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country to win. You need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. ADOS need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Yeah, just say stop so we can go a little deeper on what he's saying. But this video is one of my favorites. This video is old too. This video is back old, whereas back when Yvette was on Your Black World, that's when I saw this video. Yeah, this video is old. I can't even find it on YouTube anymore. I'm glad I downloaded it back in the day. So let's go ahead and get this popping. All right, here we go.
What's going on, everybody? How you doing? This is Dr. Samori Swaggart, and today I just want to throw something at you to get you thinking. You know, whether you agree with me or not, it's really not any of my business. But for God's sakes, just think. So I want to compare and contrast for those that have seen I think it's a horror or thriller series, it's a movie called Saw. I think they have about like six parts to it, but it's the movie called Saw, and basically you have this guy who's dying of cancer, and because he feel like he's kind of been forsaken and neglected, and his case has been handled inappropriately and ethically, he chooses to take out this vengeance, this vendetta against people that he feels is doing wrong. And he puts them in all these he basically causes them to kill themselves, and in the process kill somebody else by putting them in certain situations. So I kind of want to talk about how this movie Saw, when you sit down and you extract the bare principles out of it, and you can extract the real principles about what this guy is doing, how he's controlling and manipulating situations, how that is very eerily similar to how some portions of black on black crime, black genocide in our communities occurs. I am aware, I've seen both sides of the black on black crime argument. Whereas, yes, we are engaging and killing our own brothers and sisters, and it's a tragedy. It's also important to know that as we say that, a lot of this stuff is engineered, orchestrated, and manipulated from a higher level. And what we're seeing is the carnage that if you limit the options of people and you control the environment, almost like an experiment, a social experiment, you can almost forecast what human behavior is going to do. So I kind of want to make that connection and just get you to think about it. So think about the movie Saw if you've seen it, and then think about what I'm going to talk about now. So if you look at the situation in the movie Saw, what do you see? It creates a real time do or die dilemma that's timed. So in those situations, you always see these victims that have been kidnapped and placed in this isolated environment that's well controlled. It's engineered, it's orchestrated, it's manufactured, it is manipulated by this guy that nobody seems to really know, really. And they're on this time thing, like, it's like, oh, you have an hour, you have 30 minutes, you have 2 minutes to, get through this contraption, or, your head is going to get blown off, or you've got to kill this person to get the keys to get free. So it's that real time fear, that real time do or die scenario that is timed. And then if you look at a lot of our inner city communities, especially in some of the most impoverished cities where, we may talk about housing tenements and projects, people are living on this month to month, check to check. If I don't get this check, I'm out on the street. Um, I'm not going to be able to afford X, Y, and Z. And you're up against a time frame, and there's only 24 hours in a day. There's only so many shifts you can work. And if you don't have these bills paid.
I'm gonna pause that for a second, y'all. But you see how you only have so many hours a day to work. So $15 an hour minimum wage ain't shit. So again, when you got a family to support, there's only so many hours in a day. So when rent is astronomical, how are you going to support your family on that $15? And then you wonder how people end up falling into illegal traps, as if your people didn't fall into illegal traps. Like, don't get it fucked up. Like, John F. Kennedy's daddy was a bootlegger. And, rumor has it that they stuffed some ballots to get John F. Kennedy elected in the first place. So we need to start having real conversations about how a lot of y'all people got y'all money through illegal means, but since you weren't Black, you were able to keep that money.
And not only that, okay, go ahead. Yeah, not only that, something I say all the time when they mention Black on Black crime, I always tell them, give me a break. Like, kiss my ass, because y'all have a 24-hour network called Investigation Discovery, where
I love white people murder TV. Yep.
White folks are killing white folks 24/7, 365 all day long. And
we only in 2 episodes the whole day. We in 2 episodes the whole day. And it's always a Black person who grew up in the white community.
Investigation Discovery is insane, because you have, like, I want to say at least 30 different shows where they show white people killing white people. And very rarely do you have a Black person killing other Black people, like as a serial killer or any situation like that. If it's Black on Black crime.
Yeah, even mass shooters, when you think about it, like the DC sniper is the only one you can really draw to that was Black like that. And he wasn't ADOS.
And then you had the what was his name? Christopher Darden, who went after all those cops in California.
Oh, does that count? Did he kill 3? I guess that counts as a serial killer. But he at least had a motive. Like, most serial killers don't even have a reason. They just killing people. Not saying, that we should just go out here and start killing white people. But the thing about it is, he was a good cop who was actually trying to be like, hey, this is going on. And what he got in return for it was being fired. And y'all be pushing niggas to the edge. Yeah, he snapped and he went out here and did some things. What did Obama say? He tortured some folks.
Yeah. So I just, that's my retort to people, and they shut up real quick. I'm like, okay, well, what we watching today? How to Get Away? What is it? Oh gosh, what is it? There's Snapped. There's missing.
Killer Kids is my shit. I used to love Killer Kids. All them little 12, 13-year-olds out here slaughtering other kids. Y'all people
crazy.
But
straight
like,
crazy.
This video is deep. As somebody that lost, I say shit. A lot of people I know that got killed. Like I said, I told Sam and Mother about it. Probably like 5 of my friends is dead. You know what I mean? I've seen people get killed in front of me. I don't really like to talk about it. We the Negro man though, but I'm talking about I've seen somebody get killed in front of me before. Like, you know, they just got shot, he's dead. Like, so I mean, even though I stayed away from them traps, I had to, you know what I mean? I think one of the reasons why is because my mom graduated college. Like, so, and I had a little bit more stability than my other friends, even though like my neighborhood ain't that bad, but like I know, like my friend got shot around the corner from the park. Like I said, I live right on the borderline of the suburbs, a white suburb, but you can see that there's a difference between, you know what I mean, our neighborhoods and stuff like that. But lost a lot of my friends, and it's really this shit, the kind of society, this shit turned Black people in it turned, especially particularly ADOS people, but it turned you in kind of like a sociopath, like, you know what I mean? I won't say a psychopath, but you gotta be a sociopath because it's like in order to survive out here and shit like that, man. I mean, it's not just from people from the streets, it's even, you know what I mean? It's like from all levels of society, you still like to kind of make it and be ADOS, like the way that they position the society is like you damn near gotta be a sociopath to, you know what I mean, kind of win out here to kind of even survive for us. So I mean, he's saying some real shit about, you know what I mean, like the deaths and all that. Like, so I lost a lot of my friends, like, you know what I'm saying? Like they got killed. You know what I mean, doing things. So, you know.
And another thing, because we kind of were talking over you, but when you talk about Dorner, like you said, they blew him up. Remember the Aurora, Colorado shooter? Yeah, the Aurora, Colorado shooter. He went in and shot up all them folks, but he got to walk out alive. We got to see his mug shot. We got to see his crazy ass in jail. Same way with that other boy. What was the one that shot up them people in church? You know, that motherfucker got to live, and Dylan Roof got to live, and he got motherfucking Burger King, right? So if it would have been a Black, so again, how is it that you can manage to to commandeer like these fucking murderers, these fucking mass shooters and these fucking serial killers without a scratch on them? Like, they don't have no scratches, no bruises, they faces ain't fucked all up in they fucking mug shots. But Black people like steal a fucking water from a store and you might get shot, like, and you was just fucking thirsty and you knew you couldn't drink the water out your faucet because it got lead in it.
Right, because your Black president wasn't worried about cleaning the lead out the water. He was just doing a political stunt.
Yo, I can't. This white woman was like, well, now that Biden's in office, they can take care of some of these environmental racism. It's just that, bitch, was you not paying attention? Like, Barack Obama, bitch ass, literally went to fucking Flint and pretended like he was drinking poison water to tell people that they could just go back to drinking the water. Like, they didn't get no reparations. They didn't get their fucking pipes fixed. Like, you got all these little Black and white kids that are going to grow up with lead poisoning, which is going to cause mental issues, which is going to cause violence and everything else, and then you're gonna lock them the fuck up when what you should have did is you should have fixed their fucking water, and you should have, knowing that you know what you did to them and what's going to happen to them, you should be taking care of them now. Don't wait till later when you have to fucking house them in a fucking cell.
Exactly.
Yeah, oh my God, and I'm gonna tell y'all, I was vote blue no matter who at first.
I'm glad you got over that.
Y'all don't like Shaun King. But
listen, I hate his white ass.
Hold on. You about to bring up Talcum? Here you go.
Hold on 1 second. Save your thought. I fucking hate Shaun King. Shaun King is a whole fucking white man. If you look at his brother, him and his brother look exactly alike. The only difference is Shaun King keep his shit low. And this is the reason why I have an issue with Shaun King being a white man. There has been plenty of white people throughout civil rights history, abolitionist history. There's always been white people in this fight. So the fact that he has to pretend like he's Black gives me pause, because he could be doing the same thing he's doing right now as a white man. So why do you have to pretend to be a Black man? That tells me that you in this for a check. Like, I don't trust that motherfucker, and you ain't shit. Your mama white, your daddy white. People be trying to be like, oh, well, no, well, his mom had an affair. No, that motherfucker's white. He looks just like his brother. Him and his brother look exactly the same.
And so with that part of it, I completely get it. But here's where Shaun King opened my eyes. He did a blog post on Medium where he laid out Joe Biden's history. And he talked about, he provided video, he provided like CBS news clips, C-SPAN of Biden hanging himself. He provided just documentation, all kind of stuff. And that's when I realized that voting for Biden was the wrong thing to do. And I didn't like Biden. I was already pissed off that he was riding Obama by calling it the Obama Biden administration. Like,
which sucked
nowhere
for
in
us
American
too.
history do we hyphenate a presidency. Like, that's some bullshit, right? Like, I was just like, that's racist, and I didn't like that. So when Sean King put out this Medium post, I like watched all the videos. I literally downloaded all the documents on my phone. So now when people say to me, oh, well, Biden, you know, Biden's going to save us. I'm like, post. Biden, here's Biden. He built his career out of betraying Black people. Here's Biden lying and stealing valor and pretending like he's some civil rights icon, and stupid Black people giving him awards and crap. And when he says that he's got a lifetime membership to the NAACP, yeah, you can buy that for $5,000. What are you talking about? Like, really? I got a lifetime membership to the NAACP because I'm born Black.
And for those of y'all who don't remember, what was that motherfucker's name from the Clippers? The one who was talking about when he told his little girlfriend, why you gotta be hanging out with these Black people, when he was talking about Magic Johnson.
Oh gosh, his name was Donald.
The owner of the Clippers.
Sterling. Good job.
That was
the former owner, Donald Sterling. So don't get it twisted. Like, that motherfucker had, you know, an award from the NAACP. So the NAACP is a bot organization. Listen, I signed up for the NAACP last year. I spent my $35. They sent me one letter and my card. I ain't heard from the NAACP since then. It's okay though, because when it comes time to renew, y'all ain't getting that extra $35.
Let me show y'all. Look, they got my Black ass in the NAACP. Yeah, real. They fucked up though. Because they fucked up putting my Black ass in the NAACP, because my one of my homegirls that I was doing some of the ADOS with out here, she was like, they having a meeting right now, a Zoom meeting. So I was in the Zoom meeting. I actually talked to like one of the presidents of like the local chapter and shit, like, yo, why you not talking about ADOS? Like, but she was receptive though. She's like, I think that should be talked about. And we was talking or whatever like that. But then COVID happened, so I ain't really have a chance to speak to her like that. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, but and Talcum, I understand you like Sean King, you do with Talcum X. Like, I just want to take it. I just want to take a DNA test. I just want to take one. I was like, yo, bro, just can we see some ancestry DNA? Can we just do it real quick?
I don't need him to take a DNA test.
And
like,
it's not that
he's
like
white
him.
on his. He gave a fire thread and it was good. Like I said, I don't have a problem with Sean King being white. I have a problem with him, Rachel Dolezal in this shit and pretending to be Black. I don't understand why he can't do the work that he does as a white person, because I think he would be more he'd be more effective as a white person. And as well, I would also think it would be like white people be like, oh, look at this white dude out here like on the front lines fighting for justice. For you to have to pretend to be Black makes me suspicious of you.
Yeah, for real.
Right. And so I understand why people don't like him. And that's why I prefaced what I said with, I know y'all don't like him. No, sis,
no. We not coming at you. I was just talking about Talcum X. But no, you made a valid point though. For real.
I know. And my thing is this, okay? I've always been the only Black person anywhere. Like my dad was my dad was in the Air Force. And
another
like
military brat.
Sorry, ma'am. I was a military angel. Thank you.
Well, Mud was a military brat. So you're our military angel, and Mud is our military brat.
You must remember, I am a Pegasus, so I do things just a little different. I'm extra, okay? I'm extra. And so I was always the only Black person, like in high school, and I had a friend. So my name is Danette. My birth name is Danette. And I had a friend, a white friend in high school whose name was Annette, and her sister's name was Danae. And so I would go and hang out at her house. Like, I would spend the night. We would go like on cheerleading trips and drama club.
Oh, you
and all
had
that
real
kind of
white
stuff.
friends. Okay.
Girl, yes. And they
You
were
know, when you get to spend the
Christian.
night and shit, you real white friends. You know, I had white
Right?
friends, but
And
like
they
I was
were,
invited to
and
spend the night.
and they were Christian. And so I'd go with them on their little church trips and stuff. And so when we got into senior year, we started talking. We had an AP government class, and we started talking about the Constitution and like abortion and all that kind of stuff. And she kept saying, well, as we're a Christian nation, and abortion just shouldn't be legal. We shouldn't kill people. And I said, lady, I said, girlfriend, I said, listen, our daddies make money killing people. What are you talking about? I don't
She wasn't
understand.
ready for that.
Oh, she got mad. She got really mad at me. And I said, and furthermore, like the Bible says, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and judge not lest you be
Preach.
judged. So if someone chooses to have an abortion and it is legal in the United States of America, how is that your business or the church's business? Like, the Bible is a theology document. The Constitution is secular. I said, we are not a Christian nation. You cannot tell me, as a descendant of slaves, that we are built on any kind of Christian foundation. Honey,
And
we
Thomas
didn't
Jefferson
charge.
said that we weren't. So you want to talk about the founding fathers? The founding fathers said that this ain't a Christian nation. So what is she talking about?
Exactly.
Well, those are the lies that she's been told. We didn't talk for 10 years, girl. We didn't even talk at graduation. Okay. She was so upset with me.
White
And we didn't talk
fragility.
until Facebook.
Word up.
We
Karen was
didn't talk
mad.
until Facebook became a thing. And she reached out to me on Facebook, and I don't know that she even remembers that conversation because she's like, "Oh my gosh, Jeanette is so excited! I'm so happy to see you." And I hated high school, and she was like one of the only people that was nice to me. So I friended her, and I, comment on her pictures and stuff like that. But I don't get political on Facebook because a lot of my friends, like I used to sell Tupperware. My friends through my women's Bible study, they're all like super conservative Christian. And rather than fight and argue with them, I don't even go.
I understand. And I love that you said that they're conservative Christian, because we keep having this conversation. And I said most Black people are conservative. The only thing is that Republicans are the Republican leadership presents themselves as racist. But if they ever switch that stand, there'll be a lot of Black people that'll switch parties, because socially, we are socially conservative and economically liberal. All right, we ready, guys, for me to start this back up for us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Your situation has just descended lower into more problems. So that's one thing. The other thing, I said that the environment is designed, is engineered, is orchestrated, is booby-trapped and rigged, almost like an experiment. And we'll go into that later. But remember what I just said. Now, the real culprit, the perpetrator, most people will look at, like when we look at black on black crime, we'll look at the kid that shot that other person or stabbed that person, whatever the case may be. And we'll call that person the perpetrator, the culprit. I'll call them the immediate perpetrator, the immediate culprit.
See, do not go in the kitchen. Stuff is not
Times
done.
there is a hand, it's that unseen hand that is controlling situations that we're also not really addressing. People don't want to talk about it. People want to act like there isn't something else behind the scenes that's causing a lot of our youth to engage in these heinous crimes. You're not going to talk about the mafia bringing drugs and guns into the community. You're not going to talk about that. Only thing you're going to say is, oh, you should have the discernment and the moral decisiveness to do right. Yeah, but you can try and do right all you want to, but when you are put in a situation where it's do or die, what are you going to do? Are you going to push the survival button when the rent is due and you don't have that money? When you have people gunning for you and gunning at you, and the only thing that you can do is run or shoot back? What do you think happens in a lot of these cases? See, we often can quarterback and talk about stuff in the safety of our middle class homes, but we're not out inside these project tenements where people are living almost a gladiator lifestyle. So let me continue. Um, the real culprit, he has control of all the variables in this well controlled environment, and he manipulates the factors to a predetermined outcome and forecast. If you look at Saul, that guy had that wherever they were, whether they were in a warehouse, some abandoned building, he had that warehouse, that abandoned building booby trapped. He had it designed, he had it rigged, all to his control. Everything was controlled by him. You have to watch the movie or have had to watch the movie for you to understand exactly what I'm talking about. You will then have a great appreciation for my comparison. The other thing, the perpetrator provides and supplies the weapons, the tools, the instruments, and devices of destruction and makes them conveniently accessible. If you
I just want to jump in there real quick because have any of y'all ever heard about like people finding people find like boxes of guns and shit like in alleyways and shit in the inner city and don't know where they come from?
All the fucking time.
Talking about like in Chicago where they say that
I've
basically
never.
the train yard. Yeah, yeah, Chicago, they saying that at the train yard or whatever like that, like that it's like shipments of motherfucking guns and shit like that. Like you can buy a gun in Chicago for like $20. Like that's crazy. But it's saying the shipments of guns like in these abandoned train yards. That was just that's what they say. I mean, I can't confirm that. I ain't gonna say nothing I don't know. But
I
that's
can't
what
confirm
they
either
say.
because I ain't seen them, but I've heard people tell me that before, and that I didn't
Yeah.
hear that through the news. So that has a lot to say. And then also when he talks about how they put that in your communities, like for those of y'all that haven't read Gary Webb's Dark Alliance, and for those of y'all who are lazy, watch the movie Kill the Messenger. But the CIA, fucking Oliver Norquist, Bush Senior, like they allowed them to run coke, run drugs up and through our community, and then they locked up our people for being drug addicts and drug dealers. And you see the same thing right now going on with the opioid epidemic, but y'all got empathy for your children, but our children were super predators and needed to be brought to heel and needed to be thrown in cages. So
But the system backfires on them all the time because they do have the opioid crisis and
but they're not going to jail.
No, they're dying. They're
True.
being wiped off the face of the earth is what's
But a lot
happening.
of us died too. Yeah.
You're right. That's true. And so like I'm a firm believer that karma, like whatever is in store for America, like with this COVID stuff, we are always going to suffer because we're in the bottom, right? We're the bottom caste. So we're always going to suffer. But when you have 250,000 people in America being wiped out and we are the laughing stock of the world, and we, one end of the country's on fire, the other end of the country, the south end of the country, you got hurricanes coming through, you got floods in the Midwest, you got freak snowstorms in the summertime. America, I used to be in The Nation, and Minister Farrakhan wrote a book called The Torchlight for America, and America is on her deathbed. And that is really like, I see it happening faster and faster and faster. And the traps that they set for others will always ensnare them. And it'll ensnare their children. And while they're getting away scot-free, like, I hate this with progressives, man. They're like, oh, we're not gonna, Joe Biden, and where's Hunter? And let's look at what's Ivanka doing. They're all criminals. Like, just because he's got a D by his name, don't mean he ain't a criminal. And Bernie did such a huge disservice to the nation by letting Biden slide, by treating him like his friend, while Biden slaughtered him. Like, Bernie is now politically irrelevant. Like, he spent his entire career fighting for working people, and nobody wants to hear what he has to say. He will not get not another piece of legislation passed. He will not get not another amendment passed. He can go on CNN and do and say and whatever, but Bernie let Biden slide. Hunter is getting money hand over fist, and that dude can't even, he's a cocaine addict. And while Biden is locking up people's families, what? Are you kidding me, Demon? What? You're a devil. Like, no, I can't even.
I'm laughing because that's what John was calling Crystal. And he's like, damn, I was looking for a better word. But that shit is hilarious.
Oh, yeah, devil. Yeah, you talking about the anti-black devils? Yeah, they devils, the demons and shit like that. You know, the otherworldly spirits, demons, and you know, yeah, they devils.
Yeah. And I've never related to Crystal Ball as a demon, but I can see where somebody oh God, here we go. Why, Crystal? Why? Like, just why? And the part that's nuts is it was Latinos that voted against it. So how is it a failure if it's just Latinos voting against it? You know, like, does that make it a failure? Black people still want affirmative action. We also want, like, we would prefer justice over affirmative action. Excuse me. We would prefer justice. We would prefer that America do things the right way. But seeing as how that's not going to happen, if my child works just as hard as some white child down the street, then you need to save a space for my child to get into whatever college my child wants to get into, if my child wants to go to college. If my child wants to work in a warehouse and be a lumper and unload boxes off of trucks, you need to save a space for him. Period. You know, like, we built this country. Like, ooh, I get so mad at people when they're like, go back to where you came from. I'm from Colorado. It's cold there. It's cold there. I've lived in the South for over 30 years. I'm not going back to Colorado, but my ancestors built this nation. I'm not going anywhere. How about you go back to where you came from? So it's the booby traps are everywhere, and they ensnare themselves.
Yeah, this video reminds me of what is that shit called? Dark Alliance, the Gary Webb shit. You know, talking about how basically what Sam was talking about, how the government and the CIA had operatives out here selling, crack and cocaine and guns, to street dudes, and street dudes were kind of in a position where they couldn't make money anyway else, so they did what they did.
But Danilo, who's exemplified, who you speak about in the book, and who's in the movie Kill the Messenger, I mean, this guy had connections to the government. I mean, you went from your friend that you met that offered you this. How did you become connected to this guy? Was it through like just the moving up the ranks from the time when you started or like how did that happen to be connected to that guy?
Well, I went to a teacher that I knew, and me and him played tennis, and kind of like a father figure almost, somebody I looked up to, and Mr. Fisher, and I told him what I was doing. He's like, man, where you been? You ain't been around. Because when you start selling drugs, you don't go to places you normally go. You go on the block and you stay there. So he's like, man, where you been? You don't come around no more. And I was like, oh man, I've been doing my thing. Trying not to tell him, because I respected him. But when I finally opened up to him, and he was like, man, you think I got all this from teaching school? Let me tell you this. Then he went to tell me how he sold drugs for some years, and how he had made $250,000, and he retired from selling drugs, and he traveled the world. And I was like, $250,000, how much is that? I didn't even know what $250,000 was. I think I may have had $1,000 once or twice in my life. So to me, it was like, wow, you did all that. And I was just fascinated. And then he said that he had somebody that he was going to introduce me to.
Wow. And when stuff hit the fan, did you connect the dots to he was also affiliated with the governments and their activities?
I wish I could say that. I didn't. Gary Webb did. the reporter from San Jose
Mercury News.
He came to me and we started talking, and he was the one that really discovered through Danilo's testimony. You know, Danilo testified in court that the Reagan administration had gave him $18 million and it wasn't enough to fight a war. So they took it and invested it in drugs.
Wow. Wow. That was huge charges. I mean, because that money led to a whole bunch of scandals that happened later. That one of which the Iran-Contra scandal, which, I mean, you just said that at the beginning of the story that you was at Weinstein and connected the dots back to Vietnam, but you could see.
Yeah,
Good evening. I know you've been reading, seeing, and hearing a lot of stories the past several days attributed to Danish sailors, unnamed observers at Italian ports and Spanish harbors, and especially unnamed government officials of my administration. Well, now you're going to hear the facts from a White House source, and you know my name. I wanted this time to talk with you about an extremely sensitive and profoundly important matter of foreign policy. For 18 months now, we have had underway a secret diplomatic initiative to Iran. That initiative was undertaken for the simplest and best of reasons: to renew a relationship with the nation of Iran, to bring an honorable end to the bloody 6-year war between Iran and Iraq, to eliminate state-sponsored terrorism and subversion, and to effect the safe return of all hostages. Without Iran's cooperation, we cannot bring an end to the Persian Gulf War. Without Iran's concurrence, there can be no enduring peace in the Middle East. For 10 days now, the American and world press have been full of reports and rumors about this initiative and these objectives. Now, my fellow Americans, there's an old saying that nothing spreads so quickly as a rumor. So I thought it was time to speak with you directly, to tell you firsthand about our dealings with Iran. As Will Rogers once said, rumor travels faster, but it don't stay put as long as truth. So let's get to the facts. The charge has been made that the United States has shipped weapons to Iran as ransom payment for the release of American hostages in Lebanon, that the United States undercut its allies and secretly violated American policy against trafficking with terrorists. Those charges are utterly false. The United States has not made concessions to those who hold our people captive in Lebanon, and we will not. The United States has not swapped boatloads of plane loads of American weapons for the return of American hostages, and we will not. Other reports have surfaced alleging U.S. involvement. Reports of a sea lift to Iran using Danish ships to carry American arms, of vessels in Spanish ports being employed in secret U.S. arms shipments, of Italian ports being used, of the U.S. spending or sending spare parts and weapons for combat aircraft. All these reports are quite exciting, but as far as we're concerned, not one of them is true.
Gary Webb stunned the world with a series of articles in the San Jose Mercury News reporting the results of his year-long investigation into the roots of the crack cocaine epidemic in America, specifically in Los Angeles. The series, titled Dark Alliance, revealed that for the better part of a decade, a Bay Area drug ring sold tons of cocaine to Los Angeles street gangs and funneled millions in drug profits to the CIA-backed Nicaraguan Contras. Dark Alliance is a story that should be fiction, whose characters seem to come straight out of Central Casting, the international drug lord Norwin Meneses, the Contra cocaine broker with an MBA in marketing, Danilo Blandon, and the illiterate teenager from inner city who rises to become the king of crack, Freeway Ricky Ross. But unfortunately, these characters are real and their stories are true. Now Gary Webb pushes his investigation even further in his new book, Dark Alliance, the CIA, the Contras, and the crack cocaine explosion. Drawing from recently declassified CIA documents, undercover DEA audio and videotapes that have never been publicly released, federal court testimony and interviews, Webb demonstrates how our government knowingly allowed massive amounts of drugs and money to exchange hands at the expense of our communities. Congressional inquiries into these allegations are ongoing. Results of the internal investigations by both the CIA and the Justice Department are pending. And Webb's own stranger-than-fiction experience, his denunciation by the mainstream media, his expulsion from the Mercury News is also woven into the book. And Gary Webb now works for the California State Legislature Task Force on Government Oversight. He joins us now from Pacifica Station KPFA in Berkeley. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Gary.
Yeah, hi, Amy. How you doing?
Good. Well, it's really great to have you back again on Democracy Now! I'm very sorry you're not working as a reporter right now, but very glad that you have published this book, Dark Alliance, the CIA, the Contras, and the crack cocaine explosion. For listeners who perhaps haven't been listening for long or who hadn't gotten a chance to read your San Jose Mercury News series, I think we should start at the beginning, because this story is so much to comprehend and has such tremendous implications. Tell us what it is that you have found.
Well, I mean, the book, a lot more so than the series, is sort of tells four different stories. The first story is about how crack came to the United States, and how it got here, how it spread from South Central Los Angeles to city after city after city. The other story, and frankly the best part of it as far as I was concerned, was the sort of strange personal relationship that developed between this Nicaraguan Contra cocaine broker, this fellow Danilo Blandón, and sort of street-level dealer named Freeway Ricky Ross, who was, at the time this all happened, 19, 20 years old, selling, tiny bits of cocaine when he could find it. And the way this relationship sort of changed, I think you could safely say it changed American history. It took, a drug habit that had been pretty much confined to Central and South America for many years, brought it onto the streets of Los Angeles, and then combined, these two men spread it from Los Angeles to hundreds of cities from the West Coast towards the East Coast. The other story is about what happened when I sort of stumbled on this amazing tale of these two men. Mercury News, to its credit, published a three-part series that I did in August of '96, sort of explaining, I guess in very general terms, the activities of these men, how they involved the Contras, how they involved the CIA, and what happened as a result of that, which is this horrible explosion of crack use in South Central, and the reaction by the federal government, which was to change the drug laws to throw everybody and their brother who was caught with the slightest amount of crack into jail for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And I sort of had to weave this all together into one narrative, which surprisingly was a lot easier than I thought it would be, because it was a very, very easy story to tell. It's a horrifying story when you get right down to it, but the book sort of gave me the chance to expand and explain things that we never really had when we did it for the newspaper.
And of course, as you point out, for the book, you did this whole second series of articles, actually originally for the San Jose Mercury News, that never got printed in it. It was about the time of your demise there.
Yeah.
Can you talk about what you learned that they wouldn't print?
Yeah, basically, the first series stopped with the question of the CIA involvement. I mean, we had documented meetings between the drug traffickers and two specific CIA agents, a fellow named Enrique Bermudez and another fellow named Adolfo Calero. We had, in Calero's case, a picture of him meeting with the drug lord Norwin Meneses in San Francisco in 1984. We had court testimony involving the meetings with Blandón and Meneses, with this fellow Bermudez down in Honduras. And that's sort of where the series ended. What happened afterwards was I went back down to Central America. My colleague down there, George Hodel, who was a freelance journalist in Managua, we went down to Costa Rica. We interviewed people who were, police investigators who were investigating the contra drug trafficking that was going on down there in 1984, 1985. We also interviewed people in Nicaragua, the Nicaraguan police, who managed to put two and two together and arrest finally after 25 years of major international drug trafficking. They put this international dealer Norwin Meneses in jail, and then we took a look at who in the United States government, which agencies knew about this, and how it was possible that a drug ring of this size was able to operate pretty much unhindered from 1981 until 1991, 1992. And what we found was that the head of the ring, Norwin Meneses, had been working for the DEA in Central America as one of their sort of top-level informants from about 1985 until his arrest in Nicaragua in 1992, which opened up, I think, a whole lot more questions, at least it did for me, which is how could this man have run a drug ring that was bringing all this cocaine into the United States for that many years, simultaneously working as a DEA informant? How does this happen? And the conclusion that we came to was that he was protected. He was protected by the government because his work in Costa Rica was far more important than what he was doing here in the United States, which was, dumping tons of cocaine into the inner cities of Los Angeles and San Jose and Oakland and those kinds of areas. What he was doing down there was basically running a money laundering operation for the Contras. He was also shipping cocaine north, and which they were using is either barter for guns, or they were selling it in the United States and paying money for the guns. And this was all during a period when the Contras were desperate for money. This was after the Bullen Amendment cut off. They had run out of money very early on after that, and they were scrambling. I mean, if you recall your history, this was the time when, the National Security Advisor to the President was running around twisting arms of, Arab sheiks to try to get money out of them. That was part of the story. The other part of the series that was not published was concerned this drug raid in Los Angeles that happened in 1986, where finally some U.S. law enforcement officials, in this case a unit for the L.A. County Sheriff's Department known as the Majors 2, they got wind of what was going on. They determined that this drug ring was supplying the Contras. They had a lot of evidence of it. They went to court, got a search warrant, and in October of 1986, they raided about 14 locations connected to the Contra drug operation down there. And then this investigation fell into a black hole, and nothing was ever heard of it again, and all the officers that were involved in it ended up several years later being indicted for a variety of crimes, and they all went away and went off to jail. After the series that I did in August, the L.A. County Sheriff's Office did an investigation, an internal investigation of what happened to this drug raid and what happened to these officers. And they concluded, as was expected, that, well, this was just a sort of a bad circumstance, that, the CIA had absolutely nothing to do with this. They couldn't explain why all these locations they had raided were wiped clean of any incriminating evidence at all, considering the fact that they were dealing about 400 kilos a month. But as an exhibit to this report, they released about 3,000 pages of documents that they insisted for months never existed. And we used these documents to show that there was an advance warning that had been given to these officers by the DEA and, of all places, Costa Rica, saying that, don't do this raid. Don't put anything in your search warrants. They know about it. And we came up with documents that had been sealed at least a decade, showing that the U.S. law enforcement community was very well aware of what these men were doing. They were well aware that these drugs were going into South Central specifically, and yet nothing happened to these men. So that was the other part of the story that the Mercury decided not to publish.
We're talking to former investigative journalist Gary Webb, who, thank God, has put out a book that has compiled all of his research to date on the Dark Alliance, the story of the CIA, the Contras, and the crack cocaine explosion. Gary, maybe you can talk a little about and remind our listeners what happened when your first series came out, the kind of response you got. In fact, at the beginning, you didn't get much of anything.
Well, the problem was and this certainly wasn't planned, because we dropped the thing right between the Republican and the Democratic National Conventions. So this was like a week where the entire press corps takes a week off. and goes on vacation. And so this thing sort of landed with a dull thud, and nobody heard anything about it. But the thing was that we, and if frankly, we hadn't been doing it for the Mercury News and we hadn't done this simultaneous story on our website, I think that would have been the last you'd ever heard of it. What we had done, however, was put the story up on our website, and we had attached all of our documentation, all of our supporting evidence, sound clips, pictures, anything you wanted, which made the story accessible to anyone anywhere in the world that had a computer and a modem. And what happened was that the word got out, mainly through the internet, that there was this fairly remarkable series of stories in this little newspaper in Northern California, and people could read it wherever they were in the world, and people did read it. I mean, the hits on the web page started going from 300,000, which I think was a normal, to 600,000, to 800,000, to 1.2 million. And then talk radio picked it up, and the combination of those two things, talk radio and the internet, was able to break this story out of the, sort of the big media conspiracy of silence, if you will, that had attended this topic ever since the 1980s, when Brian Barger and Bob Perry with the AP first broke the story. And then, the story was sort of kicked up a lot of dust. I mean, there were protest marches down in Los Angeles. Congresswoman Maxine Waters got a hold of it and, justifiably, I think, was outraged.
Good of public service.
Thank you so much for the testimony.
Thank you very much, ma'am. At this time, then, I would call Maxine Waters from California's 35th District. And we are pleased to have you before us today, Maxine, to talk about the report that is being provided to us by Mr. Hitz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing. Certainly, it's not expected of the Intelligence Committee, and I'm very pleased that we have so many members present today. And I'd like to beg your indulgence. I know you spoke of a time limit, but it is very difficult to talk about all of this information in 10 minutes, but I'm going to try and do it as quickly as I possibly can. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm here today to testify about the failure of the Central Intelligence Agency to conduct a serious and thorough investigation into the allegations of CIA involvement in cocaine trafficking to fund its Contra-war activities. Unfortunately, my fear that the CIA would be unable to investigate itself has been confirmed with this report. The Inspector General's report lacks credibility. It is fraught with contradictions and illogical conclusions. In a September 3rd, 1996 memo, then CIA Director John Deutsch laid out the framework for this investigation. In his instructions to CIA Inspector General Frederick P. Hitz, Director Deutsch stated, "I have no reason to believe that there is any substance to the allegations published in the Mercury News." Despite his premature conclusion, a serious, substantial, and credible investigation and interview process would have proven him wrong. If the CIA director's premature conclusion was meant to direct the final outcome, he has succeeded. This report's sweeping denial of the CIA's knowledge of drug trafficking related to the Contras defies the evidence and the logic that the CIA should have known. From the days of the CIA's first response to the allegations raised in the Dark Alliance series, many skeptics believed that the CIA could never produce a credible or truthful review of wrongdoings by its own agency. These skeptics could point, if they'd like, to this Sunday's Los Angeles Times to confirm their fears. The Times reported, in another case, that after 37 years, the CIA finally admitted publicly the most profound deception imaginable on an American family. Thomas Pete Ray and his top secret squadron of National Guard bombers were shot down during a CIA bombing mission in the Bay of Pigs debacle. For 37 years, the CIA denied that Mr. Ray and his squadron even existed, much less were shot down by Cuban troops in 1961. Only this month, faced with a document obtained by Freedom of Information Act request by the National Security Archives, did the CIA finally admit the truth 37 years later. My deep concern about the allegations raised in the Dark Alliance series that my government could have in any way been involved in or had knowledge of drug trafficking has caused me to spend much of my own time and resources to find out more about these allegations. After reading the Dark Alliance series, I interviewed Gary Webb, the writer of the series. And by the way, Mr. Chairman and members, Mr. Gary Webb is here today. He's sitting right here in this seat, and I invited him to come. He's put a lot of time and work into this investigation, and I have been working with him since the first day that I read it, and I think that he should be privy to all information as he continues his work in this area. I interviewed Gary Webb, the writer of the series. I invited him to come to my district in South Central Los Angeles to respond to questions from local residents. My community encouraged my investigation and supported me in my efforts to delve deeper into these allegations. I personally interviewed a number of key figures in the Dark Alliance series. I first met with and interviewed Mr. Alan Finster, who was the attorney for Ricky Ross. Then I drove to San Diego to the Metropolitan Detention Center, where I interviewed Mr. Ricky Ross, the young man who was trafficking in drugs in South Central Los Angeles that were being sold to him by Mr. Norman Meneses and Mr. Danilo Blandone. He was being held in the Metropolitan Detention Center facility on drug charges. I also then drove to a restaurant in the Valley where I met with Mr. Celerino Castillo, the DEA agent who had investigated the drug trafficking operation at Ilopango Airfield in El Salvador. Castillo had documented that the CIA directed this drug trafficking operation out of 2 hangars using Contra Supply Network as a route for shipping drugs into the United States. I then interviewed former LAPD officer Mike Rupert, who states he was forced to leave the LAPD after he uncovered a connection between the CIA and narcotic trafficking operations in California and Louisiana. Mr. Rupert also was interviewed by the CIA for its report. I met and had numerous telephone conversations with Mr. Jerry Gazzetta, a detective with the City of Bell and a key member of the multi-agency task force working with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department investigating the Blandone narcotics operation. Gazzetta was a level 1 informant whose information was the basis of the affidavit of LA Sheriff Tom Gorton that resulted in the October 1986 raid of the Blandone operation's 14 sites in Southern California. I visited the records division of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and uncovered the sheriff's reports regarding the October 1986 drug bust. I was the first to obtain the copies of the documentation regarding the raids. They had said prior to that time that they did not exist, they could not be found, and I literally went in and by accident was able to access these documents, and they quickly tried to retrieve them from me, and of course I refused to leave until I had copies of what should have been public documents. On January 3rd, 1997, using my own personal funds, I flew to Nicaragua to meet with Enrique Miranda Jaime, a former Sandinista official and drug partner of Norman Meneses, a central figure in the allegations in the Dark Alliance series. I was contacted by someone who had information about the Colombian cartels and their connection to Norman Meneses. When I arrived in Nicaragua, I was taken to the prison in the town of Grenada by State Department representatives where I met with Miranda himself. Mr. Miranda told me some of the information that he gave to the CIA in this investigation, which is reported on pages 54 and 55 of the IG's report. Mr. Randa currently is in prison after being convicted for smuggling 764 kilos of cocaine with his partner Norman Meneses. Meneses told Miranda in detail that Meneses worked for the Contras and that his drug trafficking operation had the support of the CIA. Meneses also told Miranda that he was receiving support directly from Oliver North, and passing on the funds to support Contra groups. I met with Mr. Thomas Borge, a former Sandinista Interior Minister and head of intelligence. Mr. Borge came to meet with me from Nicaragua to South Central Los Angeles and waited for hours until I completed a day-long schedule, and I then spent some 4 hours with him. I have also had numerous telephone conversations with Corel Talavera Baca, the girlfriend of Rafael Cornejo, who was a relative and part of Norwin Manessa's drug trafficking organization, as well as a longtime business partner of Danilo Blandone, another central figure in the Dark Alliance series. I received information from Ms. Baca and Mr. Cornejo, who were connected to Carlos Lederer, a Colombian drug dealer and co-founder of the Medellin cartel. It was through Lederer's private island that the Medellin cartel moved massive amounts of cocaine to Miami and the United States. Ms. Baca had visited Carlos Lederer's private island and have information regarding the connection between Mr. Lederer and Norman Meneses. I've had over a half-dozen telephone conversations with her, and she has sent me information relative to that operation. I have looked into many of the main allegations raised in Gary Webb's series, and I've thoroughly reviewed the Inspector General's report. In addition, I have read many letters and reviewed volumes of information sent to me and have visited a large number of people who have claimed to have information about the drug dealing in South Central Los Angeles. In my informed opinion, Mr. Chairman, the CIA IG report and the investigation lacks credibility, and its conclusions must be dismissed. Let me turn to some of the specifics of the Inspector General's report. The average reader likely will find the structure of this report bizarre and confusing. I also question the report's methodology, its sweeping conclusions, its cleverly worded denials, and its selective quoting of documents. The report states that 365 interviews were conducted, but only summarizes statements from 12 individuals connected to the South Central Los Angeles specific allegations. I have a list of over 70 individuals who should have been interviewed under oath by the CIA if the investigation was to be considered credible. Did the CIA interview all of these people? Because the report fails to list who was actually interviewed. We have no way of knowing. In addition, only 40 pages of this report, titled The California Story, actually deal with the allegations of the South Central crack cocaine Contra connection. The report mentions a half-dozen other CIA and Contra officials interviewed, but does not offer even a cursory summary of their testimony. So let me do what the report failed to do. The following individuals associated with the Contras are or were either CIA agents or CIA assets. Now, I'm going to name these individuals, and I'm going to say to you, Mr. Chairman and members, that even though the report cleverly refers to agents, we should be talking about agents and or assets. I am going to say to you today in no uncertain terms, Mr. Adolfo Calero was a CIA asset. And he didn't just start with Norwin Meneses. He started working with the American Embassy as a CIA asset, and many of the funds for aid were funneled through him. Mr. Enrique Bermudez was a CIA asset. Mr. Marcos Aguado, a Contra pilot and accused drug dealer. Mr. Francisco Avilas, a Contra official in Costa Rica. In the Frogman case, Mr. Ivan Gomez, CIA agent who accepted drug money from Mr. Meneses. Mr. Dagoberto Nunes, who ran a shrimp company for the Oliver North in Costa Rica. Rene Corvo, a Cuban-American who worked with the Contras in Contras in Costa Rica. Mr. Francisco Shanz, owner of the shrimp company for Oliver North in Costa Rica. Mr. Edmundo Meneses, American-trained Nicaraguan general and Norwin Meneses' brother. Mr. Sebastian Gonzalez, Contra leader in Costa Rica and drug partner of Meneses. I assert here today that these are all CIA assets, and I would challenge this committee to ask the Inspector General and others, perhaps in the CIA, to document for you whether or not my allegations are true. They should give you sworn testimony as to whether or not they have knowledge about the people that I'm submitting to you being assets of the CIA. Today, I'm asking this committee to obtain the written response from the CIA that either categorically confirms or denies they are or were CIA assets or agents. Another major problem with the investigation underlying the report was the CIA's lack of subpoena power. This meant that some of the most important CIA and other officials were never interviewed. 3 former unnamed senior CIA managers would only respond in writing. 6 other key CIA personnel and former DE agent Castillo refused to be interviewed. The CIA agents included Dwayne Claridge, Joseph Fernandez, and Claire George. All of these senior CIA officials had major responsibilities for the CIA's Contra operation. There can be no thorough investigation without sworn testimony from each of these individuals. They should be subpoenaed. Jose Fernandez was the former CIA station chief in Costa Rica while the Meneses drug organization was operating from there. Dwayne Dewey Claridge was the CIA officer who helped create the Contras at a time when the Meneses ring first began dealing cocaine for the FDN. His name also appeared in Oliver North's notebooks as being responsible for making quid pro quo deals with known drug king Manuel Noriega. Claridge summed up how serious he thought this investigation was when he told reporters in December 1997 that the CIA, quote, sent me questions that were bullshit, and I wrote back, they were a bunch of bullshit. When I spoke with journalists following the release of the report this past January, much to my surprise, they had to admit to me they had not even read the entire report. They admitted they had only read the glossy 8-page summary, which offered unsubstantiated conclusions of the CIA's innocence and blanket denials of the Dark Alliance series allegations. Had they only read the report in its entirety as I did, they would have learned that allegations of drug trafficking and connections between the Contras and the CIA were not new. In fact, the report even lists and summarizes some of the other investigations that found Contra involvement in drug trafficking. For example, the Senate Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations, chaired by Senator John Kerry, conducted a 2-year investigation into allegations of Contra involvement in drugs and arms trafficking. The CIA Inspector General report summarizes some of the Kerry Commission's 1,166-page report's devastating findings on page 35 through 38. These are some of the admissions. Drug traffickers use the Contra war and their ties to the Contra as cover for their criminal enterprises in Honduras and Costa Rica. Assistance from the drug lords was crucial to the Contras. And the traffickers, in turn, promoted and protected their operations by associating with the Contra movement. Drug traffickers provided support to the Contras and used the supply network of the Contras. Contras knowingly received both financial and material assistance from the drug traffickers. In each case, one or another U.S. government agency had information regarding these matters either while they were occurring or immediately thereafter. Members of the Contra movement were involved in drug trafficking, including pilots who flew supplies for the Contras, mercenaries who worked for the Contras, and Contra supporters throughout Central America. Drug traffickers helped in the Contra supply operations through business relations with Contra groups. Drug traffickers contribute cash, weapons, planes, pilots, air supply services, and other materials to the Contras. U.S. Department funds authorized by Congress for humanitarian assistance was paid to drug traffickers. In some cases, these drug traffickers received the State Department's funds after having been indicted by federal law enforcement agencies on drug charges. In other cases, were the subject of pending investigations by those agencies. The FDN Contra Group moved Contra funds through a narcotics, drug trafficking, and money laundering operation. Drug trafficking for the Contra movement was done by some because they were told that their actions were either on behalf of or sanctioned by the U.S. government. Not included in the CIA IG report are other key findings by the Kerry Committee. Despite widespread trafficking through the war zones of northern Costa Rica, the Kerry Committee was unable to find a single case which was made on the basis of a tip or a report by an official of a U.S. intelligence agency. This, despite an executive order requiring intelligence agencies to report drug trafficking to law enforcement officials, and despite direct testimony that drug trafficking on the southern front was reported to the CIA officials. U.S. officials involved with the Contras knew that drug traffickers were using the Contra infrastructure and that the Contras were receiving assistance from drug profits. Yet they turned a blind eye and did not report these individuals to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. How can this report include these incriminating findings by elected officials, including Senators Kerry, Brock, and Monahan, while others summarily dismissing any CIA knowledge of or involvement in Contra drug trafficking into the U.S. This is an outrageous contradiction. Moreover, the report is littered with damaging admissions. This report admits Norman Meneses was one of the biggest drug dealers in America, either north and south, and he supplied Danilo Blandone. Blandone, in turn, was the source who supplied Ricky Ross, and Blandone and Meneses did so unhindered by the CIA. It is unreasonable to think Meneses was connected to the CIA, given the Contras were a CIA creation and that the CIA handled every aspect of the Contra operation. Pages 20 through 24 of this report confirms that the CIA essentially created, funded, supplied, and trained the Contras, and that the CIA was intimately involved in determining their strategy and running their operations. Meneses was never arrested by U.S. law enforcement. He was permitted free entrance to the United States and even issued a visa. How was this allowed, and why was it allowed to continue? Let me just say that Meneses dealt drugs in the United States for over 10 years or more. Starting back in 1974, he was a drug dealer before he came to the United States. He was even involved in a murder in Nicaragua. He dealt drugs without any interference, without any intervention. He had assets and businesses in San Francisco. As a matter of fact, Congresswoman Pelosi referred to the Frogman case. When they tracked down some of Meneses' people, they tracked them to the very house that was connected with the Frogman case where many of those people were involved. Meneses was well known by the CIA, the DEA, the DIA, and everybody in the United States as a drug dealer who was supplying Danilo Blandone, who was supplying Ricky Ross. How he stayed in the United States all of those years, being known from 1974, selling drugs that ended up helping to support the Contras, and nobody, but nobody knew it, is absolutely amazing. Meneses was never arrested by the U.S. enforcement. He was permitted free entrance again to the United States and even issued a visa. How was this allowed, and why was it allowed to continue? The CIA and DEA records are full of knowledge about Meneses' drug dealing operation. This knowledge was substantiated in this report. Even this report. The CIA knew of his drug trafficking by 1984, and the DEA had known of his trafficking activities as early as 1974. Incredibly, the report fails to mention anything about the activities of Adolfo Calero, only mentioning that he was interviewed. He was the key Contra leader and CIA agent on the Southern Front. Damning public information ties Calero to drug trafficking. In a December 1986 interview, Calero told the Costa Rican newspaper La Nacion that he met with drug kingpin Norman Meneses at least 6 times, and that he knew Meneses was involved in drug trafficking. Now, in our investigations, we had found out that Meneses had met with Adolfo Calero, and that Meneses and Blandone had been going to these meetings both in San Francisco and in Los Angeles, despite the fact that these conclusions of these drug dealers having no connection to the Contras. Thank goodness your report did identify 6 visits. We only knew about 2. We have a picture of Meneses and Adolfo Calero and others at one of these Contra meetings that were going on all over California. In addition, there are many other key facts that were confirmed by this report. Drug kingpin Norman Meneses supported and was involved with the Contras. On page 76-77, drug dealer Norman Meneses admitted giving money to the California chapter of the FDN Contras, and that he was involved in the 1985 attempt to obtain material support, medical and general supplies for the Contra movement. Now, there are a lot of discrepancies about how much. You will find in your report, it differs somewhat with information that was testified to over on the Senate side when they held the semblance of a hearing over there. I have maintained that it does not matter how much money. It does not matter whether or not it was, as Eden Pastora testified on that side, that he only got a few $1,000s in a couple of trucks, or it is an admission that Norman Meneses supplied about $40,000 plus medical supplies and other things. The fact of the matter is, the reason I'm so interested in this and the reason I'm so outraged by it, as a public elected officials, all of us must be concerned that our government could have anyway been involved in drug trafficking. Drug trafficking. That's a very, very serious offense against the people of this nation. We cannot afford to have our government, I don't care under what pretense, a covert operation or any kind of operation, involved in drug trafficking. Page 70 to 71 of the report documents the connection between CIA asset and FDN military leader Enrique Bermudez, Meneses and Blandone. Blandone and Meneses traveled to Bolivia in 1982 to make a drug deal and stopped en route to Honduras. While in Honduras, Blandone and Meneses met Bermudez for the 2nd time. Bermudez asked Blandone and Meneses to help raise money and supplies for the FDN. He let the drug traffickers know that their support would be welcome because, I quote, and everybody quotes, even your reported quotes, that he said, "The ends justifies the means." Blandone then describes how he and Meneses were escorted to airport by armed Contras after the meeting with Bermudez. Blandone left the meeting He left this meeting with $100,000 in a bag to buy drugs. The profits from the sale of these drugs were to be used to buy supplies and fund the Contras. Blandon tells of how he ran into trouble at the airport in Honduras when he was caught with the $100,000. But guess what? Just like in the Frogman case, where they caught them with the dope and the money, and they returned the $36,000 based on that attorney general that you had in San Francisco having been told that it was Contra money, this man with $100,000 in drug money to buy more drugs for more supplies was assisted by the Contras at the airport. And even though they had stopped him, they had taken $100,000 out of his brief. With the intervention of the Contras, they gave it back to him. And he went along his merry way. Where did the $100,000 come from?
Begin to conclude the remarks.
Yes, I'm
very
going
much
to get
appreciate.
there.
We've been over generous. We're taking away from time for the.
I appreciate Mr. Goss, and I
know
tried
you have
to
written
say
remarks,
that
which we will accept for the record without objection.
Where did the $100,000 come from? Did they give back the $100,000 to Blandon because of the Contra CIA connection? Well, Mr. Chairman and members, it's hard to refute and to help educate in 10 minutes. I'm going to submit this for the record, but I'm going to close by saying this. This report is not credible. This report does not do the job, Mr. Chairman. We owe it to ourselves as public policy makers to do something. Why do I do all of this? Because I want to find some CIA operatives, assets, or agents and somehow convict them? That's not going to happen. And I don't believe that, and that's not what I'm trying to do. I am trying to raise the level of this discussion because we've got some work to do as public policy makers. The least we could do is develop public policy that will indicate that drug trafficking can never be used in any covert operation, no matter what is being attempted. We cannot continue to put our heads in the sand. It's a shame what happened with the Kerry report. The idea that members of the Congress of the United States on the Senate side could have presented us with so much documentation, and then years later we have the investigation that was done by the San Jose Mercury, and we find more information about drug trafficking, and either the CIA absolutely knowing or turning its head, and we still can't come up with public policy. At the same time, we're spending millions of dollars talking about a war on drugs. Give me a break, Mr. Chairman and members. We can do better than this. I will not go away, members. I cannot go away. My community has been devastated, as many communities across this nation. As a result of this work, I've been in at least 7 or 8 states with town hall meetings, including New York and New Jersey and St. Louis. And I continue to have several requests every week to come and do town hall meetings and radio stations, because people are outraged and concerned about the fact that somehow this drug problem won't go away, and the idea that the government could be involved. I challenge this committee to get involved with public policy that would get our government out of ever being involved in any way. And while you're doing this, why haven't something been said about General Davila in Honduras, who also was a CIA asset that was caught putting a ton of drugs into the airplane? The drugs found its way into the United States and was sold on the streets, and that was recently, and we still haven't heard a word. When I check with the Justice Department, they tell me they can't say anything. And I suppose you have information you can't say anything about. But I think somehow we've got to do better. The lives of our children and our communities are at stake. I thank you, and I submit this for the record, and more information and documents.
And she began making this sort of a national issue.
I remember seeing Maxine Waters, the congressmember from Los Angeles, at the Democratic convention. It was soon after you had written the piece.
Right.
And she was outraged. And then, of course, the speeches she gave and the mass meetings that were held, some of which you actually attended, were,
right.
well, gave it the kind of attention that it deserved.
Yeah, and it sort of forced the national media to pay attention to the story. Like I said before, the response was, oh, well, these are just drug dealers talking. Let's not pay any attention to them, and they'll go away, and that's what happened. This time, because people could read the story anywhere in the United States, and because you had, I would think it's safe to say to call Maxine a firebrand, making sure that this issue didn't get swept under the rug, you had a very volatile combination. And then you had the outrage from the black community, which really has borne the brunt of this war on drugs ever since it started. And here, in this case, you had, I think, a fairly reasonable explanation for why crack use started in black neighborhoods. That's because that's where they started selling it. That's where they were bringing in all this cheap cocaine. And what I try to show in the book is how, it wasn't a plot, it wasn't a conspiracy by anybody. It was sort of a bad accident that the Contras started selling cocaine in South Central right at the time that the knowledge and the know-how how to turn powder into crack finally arrived from South America, and it arrived in the United States at approximately the same time the Contras started bringing in this cocaine. And when you put those things together, you had this crack explosion down there. And, the neighborhoods in South Central, they believed the story because they'd seen it with their own eyes. I mean, this stuff had come literally out of nowhere. And the other thing that I showed in the book was that at the same time that this crack problem was starting, this Contra drug gang was not only selling cocaine, they were selling weapons. They were selling automatic weapons, AR-15s, AK-47s. Because they had access to them, and that was one of the most startling things I think I found when I continued the research, was that this wasn't just a drug ring. This was an arms operation too, and it was a fairly large one. So it was sort of a really deadly combination. You had crack going into the streets. You had it being sold by gang members who suddenly had access to something they never had before, which was a lot of spending money. They spent it for the large part on automatic weapons, and things sort of snowballed from there. It doesn't take much to start this kind of this fire when you got the right ingredients. And so that's really that sort of all percolated to the top, and it finally made the national media realize that, well, maybe there's a story here. And the response was to go out and find people who would say it isn't so. The sort of reassuring role that the media always plays whenever something horrible happens. And then you had them going to a lot of unnamed government officials who assured them that the CIA would never be involved in something so sinister as turning the other way when their assets and their agents were involved in drug trafficking, which is just ludicrous on its face. I mean, the CIA does a lot of things worse than allowing drug trafficking. I mean, just go ask the people in Guatemala and go ask the people in El Salvador what the CIA is capable of, and they'll tell you, drug trafficking is sort of the least of their worries.
We're talking to journalist Gary Webb. He is the author of a series of pieces in the San Jose Mercury News that ran a couple years ago, now the author of a brand new book that puts a lot of his research together called Dark Alliance, the CIA, the Contras, and the Crack Cocaine Explosion. This is Pacifica Radio's Democracy Now!, the exception to the rulers. I'm Amy Goodman, continuing the conversation with Gary Webb, former investigative journalist, now author of a book called Dark Alliance, the CIA, the Contras, and the Crack Cocaine Explosion. Gary, you have a very moving dedication at the beginning of your book. Dark Alliance, you write, does not propound a conspiracy theory. There's nothing theoretical about history. In this case, it's undeniable that a wildly successful conspiracy to import cocaine existed for many years, and that innumerable American citizens, most of them poor and black, paid an enormous price as a result. This book was written for them, so that they may know upon what altars their communities were sacrificed. Talk a little more about that.
Well, I think that's sort of the essence of what what sort of outraged me about this whole thing was the fact that, you go to any prison in the United States and you will see people doing, young kids doing 10 and 20 and 30-year sentences for selling ounces of cocaine, when the men who made the whole problem possible these international cocaine brokers, were in the case of the men that I found, were working working with the DEA, working for the DEA on the DEA payroll. At the same time, they were flooding the streets of America with drugs. And in the situation with crack, it was, unfortunately for the citizens of South Central, it sort of came along at a bad time for them, because the people that were bringing these drugs in were also helping the United States. As I said in the book, they were furthering official U.S. policy in a very unofficial way. I mean, they were helping fight communism, they thought, and they sincerely believed that. I mean, I don't mean to belittle their beliefs. They thought that selling cocaine to Americans was the way they were going to get their country back. And you don't really realize how callous they were about it until you talk to them and realize, why do they care about the Americans buying drugs? This isn't their country, first of all. And second of all, they regarded the United States as having betrayed them. Their goal was to get Nicaragua back from the socialists and from the Marxists and whoever else they perceived to be in power down there. And so you had a situation where the United States government, I think for ill, decided that, well, what are a few tons of cocaine here and there when we're talking about world strategy, when we're talking about, fighting the communist demons on the beachheads. And the idea that, you can lock up American citizens for doing something that the government was turning a blind eye to otherwise was sort of lost on them. The sort of insanity of that policy sort of got lost in the woods. And what I try to do with this book is show that, first of all, what a fraud this whole war on drugs is. I mean, it really is. I've told a lot of people this. 50 years, 100 years from now, I think we're going to look back on this era like we look back on the McCarthy era now and wonder how in the world we let things get so out of control, how we could have been so blind and so crazy to do the kinds of things we're doing. And these guys call me from prison. They're doing 10, 20 years for selling, ounces of cocaine when the man that was allowing them to make it, this Blandone guy, was making $166,000 from the DEA. I mean, that, to me, was outrageous. The idea that American citizens are languishing in prisons for doing something that the government, in essence, made it possible for them to do. I mean, you can't get cocaine, like they say in the streets of South Central. We don't have planes, we don't have boats, we can't bring this stuff in here. Somebody's got to bring it in. And that's the sort of outrage that I felt when I saw the scenario unfold here, was that communities were just sacrificed, and I have to say knowingly sacrificed, because as I point out in the book, the government knew very well from 1979 on that crack was a problem they were going to have to deal with, and they did absolutely nothing about it. They hid their heads in the sand and said, well, maybe it'll go away, maybe it won't get here. And it happened just like the scientists told them it was going to happen.
Gary Webb, there was a report that was put out by the Inspector General of the Central Intelligence Agency, Frederick Hitz. We have yet to see a report from the Justice Department. They, too, Attorney General Janet Reno asked for a report. That was from Michael Bromwich. Apparently he's written it, but it is being kept under lock and key right now. They will not release it.
Yeah, that's a very strange situation. I mean, Bromwich had the report done in December. It was all declassified. It was all ready to go. And then at the last minute, he said, the Justice Department raised these concerns about how it might interfere with pending law enforcement investigations, which is a pretty lame reason when you think about it. I mean, everything he's writing about happened over a decade ago. These are the longest-running criminal investigations known to man, if they're still going on now. The other thing that's interesting, and I think a thing that a lot of people missed, is the CIA report, I think, was rightly criticized. Hitz's report was rightly criticized for sort of glossing over a lot of problems that they found by pretending there was nothing to them. When you actually read the report, you find a lot of things in there, and I was frankly delighted to see it come out when it did, because I was able to incorporate a lot of its findings into the book. It plugged a lot of holes in the story that I saw. It explained a lot of things that appeared inexplicable. On May 6th, the CIA Inspector General's Office delivered to the House Intelligence Committee its second volume. There were two volumes of this CIA internal investigation. The first volume dealt with the issues that I raised in my reporting. The second volume dealt with the whole question of contra drug trafficking and what the CIA knew about it and when it knew about it. That has yet to be declassified. Who knows how long that's going to take before we actually get to see a sanitized version of that. The one interesting thing was, though, that on the 7th, Maxine Waters got copies of documents that I believe that were attached as exhibits to the second volume, and they concerned this secret deal that had been cut between the Justice Department and the CIA back in early 1982, in which they were implementing regulations requiring the reporting of crimes by CIA employees and by CIA assets and agents. And it was amazing. They listed this, took this big long laundry list of crimes that had to be reported to either the Attorney General or the Inspector General of the CIA, and included such things as sabotage, unlawfully entering the United States, trading with the enemy, aircraft piracy, like 4 or 5 pages of crimes that had to be reported. Noticeably absent was anything dealing with narcotics trafficking. And when you think about, this is the Just Say No administration, why would they have left narcotics trafficking off this list of crimes that needed to be reported by CIA officials? Well, Representative Waters got an answer to that question as well, and it was a letter that had been written by then Attorney General William French Smith to the Honorable William J. Casey. I'm just quoting from the document here. Dear Bill, and this letter goes on to say that, we've got these regulations in place. Thanks for forwarding your concerns. And then he says, I've been advised that a question arose regarding the need to add narcotics violations to the list of reportable non-employee crimes. And these involve assets to agents, pilots, whatever. And he says, in view of the fine cooperation the Drug Enforcement Administration has received from CIA, no formal requirement regarding the reporting of narcotics violations has been included in these procedures. And Bill Casey writes back a couple of weeks later another Dear Bill letter and says he's pleased that these procedures strike the proper balance between enforcement of the law and protection of intelligence sources and methods. Therefore, from 1982 until 1995, there was absolutely no requirement that CIA report to anybody if its agents or assets were involved in narcotics trafficking. And it was not, as we know now, it was not an oversight. They did it on purpose. So now the question becomes, why would they exempt CIA non-employees from reporting of drug crimes? I mean, it just makes no sense whatsoever unless they knew what they were getting into.
Expand a little more on why this is so incredible.
Well, what's incredible about it is for years and years and years, whenever the issue came up as far as the Contras dealing drugs, and it came up quite a number of times during the 80s, the stock response of the DEA and the CIA was, we have no evidence of this. Well, now we know why they have no evidence of it. They were not required to report it. Nobody was reporting it. So they could easily say, well, we don't have any evidence to substantiate that. And the reason for that is they weren't gathering any evidence. It was official policy. We now know, 15 years later, it was the official policy of the U.S. government to look the other way when it came to CIA drug trafficking. I don't know what other spin you could put on it, and I will be very interested to see the CIA's response to this as to why it was in the best interest of the nation to exempt drug trafficking from this list of crimes that were required to be reported. The only conclusion you can draw is that they were knowingly using drug traffickers, as you'll see in the book, it's fairly obvious, they were using drug traffickers as agents. I mean, we had, in a number of situations where they were having pilots flying guns out and they were flying dope back, and that nobody had to report it. I mean, that's just mind-boggling when you consider the sort of drumbeating that went on over the evils of drugs by the Reagan and Bush administration. And what's even more mind-boggling is the fact that this policy stayed in effect until 1995. They changed it in August of 95 to require reporting of narcotics violations now. The other question is, what prompted them to do that?
Gary Webb, you said earlier that Michael Bromwich's report, the Justice Department report on involvement of the U.S. government in drug smuggling into this country is being withheld right now, at least is not being disclassified, because they said it would in some way jeopardize ongoing investigations. It sort of makes you think that you say, well, how could that be? Because these are investigations of 10 years ago, but maybe this is ongoing activities and this is continuing today.
Well, that's one conclusion you can draw, I suppose. I think it's just. I think it was just an excuse so they didn't have to release this report. See, the problem is, from the research that I did on the series and the book, the DEA was a lot more involved in this Contra drug ring than the CIA was, and I think that was for a reason. You have a lot more plausible deniability when you're meeting with drug traffickers as a DEA agent than you do as a CIA agent. And secondly, at the time that the most of this trafficking was going on, particularly down in Costa Rica, the CIA was prohibited from involving itself in the Contra war effort. So what you saw was a handoff from the CIA to the DEA in Central America, and they proceeded to do the CIA's dirty work for them. One of the amazing parts of the book, one of the parts that I really liked, was going through this list of contractors for this organization called the Nicaraguan Humanitarian NHAO Office, Nicaraguan Humanitarian Assistance Office. They contracted with 4 companies that were either owned or operated by drug traffickers, and this is a matter of historical record, and you can go look it up. The reason for that, there was a deposition taken by the director of the NHAO by the Iran-Contra committees, and they asked him, why would you have used these companies? And his response was that, well, those are the companies that Oliver North told him to use. These were companies that the CIA had already been using, and he was instructed that under no circumstances was he to disrupt these transportation arrangements that they had made. Now, when you think about it, you can pick cargo companies from anywhere in the world to do anything. Why would you select cargo companies that are owned by drug traffickers? Unless you wanted to, bring some goods back in that maybe an honest company wouldn't agree to do. I mean, this is part of the history of this whole thing that has sort of been swept under the rug and ignored for a number of years. And one of the things I tried to do with this book was, take all these strange strings and bring them all together into one kind of picture so you can see what was going on. I mean, a lot of what was in the book, what is in the book, I found in libraries, I found in, little tidbits in congressional hearings, I found in Iran-Contra depositions, I found in depositions that were taken by the Christic Institute during their RICO suit against the government. Nobody had ever taken all these stray bits of information and put it together to make sense out of it. They were just odd occurrences that happened seemingly years and people apart. And when you put them all together and looked at it as, I think most people should do, as one large operation, it begins to make a lot of sense. And that is, one of the reasons I decided to do this book was sort of set the historical record straight. Frankly, my goal in doing this was to preserve this part of history, because history gets lost and trampled so easily. And gather this stuff together and make it a permanent record so 10, 20 years from now somebody can go back and say, okay, this is what happened, because you're never going to read it in the newspapers.
Gary Webb, one of the chapters in your book, Dark Alliance, is the assistant U.S. attorney was found dead. Who was that U.S. attorney?
That was a U.S. attorney named Darrell McIntyre, who was a veteran narcotics prosecutor for the U.S. District Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. He was given, after the sheriffs raided the Contra drug ring in October of '86, this case ended up on his desk. And he had had some familiarity with these Contras before because he had prosecuted some of the people who were involved in a very famous case called the Frogman case, which is really the first indication that the U.S. law enforcement had that the Contras were dealing drugs. He prosecuted some of the side show cases from that. He was given the Blandone case to investigate and told another U.S. assistant attorney that he was going to be going to Washington to present this case to a special prosecutor in Washington. And he went and came back and said that the special prosecutor in Washington had absolutely no interest in it. And within 2 weeks of that happening, the police found him dead in a car in Pacific Palisades on a Saturday afternoon, allegedly taking a gun and blown his brains out. Now, the thing that was interesting about that is, I talked to some of his friends, and they all described this man as, being the last person in the world they would expect to commit suicide because he was one of these rock-hard, macho, gung-ho prosecutors. The other interesting thing about that is about 2 weeks earlier, there was another sort of self-inflicted death involving a guy named Stephen Carr, who was a former Contra, who had gone to Costa Rica and seen a lot of drug trafficking and tried to blow the whistle on it. 2 weeks before the U.S. attorney was killed, Carr wound up on a driveway, dead of an allegedly self-inflicted cocaine overdose. The funny thing is, Carr was telling people before this that if they ever found him dead, they'd find him dead of a cocaine overdose because somebody was going to try to kill him to shut him up. Carr died of a cocaine overdose. The U.S. attorney goes and kills himself, and in the case just disappears. Nobody picks it up from there. And I found that just an amazing set of I suppose you could call it coincidence-plagued investigation. It was just inexplicable. The interesting thing is when the sheriff's office did their reinvestigation of this case in '96, they heard about this suicide. They looked into it and announced that they could find no evidence that it ever happened. Well, the problem was that they had spelled the prosecutor's name wrong. So when they went out looking for death certificates and when they went out looking for newspaper articles about it, they couldn't find them, and they pronounced that this must be some conspiracy theory. Well, I mean, they're there. I found them. I just had to figure out how to spell the guy's name right.
Gary Webb, thanks for joining us. He's author of Dark Alliance, the CIA, the Contras, and the crack cocaine explosion. Here on Pacifica Radio's Democracy Now! We'll be back in a minute.
The rest is history.
Yeah.
It is what it is. It's the same thing that happened with the bootleggers. Yep. It's just that, this happened to be black people, so they just said, fuck it, we just gonna lock all you motherfuckers out.
Yep.
No, that's real talk. Like, it just we go through so much, and we're just in such a weird space.
Socially conservative. And I feel like well, the first part is that as far as like the guns and the drugs, they targeting our community in this certain way, and just keeping us at the bottom like this. Just the way. Even though the thing about it is it's kind of like Jigsaw. Like he kind of is absolving himself from responsibility. Like, I'm not killing you, but I'm putting but you gotta jump through all these wires. You feel me? Like, then you got to kill this other dude. But if you want to save yourself, but I'm not the one killing you. But I'll put you in this predicament though. So this is where you see the violence and the dysfunction and the poverty. I've seen this shit up close. This shit is no joke, man. It's no joke. And as far as black people being socially conservative, I think that I feel like it's not all. I feel like it's 40% that is really socially conservative. I say it's 40% that's liberal. Then I say it's about a 20% margin that could flip either way. That could flip either way. But the reason that we are voting Democrat is because we don't have the status in America to be like white people, to be able to vote out. You know what I mean? Because what happens is reparations gives us power now. So the fact that you got 30% of black voters, you're automatically Republican because tax cuts make sense now. Certain things make sense. I'm not saying like that though, but that's good though. That's gonna make all the parties tighten up because now we got power now instead of being this powerless group that always got to go to either the progressives and we gotta make everybody tighten up now. That means, I vote really up for that. Now it's real now. Now you gotta really go for our vote because we got power now. As a group, we got some kind of equality, some kind of stake in the country now, instead of just being at the bottom. So that's what I had to say about that.
The movie, right? Don't comment in the comment section if you've never seen Saw or any of the series. But if you've seen the movie, you notice he provides all the weaponry, whether it's guns, whether it's saws, butcher knives, whatever the case may be. He makes it readily accessible and hands reach for you to grab. And that's how I'm talking about with the guns that are placed all around the community, the drugs. The thing is, when you look at African Americans, name me a few black-owned gun manufacturers. Name me 5 right now. Right now, I know that you're not going to be able to do it because that is probably few and far between. I can't even name 5 black-owned gun manufacturers. Then you have to ask yourself, how are a lot of these guns and the types of guns getting into these communities where there are no gun stores? So how are you getting bulk supplies? I'm not talking about, one 9mm, one Glock, one shotgun. When you have an arsenal of AK-47s, they call them choppers, or AR-15s, multiple rounds, hundreds of thousands of rounds of ammunitions. Yeah, you've got the Glocks. Yeah, you've got the 9mm. You've got your 40 cals. You've got all of these flooding into the community when there is no gun manufacturer around there. It's no black-owned gun manufacturer, like they're giving them the hookup, and they're not inside. There's no gun in these places where guns are illegal, and not in that city. How are they getting there? There is some insidious, nefarious, surreptitious, underhanded supply that is infusing these guns and these drugs to the streets that are readily accessible for black youth to use, right? Just like in the movie Saw, I'm going to put all my weaponry right there for you to use. Whether you kill yourself
Okay.
or kill somebody else, doesn't make a difference. It all goes to my purpose that I want. I have a vendetta against you, and I'm going to make sure that I get it off. Because in the movie, it was, okay, yeah, you're going to kill yourself and you're going to kill this person, or one of y'all going to die. But either way, he had the vendetta for both people. Okay. Next thing in the movie, the victims are persistently screaming for help, relief, and a way out. Doesn't that sound very similar to what African Americans have been screaming and protesting, lobbying for decades, centuries? We've been constantly, persistently screaming for help, relief, and a way out. But just like the movie, your relief and your escape is accomplished only by killing your fellow person, your fellow brother, or the person you're there with. So yeah, you can get your relief, you can get some help, you can get your way out of the situation, but somebody's got to die. That is the premise behind that. All right, now let's go a little deeper. Now, the other thing is this: the situation. How and why does it happen that way? Because the perpetrator, the true perpetrator, the culprit, the puppeteer of the situation, he limits the moral, the legal, the peaceful, the nonviolent, and the productive alternatives in solutions. See, all those are specific in what I said. He limits the moral, the legal, the peaceful, nonviolent, and productive alternatives and solutions. When you start restricting solutions, choices, and options, you are basically forcing a person into criminality. You're pushing and steering a person into criminality. The other thing is this: all the while, the perpetrator remains relatively anonymous, relatively faceless, unidentified, and unsuspecting. If you look at the movie Saw, you'll notice that the victims never really see that person face to face. He'll always present what? That masked puppet. That masked puppet that comes in on that little tricycle or shows up on the television screen. Ironically, on the television screen. But you never see the real guy who is the old guy dying of cancer, the old white guy that's dying of cancer. They never really see him. They usually end up getting in a situation by being drugged. And then they wake up in these situations, which is ironic too. You end up getting drugged and then you end up in a violent situation. So you never see this person. So you don't really know who to point the finger to as a victim. The police don't know who to really point the finger to. But it's easy to arrive on the scene and say, well, here's the two dead bodies, or here's the person that killed that person. But you don't know the the more in-depth situation, the intricacies behind it. Now, the other thing is this. He exerts and imposes these situations of torture to satisfy his own philosophy and own theories as to why these people deserve to die. He has a personal vendetta that to him seems justified. Now, many of the victims in the movie didn't do anything to him per se. They didn't kill him. He's still alive. He's dying of cancer and aging, but nobody killed him. Yet he's forcing these people to kill and be killed. Now, the other thing, peep this. He positions himself to rate, rank, prioritize, and appraise the worth of each victim's life. If you look at some of the scenarios and, what's going on in the movie, the other people are forced to kind of choose who is going to die and who's going to live. And if it's going to be me, then I got to make sure that you die. And that's, if you look at, a lot of our impoverished communities and the situations in the hood or ghetto, quote unquote, these are the situations that you see. It's like, it's almost like, well, compared to everybody else in society, I'm probably going to go ahead and I'm going to go at you because you're the closest thing to me in my situation that I feel like if I can kind of get you off of here, then that kind of frees up my space and opportunity to kind of stay alive a little longer. So I'm gonna go at you because you're the closest and you're in my same situation. Like you talk about black on black crime, like you don't really see black people going to white communities, and I'm not don't because I know how trolls are on here and government trolls are on here. So he's trying to incite black people to go kill whites. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is though you don't see blacks just saying let's just go out to white communities and just go ahead and just kill whites, or go to Indian and Asian communities and kill Indians and Asians. We typically stay within our locale where we're suffering, and we inflict the hate. We inflict the the mayhem and the murder and the torture on our own people that in our same situation. So that's what you typically see. The other thing is this: if you watch the movie, you see that the murders are sensationalized across the news networks. So, in the movie Saw and all the series, you always see like they'll have like the news episodes like, oh, the guy who's really controlling the the murders, the old white guy that's dying of cancer, they nickname him Jigsaw. So they'll be like, oh, Jigsaw struck again and X, Y, and Z. Da 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 da. It's broadcast all over the news. But there's no real answers or solutions. And that's the same thing that we see with black on black crime. It's going to be broadcasted over all the networks. It's going to be sensationalized. Sometimes, because it goes on a lot, and a lot of these murders don't go on the news either. But you'll see that, and it's like it paints that picture. But there's no real answer or solution. It's just almost just like, wait, we're just throwing it up there, but that's about it. No solutions, nothing. Now, here's the other thing that I want to get at, because I know that there are a lot of people that will be like, oh, well, I was from the hood, I was from the ghetto, I made it out, there's no excuse, da 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 da. And just like the movie Saw, yeah, there's a few that happen to make it out. There are a few that will survive the mayhem, that will survive the carnage, that will survive the trauma and the mutilation that goes on inside the communities, and you'll make it out. Kudos to you. Now, if you make it out, why don't you come out and sensationalize your story and help talk about your methods of escape and what it took? why don't you come back and give a debriefing? Don't just make it out and then cover up your trail, cover up your path so nobody else can find a way out. And then look at everybody else like, oh, well, that's just a tragic story. No. Just like the movie Saw, some people made it out. Some people that made it out, they made it to the next part of the movie. They helped out a little bit in trying to solve the case. So when you make it out, just like in the movie Saw, some make it out, make it your duty to give back and provide solutions, recipes, alternatives, so that other people can make it out also. Excuse me, I'm trying to fight a cold also. The other thing that was interesting when I'm making this comparative analysis of black on black crime, black genocide in the movie Saw is this. The old white guy that's dying of cancer, he's aging, right? As he dies and ages, what you see happening in each part, like you have a part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6, he has younger recruits that are now working under him, and he's training them to continue perpetuating and perpetrating this cycle of controlled, systematic butchery of people. And you can say that that's probably happening too. When you look at what's happening with black on black crime and you look at society, the different systems and policies that are in place, a lot of stuff hasn't changed. We think things have changed, times have changed for the good. But even though some of these people are dying, they are indoctrinating a lot of the younger generation to continue the same system. So
Sorry, y'all. I just wanted to jump in there. Don't that remind you of when they be like, "Oh yeah, we'll get one day we'll have all the young people, and they'll be, one day the young people will be for, reparations and not, the young people are being less racist and then you'll meet like that little, 17-year-old that was at Yale or Harvard wouldn't accept him because he was saying a bunch of wild racist stuff. Like, yeah, no, some of them are more just, but if you're conditioned, it's about your conditioning and how you're raised.
Yeah.
Y'all got anything for that? Go
I
ahead, keep going.
disagree with one thing that he said. We have enough people like trying to explain their path out of the situation. Like and really it's not helpful because like motherfucker, everybody can't be Oprah. Like there's only one Oprah. You can't follow her. You can't do what Oprah did. Like they don't even have talk shows like that no more. Like you can't. Like, it's not,
No more Phil Donahue's.
yeah. So like yeah, like that shit is not helpful. We got to stop that mentality. Like we got to be serious. I know this is an older video though, so they didn't have the information that we working with now. But like the
Yeah, it's
solution is
old. It's like
reparations.
5, 6 years ago. Yeah, it's old.
Yeah,
It's like 5 or 6 years ago. This is, like I said, when this video was done, Yvette was still on Your Black World.
yeah. So like right now we know like all this talk is nonsense, and we need to be focused on pushing reparations as the mission.
That's it, and that's all. All right, I'm gonna keep playing.
that cycle never stops. It decreases competition for them. Now, let me make it a little bit more clear so people understand where I'm going with this. When I say limit your options, just like in the movie and everything, so we want to look at it like this. Why are people killing each other in black communities in X, Y, and Z? Before you get on your high horse and say, everybody wants to get on their sanctimonious, high moral ground, they're good, upstanding, ethical citizen, as if they've never broken a law or anything like that. Listen, you're not perfect, all right? Now go ahead and put that down. When you close schools all around the country and specifically in inner cities, I know Philadelphia, they just came out with an article. I forget which newspaper was last week. They were saying they were basically closing 32 public schools down in Philadelphia. That's just Philadelphia. What do you think is going to happen when you are limiting and restricting their opportunity to gain access to an education? Right? You have just stripped away a component that allows for them to progress, because the more you know, the more you can perform and progress, the more that you can compete in society. What do you think happens when you allow for the proliferation and expanse of guns and drugs and narcotics into the community? What do you think happens when you not only just put like narcotics like coke, crack, heroin in the community, but then you got these synthetic designer drugs that got people going crazy in the streets? What do you think is going to happen? And you got people crowded in housing tenements and in, close, small cities. People got to live with, people on these medications, these drugs, right? What do you think happens when you raise the rent and housing costs to unaffordable rates? So basically, people can't even afford to live. And there's only 24 hours in a day, so you can only work X amount of shifts. And if you still can't pay the bills, what happens? So now it becomes a situation of survival. And we know what happens when survival of the fittest occurs. Darwin already talked about that. What happens when you limit job resources and you manipulate hiring practices and you keep minimum wage stagnant? So your minimum wage in no way mirrors the cost and expense that you need to have a safe, comfortable, enjoyable life. What happens when you restrict career, educational, recreational, artistic, nutritional, and business resources and support? What happens? Don't tell me that they're not doing it, because we see this happening across the board. So when you have all of those removed, this is when you have gangs that are formed, because gangs only form for survival and support in do or die situations. See, when you have good resources and people get together, those are called organizations. When it's based on survival and do or die, that's when it's really termed gangs, because the human survival instinct comes in, the do or die instinct comes into play. It's not about just getting money, it's about survival. Then, what happens when you pay millions of dollars to musicians to create destructive theme music, yet you fail to offer contracts to people that can create positive messages? So 24 hours a day, children are being brainwashed to this type of thing. Then what happens when you give instructional videos and how to do it yourself, homicide videos, why these music videos, movies, reality show behavior? What do you think happens then? So it's just the behavior is reinforced. So you're forced into a situation where everything that you need and everything that you want is unaffordable based on your legal job in a 24-hour period. So in a 24-hour period, while doing everything legal that you can, it's still not enough for you to reside in a safe, comfortable home or apartment in society. Yeah, people are going to kill each other just like in the movie Saw. And you make all the weapons and drugs readily accessible. And all you gotta do, the perpetrator just sits back and watch as we just blow our brains out, stab each other, kill each other. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, this is Dr. Samori Swigert signing out. This is how the movie Saw compares to black on black crime or black genocide. Dr. Samori Swigert, you can hit me on Twitter at DocSwag06. That's DOCSWAGG06. All right. Take care. Peace.
So what y'all think? So what y'all think? I know it's old. It's like 5, 6 years ago. So it's before we was heavy on this reparations kick, but I feel like he hit some good valid points though.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it correlates. Like everything he was saying is pretty much in line with a lot of the shit that we've kind of known about, like, how the government has set this shit up for us to fail.
That's it.
One of
Yeah,
That's
the
I'm
it.
not.
things,
My bad. I'm
one
Go
of
ahead,
the
sorry.
Danette.
things, one of the things that I caught when he was talking about being put in situations where you have to kill people, and in
Mm-hmm.
order to get out of it, you like have to compromise your morals. And I think that that is where the military comes in for for Adolf, because
Mm-hmm.
most of us have our middle class lifestyle because of the military, and we're not necessarily killing each other, but we are killing people that look like us, or people who are considered less than by our government, um in order to have the life we have. Just like what I said about, my friend in high school, our daddies made money, in the Air Force back then. It was peacetime, so they weren't really going over there killing people, at least that we knew of. My daddy we were in England. We weren't, they weren't in Bahrain or Kuwait or Syria or anything like that. So I just think that the military part of it is also really key, because it's training people to be killers. Um, and in order to have health care and, a stable life, you have to be willing to go and do the bidding of the United States.
That's it. You're not lying. That's true. Especially for a lot of us, like the good jobs we get are in the military. Like those are good, stable jobs. Like you work that for a good amount of time. You can support your family. You know that you're gonna get a check. Like that's real. And like you said,
Yeah.
a lot of people aren't looking at it or thinking about it that way. And I understand everybody got to do what they got to do, but we all make sacrifices, right?
Yeah. And I also think when he was talking about the people that are like sitting back and watching, that is like what's happening right now. You know, it's one thing when it's one thing when we're suffering, because we've suffered since 1619. But when white people are losing the dream that they've been sold, when their homes can be snatched from them, their jobs are taken from them, their kids are dying of, drug overdoses, or their kids are, more comfortable coming out gay, or they're intermarrying, they're marrying people of other races, or whatever the scenario is that they're dealing with. um the government just sits back and watches, and for them it's collateral damage while they rake in trillions of dollars. Like people are like, there's just no words for how vile and evil what is happening in this country is right now. Like, putting us aside, because we have COVID-19 like all day every day. 2020 is not necessarily new for us. When there's viruses, when there's the flu, when there's, the health disparities and everything else, the food insecurity and the home insecurity and all the stuff that we deal with as a community as a whole, 2020 has been hellacious for white America. And people, the reason you got Proud Boys in the streets, and Donald Trump makes them feel good while he is telling them to go hang out with their families, don't wear a mask, knowing that people are going to die. And they don't care. Like, Donald Trump doesn't care about his base. He hates them. He's a germaphobe. He thinks they're icky. And he's all right with some of them dying as long as he gets the adulation that he seeks. It's bananas.
It's true though. Like, and it's funny how because if you bring like from a military person, I remember when I was young, being a child of a military person. I remember when I was younger, my dad would be like, "Why don't you join the military?" I was like, "Because I'm not a person that you should teach that it's okay to kill people." Like,
Right.
and that's really what they have to teach you in the military. Like, what, you know, it's part of that. And then a lot of people in life, like, they have to figure out, like, do or die. So am I going to make sure my baby is fed and is okay, or am I going to do something else? And a lot of white people like to be like, oh, well, they should just make better decisions. Excuse me. When alcohol was illegal, y'all wasn't making better decisions. Y'all was out here bootlegging and shooting each other down and killing people and having full on gang warfare. So let's not pretend like when y'all didn't have nothing that y'all was just sitting around singing Kumbaya and praying for food. Like, that's not
Well,
what y'all was doing.
Sam, they eradicated the indigenous population to steal the land, and then they snatched Black people from West Africa to build the country. They've never made right decisions. Like, don't fix your lips to tell me about decisions, America. I don't want to hear it. You know, like, for real. Like, the atrocious stuff that has happened on this soil, it's a wonder it ain't haunted. It's a wonder, like, we ain't got
It ain't
poltergeist.
haunted. It ain't haunted. All these hurricanes and stuff that are unprecedented that are coming up on people, it ain't haunted.
Well, I'm saying like literal. I
I'm
don't know
just
if you've
cracking
ever
jokes.
seen the movie. Have you ever seen the movie Poltergeist?
Yes, ma'am. I know exactly what you're
When
talking.
all those spirits were like rising up out the ground, trying to snatch that little blonde girl back into their, you know, realm because she was peace and light and joy for them. You know, that's what I mean. I live in an area where it is heavily wooded, and I promise you, I wonder how many souls are in these woods, like, for real. And I had
Probably a lot.
yeah. And I don't know if you're familiar with Pete Dominic. He's a comedian, and he's got a radio show on Sirius XM. And I used to be a regular caller into his show when I was still asleep. And he would say, well, Danette, you really ought to go out in the woods and walk around in nature. I said, do you know any Black people? Black people don't go in the woods. What are you talking about? Like, in Georgia, are you crazy? No, I'm not going in the woods. I will walk around my house and look out the window at the trees, but I'm not going in the woods. Like, that's crazy. So yeah, this is a very, very interesting analysis. It's very interesting, and it is saw times a million in America right now, because it's not just happening to Black people.
Yeah, if I could add in, Sam, I didn't even know you was gonna play that. I didn't even know you was gonna bring this video up. I didn't even understand how, you know, how deep this. I mean, I didn't understand that you was gonna play this right here, because this shit is really crazy. Like, and he made a lot of sense, man. I think that, you know, the driving force of the violence and the drug use, the dysfunction, you know, us not having stable families, stable communities, you know, all these things. I'm sorry, it comes down to power. It literally it comes down to, you know, having the stake in this country and having that stake be respected. Now, it's being respected when it comes to, you know, symbolism and shit that don't really mean nothing for us. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so you like to use that pain and that struggle for, you know what I mean, just to access whiteness or access, you know, like the something else. Like, but you're not using it to really, you know, like drive home the point that, like, these people, us, ADOS people, American Descendants of Slavery, these people have been going through this shit since we got here, and you never fixed us. And then you wonder why the country's so fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Like, like it takes like I think Dr. Darity was talking about. It's easy to stab somebody, but taking the knife out and then healing the wound and giving that shit, you feel me, medication to make sure that it's still gonna be a scar, but at least you tried to heal it. But you ain't even trying to do that. You feel me? White people be wanting white. You feel me? White liberals, white progressives, white Republicans. You feel me? Anybody that's white that's like, yo, Black people was all right. They be wanting the cookie, but just take. You feel me? Trying to take the knife out a little bit. Like, yo, nah, you're not getting no fucking cookie from me, because I see this shit. I seen this shit my whole. I was talking about. I seen this shit since I seen this shit for a long time. Yeah, I still see it. I gotta go out. I live around here. You know what I mean? It's not like my overall community is bad, but I understand compared to white people, because I live right. So my community is quote unquote all right, and I live next to a white community that's quote unquote good, and that shit is way different. Then there's communities where, you feel me, like, so I live in a place where that's all right. Then you go with, you feel me, where the majority of Black people live, and it's bad. anytime a whole bunch of black people, there's only 3 communities in the country where black people, if family have more wealth than white people, like on average in that surrounding communities. Them communities is Baldwin Hills, I believe, in California, Prince George County in Maryland, and motherfucking Jamaica, Queens. That has an influx of a lot of black immigrants that came here with educated and stuff like that. So I mean, they didn't fix they didn't do this shit. So the fact that this violence is perpetuating, and I've seen this is one of the reasons why I got on the ADOS movement. That's the reason why I was a lefty at first, but I still have somewhat left-leaning principles, but at the end of the day, I really don't think they're the answer. You know what I mean? Like, I always knew they wasn't the answer. I was like, I was like, fuck them Republicans. I already know I never like conservatives. I don't really hold, I think I'm more, like I always say, I'm more liberty. I really don't care when it comes to socialism. I really don't, like, that ain't my business. Like I always said, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't care what individuals do what they like. That's not my business. Like, my whole thing was like the economic part of the whole situation. Cause I'm like, they starving. Like, people starving. You ain't never been in a project. You ever go to the project, just 8 babies living in a 2-bedroom apartment, grandma there, cousin. That's real. That's just that's not no just on TV at Boys in the Hood. That's real. Like, that's really real. Like, it's really fucked up. Like, it's really bad. So that's why I was like, and then when it came down to the lefty strongest arguments, I'm like, man, this shit is not going. I'm like, it could help, but this ain't going to fix it. I didn't understand why. I'm like, this ain't going to fix it. Like, I'm like, look, this is better. It's better than what the neo-libs and the Democrats is. You feel me? I know they full of shit. It's better than what the Republicans is doing, because first of all, we can't even capitalize on Republican policy because we don't got no fucking power. Republican policy is about power. It's not really about you don't want no abortion. It's about power, like real shit. Like, it's about power and money for real. That's the core of their shit. That's why you see so many. That's why you see, like, out of all the third parties, look at all the states, libertarians get the most votes. Because that's a whole bunch of white people that want to just not pay no taxes and be left alone. For real, like, that's real shit. I think that's a big chunk of the motherfucking Republican Party, like, for real, like. So, you know, so when you brought this video to us, Sam, this is crazy. I didn't even know you was gonna bring this up, because that should just relate to so much things that I see. Just being an ADOS, just being a black man trying to just do whatever we gonna do. I mean, trying to just live and shit like that, and shit just be happening. I'm not gonna say I'm a super thug with the chopper and I don't know. I always be like, yo, no, I don't know what you about to do, bro. I'm going home, bro. Like, no, I'm going home. I'm about to go to work tomorrow. Like, yo, bro, you ain't about to. No, I'm gonna go to work. You know what I mean? Like, then the next day, oh, you heard so and so got, and it kind of dehumanizes you. It kind of makes you that, like, being in them type of situation dehumanizes you in a way, man. That shit really kind of like. It kind of turns your sympathy level off, because it's like no white people in America, the majority of people in America, even people of color, they don't live like us. They don't understand. It's like, you feel me? Like, real, you hear one of your friends got shot, you instead of saying, oh, one of my friends got shot, you like, where he get shot at? You feel me? Like, he got shot in the leg. He be all right. And then you feel me? You just keep, you feel me? Just like, he all right. I'm just saying though, that's some sociopathy, real shit. Like, I'm like, my first thought is not like, I'm like, first of all, where he get shot? You know what I mean? Like, real shit, like, oh, he got shot in his foot. He all right. Like, the police, like, ain't nobody, he good? Like, yeah, all right. That's how the fuck, yeah. And then you just go about your thing. I'm going to work now. You know what I mean? Instead of like, oh, he got shot in his back. Oh, damn, is he paralyzed? You know what I mean? Like, so it's like, and that shit is normal to us. Like, it's normal, that violence, and it's perpetuated through TV and everything like that. So I'm sorry, I ain't mean to go on a rant, but Sam, man, I'm surprised you played that video.
No, I think that was good too, and I think people need to understand that, because like as a black person who grew up in the suburbs, like, I didn't have a lot of friends getting shot and dying. Like, that's not part of my experience growing up. So you're making a very good point. Like, for a lot of white people, that's not their experience. That wasn't my experience. Like, I think when I was like 13 or 14, I remember a friend of the family dying, and he was like 24, 25. He died of like congenital heart failure. Like, he didn't get his brains blown out. There wasn't drive-by. He literally went to sleep one day and didn't wake up. It's a whole different kind of thing than we had to deal with that, but it's a whole different thing, but it's different than somebody being murdered.
Yeah.
So no, I think that's good. People need to hear those stories, because people don't understand the lives that we live. Like, they don't get it. So a lot of times we think that they don't care, because a lot of them don't, but a lot of them don't even understand. Like, because like I said, they don't know no just regular black people. And even the black people that they know, they don't feel comfortable enough to tell them their life stories like that.
Shout out family, Negro me. I'm muting my shit now. I ain't gonna say nothing for the rest of the meeting. I'm
No,
taking a
no,
nap
you
there.
good. You've been, that was good. That was on
I
point.
need lineage therapy. I real shit like the next lineage
We all
therapy.
do.
I'm going.
American Descendants of Slavery lineage therapy is ran by American Descendants of Slavery lineage therapists.
That's
So they're used to
awesome.
dealing with our people and our issues, and because I've sat down with Karen as my therapist, and she didn't understand what the fuck I was talking about because she just didn't get it.
Yeah, I have a black therapist, and she's ADOS. So, and I looked for her. Like, she lives in this town called, well, I'm not going to say what town, but yeah, she lives in the town over from me. And I could go to her and say, when all the shootings and stuff were happening, I could just be pissed off about it, and I didn't have to preface it or say, not all cops are bad when all them fuckers are bad, so yeah, no, it matters. It really, really makes a difference. It really makes a difference. So that's good. That's disorder. And I just, with all the stuff, we have to live like two different people, especially if you live in the suburbs, right? Like, there's a trauma to there's a trauma to living in the inner city, in the ghetto, in the hood, right? There's a trauma to that, and I was lifted out of that when I was 8 years old, and then went and lived with my biological father and my stepmother, who proceeded to beat me almost every day for a year. So that was traumatic in
Oh
and
my
of
God.
itself. Yeah, so that was really traumatic. And then my mom married my stepdad, and we lived in Nebraska, and I was picked on and bullied by other Black kids. And then we moved to England, and most of my friends were white. I didn't fit in with the Black kids, and they would laugh and talk about me. So I never really felt comfortable around Black people. And even now, like, I have some friends. As an adult, I have friends who are Black, but they live in the suburbs. Like, one of my friends, she is in the military. She's a high-ranking, officer in the military. And then I have another friend who is the spouse of a retired like sergeant major, which is within the NCO ranks, within the grunts. He's a high-ranking person, and we all live down the street from each other. So it's not the same thing. And I left the ghetto. My experience was, I didn't have to live through that after I was 8 years old. And I have a family friend who used to come to our house, and I didn't know this when she was little. But when we were kids, her mom and my mom were best friends, and her father was physically abusive to her mom, and then her mom would be physically abusive to them. And there was 4 of them, and it was 2 boys and 2 girls, and they would always come over and hang with us in the summer. Like, they would spend the whole summer with us. They would come over every single weekend, and they were just our play cousins, and I never knew what was going on in her life. And I talked to her in the last couple of years, and she said that she was so sad when we moved away because her good life disappeared when we left. And my mom would take us, I lived in Denver, and she would take us to the mountains, and she would take us to the museum, and we would go, to the white people park, and we would go, she would just pack us up in the car, and we'd go to the library. And in fact, one summer she drove to Salt Lake City to the archives, the Mormon archives, and did our family history while we played on the floor under the desk, while she was like flipping through actual big bound books of the property documents, and on researching things on microfiche and that kind of stuff. And I was just heartbroken to hear how hard things were for her. And now she's the only one left. Like, her brother and her sister have both passed. Her other brother's in jail for life, and she's raising all of their kids, Um, So yeah, it was a matter of luck that my mom met my stepdad, and I spent 4 years in England, and those were my formative years, and then all through high school, and then we moved to Texas, and I was an adult, and so then I met my husband, and I'm an Army spouse, and now I'm in Georgia. So there's a trauma just to being Black, but then there's a trauma to having a split personality where you got to pretend like you understand white people and you're not mad at them, and you got to tiptoe around in the
Ooh, you
suburbs. And
preaching.
then there's the trauma of living where, like what I described, living in the ghetto, living in the projects. I grew up in the projects, so I've had all of it. It's no wonder I'm not, like in a vegetative state, laying in a fetal position on the floor.
Yeah.
Hey,
No, that's
sister, you
real. You
family.
said a
You
lot.
family, sis.
Yeah,
Brother,
no,
we with you.
you said a lot, and I definitely understand that. I find it so funny that some videos have similar situations. I'm like, is it all the suburban Black? It's like the people who've been forced to be like in the suburbs and military Blacks that have come to this group, because like Mud's had a similar story, kind of, with having to move around and having a code switch and having to fit in. And I tell people about how like I grew up in the suburbs, and I had to like, my experience coming into the Black community was like as an outsider, and I had to learn to love my people.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I was afraid of Black people for a long time. I was terrified of Black people because my experiences weren't good. Like when my dad got orders to Omaha, Nebraska, we moved into military housing, and I'm like literally getting out of the van. We had like one of those big conversion vans with like the captain seats and the windows and the whatever. And I get out, and there's these kids standing across the street watching us move in. And I'm like, hi, I'm Danette. And they're like, oh, yeah, we're going to kick your ass because we heard you talked about us. And I'm like, haven't even been in the neighborhood 5 minutes. And they would literally chase me home from school every day. Like, I'm not playing. And there were situations where the neighbor kids, there were some racist, crippled kids. And what is it with white supremacists with their broke children, like literally disabled, disfigured, low IQ, but they're the master race? Like, I don't get it. I don't like, I cannot with it. So we had this one neighbor, and his children they had cerebral palsy, I think, or something.
Okay.
They were on walkers, and they were evil little girls. And my sister had gotten a doll for her birthday, and my mom told her not to take it outside, but she wanted to show it off. And the little girls took it, and I went and knocked on the door and demanded that they give it back. And the dad was like pulling his belt off of his pants and was like,
he was gonna do something.
Yeah, he was like, I'm gonna whoop your ass, you little nigger. My mom was straight from the hood. My mom was
she came. I know she was with it.
She was 8 months pregnant with my sister. I had never seen my mother move so fast. She was across the street in that man's face, and she was like, you're gonna do what? She said, she says, I'm not military, and I will smoke your cracker ass. And the police, my dad had come out there and was like, Valerie, you can't talk to people like that. And my mom was like, my mom was like, fuck that. I will end this motherfucker today. And the police came, and my dad was literally holding my mom back. And
pregnant.
The police, yes, 8 months pregnant. And the police came, and they were like, well, what happened? And I explained to them that the little girl took my sister's doll, and the dad was threatening to whoop me. The guy got arrested. They were like, we don't do this here. You and your racist ideas. We are a community. We do not act like this. You do not get to beat other people's children. And if your kids are stealing, they're crippled, so you're going to jail. And the dude, like, I'm glad that it happened like that. But my mom was not, she was not one to be played with. She just wasn't. And people would bother us and say stuff, and my mom was crazy. And at the end of our first year, people stopped messing with us. They realized that my mom was not the one. And because we were docile, we didn't fight, we didn't argue. People would take our stuff. We'd go in the house and tell my mom, and my mom's like, you better go get your shit. Go get it right now. And so we would go and get it. And somebody had like choked my sister.
Oh my
and
God.
yeah, and I like ran up in their house and was like on top, because my mom said that if something happened to my sister, I was going to get a whooping. So I ran into the house where my sister was and was like on top of the person that was choking her and was like snatching them off. And my mom was not too far behind me. I mean, we have really struggled and suffered because it takes something. I have to not
You've been through
want
some stuff.
yeah, and I have to not want to be violent. Like I have to be intentional about what I say, how I say it, because if not, like I said, I could be banned from Twitter forever.
I understand Twitter make you want to go in. I remember that time, that the one time that I actually got in trouble on Twitter was with a Kamala stan, because she kept trying it, and I told that bitch to eat shoe leather. I said, eat shoe leather and die, bitch. And I ended up getting suspended for 24 hours because you can't tell people to die. You got to use the die emoji.
Oh Lord, Jesus Christ! I just wanted to say, I know I'm about to go away, but I just want to say, tell Sister Danette, like, I mean, when you was telling your story about, like, you said you was chilling at, feel me, you was with the cockpit and the black kid said, when I laughed, when the black kid said something to you, I laughed because I was just like, I think that's also a way to kind of just hide pain, because the thing about it is like somebody coming up to me when I was little saying like, yo, I heard you was talking about me. That didn't like me. I mean, I think they probably was little, you know what I mean? They seen the stability, even as kids, even though kids don't know a lot, they do know a lot. Like they be like, yo, look, she thinks she better than us because her dad in the Air Force, you know that, and that show you how the majority of the kids in that area was probably living. They probably was just like, you think you talk different, and I don't want you to think that, you know what I mean? Like I was downplaying that. No, I understand what you said. Like, bro.
I didn't think that, but here's the part that was crazy. It's like their parents were in the Air Force. They were just
it's just Negroes.
They were just thugs. They were like straight up thugs, like for real. They were thugs. And you know, we ended up moving to a different neighborhood. So I didn't, my dad had gotten a rank. And so we got to move into a bigger house. And so I didn't have to deal with them after a while. But sometimes people are going to be who they are, no matter what environment you put them in. And I never, just because I talk different doesn't mean I think I'm better than anyone, but that is always assumed. It's always
You're just a product of your environment.
Right. And it's always assumed that I think I'm better than everyone else, but I will give you the last of whatever I have, you know, because I care about my people. And it wasn't until I joined the Nation of Islam that I actually got over my fear of Black people. Like my aunt has always been the weed smoking Black liberation aunt. And so she said, hey, Net, come on, we need to go to this meeting. And I'm like, what meeting? And she's like, just come on. Because she knew that if she told me that it was around the Black people, like, nah, girl, please, no, I'm good. So she took me, and I totally fell in love with the community and with the people. And that's where I fell in love with just being Black, you know, because I was ashamed to be Black.
White supremacy, that's fucked up.
Because it teaches you that. I still remember me and my friend fighting over who was lighter. So keep going.
Yeah. And
two brown ass kids fighting over who's lighter.
Right.
Neither one of us was fucking Beyonce, okay?
Funny is, like, when we were kids, we would always perform the Wiz, and I would always have to put a sheet on my head and have long hair. Diana Ross had an afro, right? But I had to be her with long hair in mahogany. You know, I had to be the mahogany Diana Ross, not the Wiz Diana Ross. But yeah, being in the Nation really solidified my politics. Like, it really So when people step crazy and they're saying all manner of bullshit, I'm like, if you follow me, you will see that I tweet a lot about white supremacy. I tweet a lot when people are like, oh, America's the greatest. I'm like, wrong. Like I have a meme or a GIF that I save where it's SpongeBob, and he says, after our accumulation of all the vast data, the data tells us that you're wrong or something like that.
That's a lie. You need to use that Maury Povich. The lie detector said that was a lie.
Yeah, and I go after that all the time because it's the water we swim in, and people don't. It's just how we live, and people don't know how damaging it is, not just to us, but like I have a friend whose daughter is as racist as the day is long. And I met her at Walmart, and I speak to everybody, right? I'm like, oh, hey, hi, how are you? And she was crying. She was a salesperson, and she was crying, and she had just checked me out. And I was like, why? I was like, what's
why are
wrong?
you crying?
I said, if I can ask, I said, are you okay? I said, it's obvious you're not. I said, is there something I can do to help you? And she said, she's like, yeah, I just worked a full shift and I don't get paid for 2 weeks. And my husband just had heart surgery and we don't have any food. So I called a friend of mine from my Bible study, and I was like, hey, we have this lady at Walmart whose husband literally just had a heart attack a couple weeks ago, and he's got to take food with his medicine. I said, can we get them food together? And between what I was able to provide her and what my friend was able to gather from all of the Bible study ladies, she got like a trunk full of food. And so my friend, she's, she ain't got no teeth in her mouth. And she lives in a trailer park. You just know she does. Georgia, you can have a nice neighborhood and right next door to it is a trailer park.
Of course.
And she, we're friends, and she'll send me pictures on Facebook about her granddaughter. But her daughter, like I ran into her in the gas station and I was like, oh, hey, Tracy, how are you? And the girl wouldn't even look at me. Like she wouldn't speak. She wouldn't look at me. And her mom was just like, you need to go sit in the car because I do not teach you to be ugly to people. She says, and she's like, I just don't like them. I don't like the N-word. And she said the word. And her mom, like literally she was going to hit her, but she was in public. Like I said, she was in the gas station.
Thank you, Robert.
And so she made her go sit out in the car. But I mean, she's just as racist as the day is long. And she's angry, but I helped her. You know what I mean? And so it hurts them too. It hurts them as much as it hurts us.
Hey, sister, I'm not see that. See what we talk. See what Sam was talking about? How we bleeding hearts and we love everybody, but nobody really give a fuck about us. I feel that's fucked up. I mean, I feel like see that like real talk. Like a lot of our people is like this. Like the real shit. Like low key, I'm like, yeah, that's fucked up. Like homeless. I see a homeless white dude. He homeless. He on he's on drugs. But now I ain't giving him $1. I ain't giving him not no more.
Listen,
I ain't gonna lie. He would have called me 5 years ago. I'd be like, yo, it's fucked up here, bro. But now he's like, give me $1. I'll be like, nah. I'm like, yo, who your parents, nigga? My parents lived in the mansion up there. I'm like, well, you go.
Yeah,
where your daddy at?
Who you? Go home. Go home.
But
Your family got some money. Go home.
And that's where the anger come from. See that? Because you feel me? Like, because this sister is genuinely a good person. That's just how he is as people. Like, and she still was like, I want to be around this nigga. I'm sorry, I would have flipped. I ain't with that shit. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? What? I would have flipped. That's fucked up.
Is this. Her hate is going to kill her.
Oh yeah.
I did what was
right.
morally right for me to do. If someone is in need, if her mom is hungry and her dad could die, I'm going to do what I can to make a difference. Whether she likes me or not, she don't have to like me. What is hilarious to me is she ate that nigger's food, and every piece she ate came from a nigger. So okay, be mad. But everybody in my Bible study that contributed food was Black. So you eating nigger food, okay, fine.
Sister,
she can be mad.
Yeah.
No, before you guys go too far, hold on, John, 1 second. Let me jump in real quick, right?
Okay,
when you was talking about
bad.
like I'm not giving them money. So when I had my psych class, right? My psych teacher would give us like Play-Doh books, which is like a money, right? So I ended up having like 10. Each one was worth like an extra percentage point on your grade, right? So I should have got a B in that class, but I got an A+, right? So it's funny because it's the last day of the class, and I got all these bucks, and this white guy was like, "Oh, give me one of those. I need one of those." I started laughing. I looked at the white girl in my class and I said, I don't give white people money.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, in that situation, I get it, right? Like you have to take care of yourself.
No, I was being a jerk though, because a lot of times, not all of y'all, because I understand. Now, mind you, this is before I was actually caring about y'all poor whites. I actually care about y'all now, so it's okay. But my joke was, because I was just thinking, like, a lot of times you see people, some people are messed up, but some of y'all could just go home. Like, I knew this white girl, and she was just like, my parents are terrible. Like, she was like living on the street in Venice, right? Her parents live in a big ass house in Orange County, got 3 cars, 2 3-car garage. All she had to do was take her ass home and follow their rules long enough to either marry somebody with some money or get a little degree or something to go out on her own in the world. So I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not saying that that's everybody's situation, but some people get in these kind of situations because they want to break from their family, which I get it. That's why there's that big fight for wealth, where people be like, we need our money. Y'all are gonna get that wealth transfer from your parents anyways, but the thing is, y'all want that money now.
See, and I've never thought about it like that. Like, most people that I know that are poor or are homeless are truly poor and homeless. Like, I don't know a lot of super wealthy people. So like, this particular friend of mine, she literally has no teeth in her mouth. Like, black, nasty, just not doing well at all. So if somebody is rolling up in a Mercedes with a sign, they got their Mercedes parked in the corner parking lot at Walmart, and then they got a sign that says, "We'll work for food," I'm not going to give them money. But if somebody is truly, truly in need, that's just how I'm wired. I just, I really believe in treating people the way you want to be treated. Now, her daughter won't get help from me. Like, if her daughter was stranded on the side of the road, I will call her mama and say, you know what? I saw Tracy on the side of the road, but I'm not going to stop and help her. You know what I mean? So I get what you're saying. And I never thought about people just not wanting to be at home because they don't want to follow the rules. Because that don't happen in Black families. You don't want to follow the rules, you out and you don't get to come back. Like, that's just how it is,
Yeah.
You could be 35 years old living at home and you got to follow the rules.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. Old girl would not be eating no nigga food for me. I'm sorry. She would be sorry.
For real, no teeth. She getting out. She getting them Jello pussy and getting shit for me. Fuck that. I'm like, what? Getting my nigga food back there. Since this is nigga food, you don't want that. It might poison you. Nah, I like sandwiches. Nah. You see that about the sandwich? I know you like. I like the niggas. I didn't know. Nah, get my sandwich back. You about to starve now. Show ass out there with that bullshit. My bad, bud. Go ahead. My bad,
I'm just saying.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I learned. I had a situation where one of my I have 3 kids, and one of their dads was evil to me, and I wanted to put all his business out there. And a friend of mine, she said, Danette, let it all come out naturally, because if you put him on blast, you will be made wrong and he will be the victim. And I listened to her. So I get what y'all are saying. I listened to her, and it came out that he was the bad guy, because they were like talking bad about me, telling me that I didn't need my kids and just ridiculous stuff. And it came out that he was the problematic one, and I didn't have to do or say anything. She said, you believe that God is real, God will deal with it. So God will deal with Tracy. She ain't gonna, God will deal with Tracy.
Hey, I know, before we get back to Mud, I know, Mud, you wanted to say something. I know we're gonna go back to Sam and go back to you, but what I'm saying is that when she said this nigga, what you should have did was pull out a whole Subway, like a foot-long Subway sandwich, and they'd be like, oh, really? Real shit, like, you know what? I'm still gonna feed you because I'm a nigga. Like, just break a little piece of bread off and wipe the mayonnaise off and just give it to her. Before you could give her the whole sandwich. Like, real shit, like, no, I'll get a sandwich to a dog or something like that. I don't, real, do that shit. I'm sorry. Nah. Real, pull out a whole Subway sandwich in front of her foot long and be like, you know, I was gonna give this to you. All right, you know what? I'm still going to help you out. Pick a little piece of bread off. Make sure you take all the meat, the lettuce, anything that's on there. They got a condiment. Knock it all off and give her that bread. Give her that.
That's
Like,
what my
I
mom
mean,
was
that's if you
doing.
want to be nice. I'll just show her the sandwich and leave. Like, shut up. Like, man, I would have gave you a sandwich. All right, you about kill yourself now. Die. I'm in a Negro
Right.
meeting. I can say that now. Sam, that's fine. I can say die. I'm gonna say die. All right.
That's how my mom is like that. My mom, oh my God, my mom is hilarious. She is bisexual, and she had a female friend who was straight tripping. And my mom was like, you know what? She said, I came in this world alone. I will leave this world alone. She said, I don't need you and your trifling ass. And like hung up and refused to talk to her. And this woman is still chasing my mom. And so that's how my mom is. I don't know. I didn't get that gene from her. You know, I got other genes from her, just not that one. Now I got another sister that's that way though. My sister would have slapped her in the face and with the sandwich, like hit her in the face with the sandwich, condiments and all. So I do have
Nah,
a
real
sister.
talk. Nah, she still would have ate some of that. Nah, I ain't here with the sandwich. I'd have like the sandwich. I would have gave it to you, but I'm a nigga, right? You about to starve? I would have just left. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm petty like that. I ain't with
I
that
got
shit.
you.
I would be like, I would hate, I know I don't want you to go against your soul. So give me back that nigga
Never,
food.
never. What up? Give me that nigga food back now. Give me that hummus. That's that whole
But
sandwich. She all
but
weak and all decrepit. Give me that shit back.
but Danette made the good point, right? When you do something for somebody for the right reasons, it doesn't matter who they are or what it's about. She did that because somebody was in trouble and she wanted to help them. And at the end of the day, she did what was right, and it was, and she'll be blessed for that. The girl who hates niggas, you still got to live with the fact that you needed niggers to bail you out.
And she need
Right.
dentures too.
And exactly. I mean, she's got a hard life, like for real. She's got a really hard life. They still living in that same trailer park. And yeah, so I mean, I'd help because that's what I'm called to do is help. I don't think twice about it ever. I just don't. If people are hateful, that's on them.
That's true. What is that Buddha thing? It's like hating somebody else. Hating somebody else is like drinking poison, expecting the other person to die.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't think,
Yeah.
hey yo, don't think cause you feel me, cause you live in somewhat. Yo, don't think that you don't owe nobody nothing, man. You don't owe
Oh no.
nobody, you don't owe nobody nothing in this world for real. Like they owe us. And the thing about it is that like real shit, what I hear from like Sam, you say you own your house and then Mud got his family and you feel me, y'all do on some real shit. When we start breaking it, we break down the data, we bring it back to the data. Real talk. Y'all live like y'all live like lower middle class, working class white people. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, you middle
It,
class to us, but
it,
you middle class to us. But we start showing the bank account, like what you got, like what's in your bank account? What transfer you about to get?
$11.
We start bringing that shit out. We start bringing
$11.
that up. We go, feel me like
Negroes.
it.
Till that
Look,
unemployment hit, $11.
so it's at every level. It's not just
Negroes.
at the bottom. See that? It's not just at the bottom. It's at the top of our society. It's extreme
Right.
income inequality. At the top of the top, over at the tippity top of our society, and like motherfucking I forgot what Chris Rock said. It was like, yo, if Bill Gates woke up with over money, he'll slit his throat and kill himself. So like
Mm-hmm.
it's through every quintile. So you feel me? Like don't feel like just because like you live better than a poor white person, you don't owe them motherfuckers nothing.
No, and
Real talk, like
I
yo, them
don't
shit.
think that I owe people anything. I am just of the mindset that I have seen too many times in my life where I've needed something and
And nobody be there.
Yep.
black people were not there to help me. White people helped me. So I'm not
Mm-hmm.
saying that racism don't exist. I'm not saying that the United States government don't owe black people, because they for sure do. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying though is that, when I'm the only black person in a space and the people that are around are white, and they've been more true to me as a friend than Black people, and I'm just supposed to like you or trust you because you're Black. Nah, that's not how it works for
I'm
me.
not saying that. I feel me. I'm never saying that. I'm not. You already know. We go at gym. It doesn't matter. It's not about. It's not about. Feel me on an individual level. So these are your individual friends, and you grew up with them, and your experience with white people is different than what I mean. Some ADOS experience with white people. I had white friends. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't talked to them niggas in years though. I don't think they want to talk to me now. At the end of the day, I feel me like they was my best friend. I ain't gonna lie, my boy. Like I told Sam and Mud, one of my best friends was white. He was on the wrestling team with me. You know what I'm saying? Like real, he was one of the few because I went to a school, Catholic school, that was majority Black and Hispanic, and it was white people that went to school with us. Like that was one of my close friends. Like you know what I'm saying? Like real talk. But at the end of the day, I mean, just because I feel like I understand what you're saying. Like I'm not saying just because you Black you gotta trust them. We already know that's not what you're supposed to do. I'm just saying, don't feel you don't have no obligation to anybody, especially you don't got no obligation to them because they used to real shit. Because white people do microaggressions in front of Black people, they feel like I'm a nigga. They feel like real they get comfortable. Nigga. They be doing some bro. You get white person get too comfortable around you. They be doing certain things, but I mean, even if it's certain white people that didn't do that, I feel like you hold no obligation to them. I feel like even though you went through these things with your people, and I'm not gonna lie, we probably let you down. There's a dysfunction in our community. We fucked up. We couldn't even help you. Couldn't even help ourselves. So I understand I definitely understand what you're saying. Like, I don't trust every Negro I meet, but I understand I'm fighting for the collective because I know we all got to come up together. We never gonna make it to where we got to go. I mean, like real. So you never had the autonomy to be who you want to be until we get this justice claim, this debt settled. Sorry, that's how I feel about it. I'm sorry.
It was one of America's most notorious presidential scandals that almost cost Ronald Reagan his presidency. The Iran-Contra affair. In the early 1980s, the U.S. was still in a Cold War with Russia, and anti-communist sentiment was strong. During his presidential campaign, Reagan promised to assist anti-communist insurgencies around the world. For a brief time under Reagan, the CIA trained and assisted groups fighting communist leaders abroad. Reagan was particularly interested in a group called the Contras and their battle in Nicaragua. The Contras were a group battling the Cuban-backed Sandinistas, a communist group who had seized power in 1979. Reagan called the Contras the moral equivalent of our founding fathers. But much of the Contras' funding came from the cocaine trade. Because of this, Congress passed the Bolin Amendment, specifically aimed at keeping American money from funding the group. That happened in 1982, shortly after Reagan took office. The amendment restricted the CIA and Department of Defense from using funds to provide military assistance to groups that were trying to overthrow Nicaragua's government, groups like the Contras. This didn't stop Reagan. The president told his national security advisor, Robert McFarlane, to help the Contras anyway, regardless of the cost. McFarlane found opportunity in Iran. In 1985, an Iranian-backed terrorist group held 7 American hostages in Lebanon. Reagan insisted his advisors find a way to bring the hostages home, saying, "I want you to do whatever you have to do to help these people keep body and soul together." So with permission from Reagan, McFarlane made a deal. The U.S. would give Iran weapons, and Iran would broker the release of the hostages. This happened even though Reagan publicly insisted he would not negotiate with terrorists, and despite the fact that there was a trade embargo with Iran. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. The deal with Iran didn't just secretly secure the release of the hostages in exchange for weapons. There was money involved. While $30 million had been allocated for the weapons, the CIA funneled a portion of that money to the Contras in Nicaragua, the group Reagan supported in their guerrilla fight against the Sandinista government. In 1986, the Lebanese newspaper Al-Shura reported the arms deal, and everything began to unravel. That prompted an investigation by the U.S. Attorney General, who discovered that only $12 million of the $30 million actually went toward weapons for Iran The rest of the money was sent to the Contras in Nicaragua. The revelations were explosive. Reagan denied the allegations that he had negotiated with terrorists, but Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North came forward and acknowledged that he diverted funds to the Contras. North also said Reagan knew about it. North's testimony would inspire the press and Congress to launch investigations against Reagan for the rest of his presidency. Texas Senator John Tower led the investigation into the scandal. The Tower Commission determined it was Reagan's lack of oversight that allowed Iran-Contra to happen, but did not implicate Reagan directly. It wasn't until another congressional investigation in 1987 that Reagan finally testified. On May 5, 1987, joint hearings were televised investigating the covert arms deal with Iran and the assistance to Nicaragua. The hearings would go on for 41 days. Reagan was never charged, but McFarland, Oliver North, 4 CIA officers, 5 government contractors, and Reagan's national security advisor, John Poindexter, were all found guilty. Yet, speculation about Reagan's involvement lingered on. Press investigations would go on for years to follow. While Reagan's image suffered a bit, he still left office with one of the highest approval ratings of any president in U.S. history.
The new feature film, Kill the Messenger, opens around the country this week.
To talk more about Gary Webb, we're joined by Robert Perry, investigative journalist who worked for years as an investigative reporter for both the Associated Press and Newsweek magazine. Reporting led to the exposure of what's now known as the Iran-Contra scandal. He edits the website consortiumnews.com. Robert Perry, welcome back to Democracy Now! Talk about the significance of Gary Webb, his life, his investigative journalism, Dark Alliance, and his ultimate suicide.
Well, history owes a great deal to Gary Webb. If it weren't for Gary and his courage in reviving this story in 1996, we would not have known anything near like the full picture of what happened in the 1980s. Some of us that were reporting it back then, myself and my colleague Brian Barger at the Associated Press, wrote the first story in December of '85, and that sparked Senator John Kerry to do a fairly good investigation that reported more about this by 1989. But because the major news organizations back then did not want to pursue this very difficult and painful story, they tended to dismiss it back then as well. It was up to Gary Webb in reviving the story in 1996 that forced the CIA to finally take seriously this investigation. And the Inspector General, Frederick Hitz, did a fairly thorough job, produced a report that amounted to an institutional confession by the Central Intelligence Agency that indeed they were aware of the Contra drug trafficking as far back as 1981, that it had continued throughout the decade, and that the CIA had consistently protected those drug traffickers, even to the point of steering away investigations by the Drug Enforcement Administration and the Justice Department, as well as Congress. So you had the CIA finally coming to the table and admitting that what we reported in the 80s and what Webb reported in the 90s was in fact true. The tragedy was that the mainstream news organizations that had dismissed the story in the 80s would not face up to this reality when it was even admitted to by the Central Intelligence Agency. We saw a complete failure, perhaps one of the most shameful examples of how the mainstream press can operate in destroying a fellow journalist for getting at an important story. And Webb suffered mightily for this. There's a special pain when your colleagues in your profession turn on you, especially when you've done something that they should admire and should understand. It's hard to do these kinds of stories. They're very difficult because of the reporting that's required, the going into the field, dealing with often unsavory characters, dealing with secret government sources. And to do all that work and then have the New York Times and the Washington Post and the Los Angeles Times attack you and try to destroy your life there's a special pain in that.
You know, following the controversy around Dark Alliance, the San Jose Mercury News transferred Gary Webb from the paper's Sacramento office to a suburban office in Cupertino. In December '97, Webb resigned. I got a chance to speak to him on Democracy Now! About his resignation.
Hi, Amy. How you doing?
Good. Well, the more important question is, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm alive. I'm here, you know, and not working for that newspaper anymore, thank God.
Well, tell us exactly what happened.
Well, what happened was, you know, like you said, they transferred me out to the Boondocks, and I went on a byline strike, and I wouldn't allow my name to be used on any stories while I was out there, and you know, that made everybody even madder. And then I finally had to sit down and figure out, you know, this a year and a half now since the series came out, and you know, what am I doing with my life, and what am I doing with my work that's meaningful? And I had to answer that, you know, nothing was happening. You know, it was clear to me that the Mercury, I mean, they had told me that, you know, even when we won the arbitrations, they weren't going to let me do anything worthwhile, and were not going to let me do any investigative reporting. So I had to figure, you know, this is kind of pointless to hang around and work for a newspaper whose, you know, editors you didn't respect, and do dog bite stories for the rest of my life. It just didn't seem worthwhile.
That was Gary Webb speaking on Democracy Now! In December 1997. He would ultimately commit suicide. You can go to our website to see all of our interviews with Gary at democracynow.org. Bob Perry, your final comments about the significance of the story that he broke.
Well, there's no question that this is one of the most important stories of the 1980s and really the 1990s when you get to the end of this and the CIA confessing. But it's also a story about the failure of the mainstream press that extends to the present, goes through the Iraq War, the failure to be skeptical there, and goes right on to the present day. So it's not an old story. It's a very much a current story.
Robert Perry, thank you so much for being with us. Veteran investigative journalist. Again, our website with Gary Webb at Democracy Now!
Businesses that were any of them becoming successful, and did
I don't know what, you know, I don't know how you would judge success other than how much money it makes. They made money at times, you know. The motel made, you know, when I first opened it up, made $5,000 a week, you know, so that was kind of successful. My tire shop made $500,000 one year. Wasn't the kind of success I was looking for, you know.
Wasn't enough to make you step away from this money you was making either.
Yeah, you know, you're talking about I'm making from the drug business, you know, I'm going through $1 million every day. I'm making about 200, maybe 300,000 profit, you know, every day. So it was kind of like hard to say that these other businesses were being successful, even though, you know, most of them I made money when I bought them.
Yeah.
You know, I had got good enough in business to where I could go out and I could buy a piece of property, a distressed property, and fix it up and make it worth more money than I bought it for. I had learned how to do that. I mean, I had guys teaching me. You know, I had contractors that was teaching me. I pretty much had my contractor's license. You know, I could get all the stuff at a discount. I had architects, you know, that was doing the architect, and here I am, illiterate, never went to school for it, and I'm sitting there going over blueprints. I mean, it's pretty amazing, you know, the things that that money can buy. You know, it can buy your education like no other. You know, that's probably why the people in the ghetto are stuck in the ghetto, and the people who are out, who parents have money, seem to do better in life.
How did you become the Connect? I mean, we always see these movies and these stories. People go to Cuba or wherever, and they meet this big drug lord. And
it's crazy how my whole situation happened. You know, somebody would have told me 6 months prior to me. I mean, maybe even a month prior to me first seeing drugs that I was going to be a drug kingpin. I never would have believed it. But you know, my homeboy called me one day and he was like, "Man, I got something new." You know, here I am sitting on the porch, broke as a joke. You know, don't even have gas money to get to his house, and eagerly looking, you know, for some type of venture that I can get in. You know, that's safer than robbing, better than stealing cars.
Because you never were a part of you never became a gang member.
No, I couldn't understand gangbanging. I mean, I do understand it, but I don't understand it. You know, like me taking my knuckles, fighting a guy because he got on red, or because he got on blue, or because he called me a blood or a crip. I just never understood that. You know, it just never made sense to me that I should be trying to kill somebody because they stay around the corner or down the block. And you know, I have friends from both sides as well, so it just never came to me to make sense out of it.
Were the tensions similar as when drugs hit the street, or did drugs just kind of like set that tension on fire between those different?
Well, you know,
sets?
at first it kind of almost made a bond between them. You know, I mean, I used to go on blocks after we started selling drugs, and then you know you would see like Crips standing on Blood Street selling, and Blood standing on Crip Streets, because it got to a point to where the money was so prevalent and everybody was so busy just trying to rake in as much money as they could that they didn't really have time to worry about what color he had on, or that he was from this set, or any of that stuff. So, you know, some people say that the drugs was almost the first peace treaty, you know, between the two gangs.
But Danilo, who's exemplified, who you speak about in the book, and who's in the movie Kill the Messenger, I mean, this guy had connections to the government. I mean, you went from your friend that you met that offered you this. How did you become connected to this guy? Was it through like just moving up the ranks from the time when you started or like how did that happen to be connected to that guy?
Well, I went to a teacher that I knew, and me and him played tennis, and kind of like a father figure almost, you know, somebody I looked up to, and Mr. Fisher, and I told him what I was doing. You know, he's like, man, where you been? You ain't been around. You know, because you know when you start selling drugs, you don't go to places you normally go. You know, you go on the block and you stay there. So he's like, man, where you been? You don't come around no more. And I was like, oh man, you know, I've been doing my thing. You know, trying not to tell him, you know, because I respected him. But when I finally opened up to him, and he was like, man, you think I got all this from teaching school? Let me tell you this, you know, then he went to tell me how he sold drugs for some years, and how he had made $250,000 and he retired from selling drugs, and he traveled the world, and I was like, $250,000, how much is that? You know, I didn't even know what $250,000 was, you know. I think I may have had $1,000 once or twice in my life. So to me, it was like, wow, you did all that. And, you know, I was just fascinated, and then he said that he had somebody that he was going to introduce me to.
Wow. And when stuff hit the fan, did you connect the dots to he was also affiliated with the governments and their activities?
I didn't. No, I wish I could say that. I didn't. Gary Webb did. The reporter from San Jose
Mercury News.
He came to me, and we started talking, and he was the one that really discovered through Danilo's testimony. You know, Danilo testified in court that the Reagan administration had gave him $18 million, and it wasn't enough to fight a war. So they took it and invested it in drugs.
Wow. Wow. That was huge charges. I mean, because that money led to a whole bunch of scandals that happened later. That one of which the Iran-Contra scandal, which I mean you just said that at the beginning of the story that you was at Weinstein and connected the dots back to Vietnam, but you could see those dots connected, to the day,
The guy pitched it, I mean, the way he pitched it, man, America is going to be like blown away when they see all the dots that this guy put together.
Yeah.
From investigating my story, and he went in like Vietnam, Bay of Pigs. I mean, it's just deep.
Tell me about the day you were sentenced. I mean, you got sentenced 35 to life?
No, life without the possibility of parole.
I mean,
and no number. You don't have a number. They give you what they call a letter, alphabet.
when you hear that, I mean, there's a lot of people that's unfortunately had to hear those words, or even things less that's been tragic to them. But I mean, how did you just living this lifestyle that people would dream about.
I was devastated. Devastated to think that I'd never get on the street again, that I would never be able to walk to a 7-Eleven or McDonald's if I wanted to, or you know, just come here and be in your office, you know, just to be able to go to the doctor if my mom got sick, you know, that I couldn't go, you know. It's devastating to be in that position.
Wow.
You're like at your weakest point ever in life, and I've been there.
And at that time, you had several charges. I believe one may have been racketeering or something. Did they seize your money? Were you able to have a good defense or?
I had a pretty good lawyer. But you know, when you're fighting the federal government, it's just an uphill battle, man. Let me tell you a quick story that I had. My room used to sit 28 stories. There's a 28-story building. I was on the 19th floor, ×2, so I'm on the 18th floor. And my cell was overlooking the Pacific Ocean, and outside my window you could see the aircraft carriers, and sometimes you could see them coming in. And you know, aircraft carriers, each aircraft carrier has about 5 or 6 warships, and then they have about 7 or 8 submarines, helicopters, and all these things that surround it to keep it safe and protected. And when I looked out my window, it came to me that the American government would use all of that to bring me to jail if they needed to. So that's what I was up against. And outside of that window, it was like 7 or 8 aircraft carriers parked out there. So that's what I was up against. The whole army, all that. So when you walk inside the courtroom, when it says United States government versus Ricky Ross, that's what they meant. That all of that artillery and all their power and everything that they had, they was going to use it to put me in prison. So when I went in there, I knew that I had a big.
When I would go to Director Casey, or even when General Secord himself talked with Director Casey, the bureaucracy was unwilling to do what was necessary to give him the appropriate security clearances and the like. There was also, by this point in time, a suggestion by General Secord that he return to the government. And Director Casey, at least as far as he talked to me about it, was enthusiastic about that. And that it was seen by myself, and I guess by Admiral Poindexter, I assume that that's what it refers to, that ought to be done, that there ought to be a cleanup, if you will, of the reputation problem that existed from his earlier and abbreviated tenure in the government.
Just to make sure, to your understanding, does this reference making things right for Dick in the prof message from Admiral Poindexter have anything to do with money?
I don't think so.
I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 161. It's the next exhibit. And the part I have reference to begins at the very bottom of the first page. Dated 9/17/86, and to get substance you have to turn to the second page.
I don't have a second page, Counsel.
You have Exhibit 161?
I do. I have a one-page, top part is black, no second page.
If you're hampered in answering my question because of the absence of the document, say so and we'll provide it later, and we'll return to it. There is a reference in a prof message. This is the one I tried to get Casey's people to pay for as a means of covering some of Dick's debts.
Counsel, I think it's always better to have the document in front of us.
We'll return to it. It's 161. We'll simply return to it.
Very good.
I'd like to turn now to Exhibit 164. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
That's a prof message of the same date, 17th of September, from you to Admiral Poindexter.
I'm looking at one from Admiral Poindexter to me.
Look at the one below it.
Okay, all right, I
you
see
see
it.
that one?
Right.
The first part of it deals with Iran. And down towards the bottom of the note, the middle of the bottom section of the note, there's a line that ends with the word CIA, and it reads as follows. CIA could not produce an aircraft on such short notice, so Dick has chartered the aircraft through one of Project Democracy's overseas companies. Why Dick can do something in 5 minutes that the CIA cannot do in 2 days is beyond me, but he does. How the hell he is ever going to pay for it is also a matter of concern. But Dick is a good soldier and never even groused about it. Was it your understanding at that time that Mr. Secord's accounts were out of money?
Well, let me first of all try to figure out what we're talking about here.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, I believe that's the transportation of the second channel to the United States.
My question is, was it your understanding that his Swiss accounts were out of money at that time?
It was my understanding that there was a shortage of funds to be used for this activity at that time, or I would not have put that into the record.
So that confirms that it and explains why you've testified that you were surprised to learn that there was $8 million remaining.
Well, I've taken your word that it's $8 million remaining. I don't know that. What I've also testified is that there were 4 purposes for the funds in what is referred to here as Project Democracy. And it was very clear that funds were to be allocated for different purposes. Whether those were in separate boxes in the same bank, I don't know. What is important to understand is I believed at several points that we were low on monies that could be used to support the Nicaraguan resistance, or at this point, that monies were low to support this particular activity.
Iran,
In this particular case, this is Iran. But it's also important you understand that it was always the intention to make this a self-sustaining operation, and that there always be something there which you could reach out and grab when you needed it. As Director Casey said, you want something you can pull off the shelf and use at a moment's notice. And I'm not trying to excuse anybody in this thing, least of all myself. The fact is, he, General Secord, may not have known that, or may not have perceived that he should take funds out of this pot and put them into another one, or that he had allocated certain funds for other purposes and didn't want to touch them. And I'm not, again, I'm saying that at the point in time when I prepared that, which was on or about the 17th of September, that was the information I had at the time.
And where did you get that information?
Well, I would guess I got it from General Secord.
Orally or in some form of a report?
I have absolutely no recollection.
But
In fact, I didn't even remember the subject of this prof's note until I read the whole thing.
You would agree that $8 million would be adequate to charter an airplane?
I would agree, Counsel.
Let's turn to Exhibit 159.
May I announce that the vote is now in progress in the House of Representatives. Accordingly, members of the House may have to absent themselves. Please proceed.
Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
That's a prof note also from Admiral Poindexter. It's dated September 13, 1986, which I believe is the same date as the one where he says, keep the pressure on Bill to make things right for Dick. At the bottom of the page, it states, also went over the Secord matters. Bill agrees Secord is a patriot. He will check into our suspicions. I told him he could get more detail from you. What is the meaning of the reference, our suspicions?
I'm not absolutely certain about what that is, but I think it's probably what I referred to earlier as, that there was a lot of internal friction within the bureaucracy about General Secord, that there were people who just didn't like him, probably for the same reason that they don't like me. When you get things done in this bureaucracy, you step on toes. And he was certainly a man who got things done.
The prof message seems to refer not to other people's suspicions, uses the word our suspicions.
Well,
was there
I'm saying our suspicions about why this problem was being created for General Secord, the bad-mouthing, as it were. And I think that's what it refers to, although I do not recall the specifics at this point.
Admiral Poindexter says that Casey could get more detail from you.
Well, I knew of people at his agency who kept bad-mouthing him. And I knew people in other agencies who said bad things about him and who were uncooperative.
Maybe I'm not understanding. What were your suspicions?
My suspicions were that very often we'd have problems, for example, when we were in the midst of one of these transactions of even getting a fixed price on a commodity or enough of the commodity moved around. And you'd inevitably hear, well, you just can't move things here, you just can't move things there. You couldn't get an airplane out of these folks to move the second channel here to the United States for a secret meeting. And just the general lack of cooperation.
From whom?
From within the bureaucracy.
Well, these are suspicions having to do with General Secord, aren't they?
No, I'm talking about the suspicions as to why the lack of cooperation is there. Yeah, okay, I am not certain at all that this refers to suspicions about General Secord. I'm saying our suspicions as to why people aren't cooperating in getting various things done along the line. I think the way that perhaps it looks as though I was suspicious of General Secord. That is not the intent, nor do I think it was Admiral Poindexter's. I mean, after all, the line above, Bill agrees Secord is a patriot. And that's what I was saying. This man is a patriot. He's given extraordinary time and energy to supporting our foreign policy, to carrying out this initiative, and we can't get people to cooperate on diddly.
Did there ever come a time when you entertained suspicions about the way in which money was being used by General Secord?
I know certainly that these hearings have generated questions and suspicions and things like that. I don't recall a specific time before that that I perceived a problem with that necessarily.
Did you ever perceive a problem or hear about a problem having to do with the pricing of arms to the Contras?
For the Contras? Well, I know we had a big problem with pricing the May shipment, but that was to the Iranians.
I'm asked, just to make it clear, I'm asking you about, did you ever hear adverse reports or did you ever entertain suspicions that you weren't getting the straight facts from General Secord about the way he was handling the pricing of arms to the Contras?
No, I did hear a report from someone in Central America that General Secord was overcharging on the arms that he delivered to the resistance. And I sought at that point in time a price list from him and compared those prices to those that others had gotten. Some were higher, some were lower. And I believe at the time I talked to Adolfo Calero about it, who was at that point in time the principal recipient of the arms from General Secord. I don't recall any other than, you know, this, what you have was a very competitive environment down there. Once the U.S. government withdrew in 1984 from directly supporting the resistance, you ended up with a lot of folks out there running a very cutthroat business. There were two particular transactions or dealers that raised great concerns with Director Casey. One of them was a transaction of some $5 to $6 million from a broker who he was concerned had also been involved in reverse technology transfer to the Eastern Bloc. And he told me to do everything possible to discourage further purchases. The other one was a so-called warehouse operation that was being run in a Central American country that the agency and Director Casey in particular was very concerned about the source of their monies and the fact that this enormous warehouse of several millions of dollars worth of ordnance had been stocked up in that Central American country and the potential adverse consequences. And at one point, he apprised me that he was concerned that that Central American country might have diverted ESF monies, U.S. economic support funds, to the military to purchase the arms that went in that warehouse. And so he told me that there shouldn't be any further transactions with that broker until such time as he resolved, or they were able to resolve, where those came from. I then talked to Mr. Calero and I talked to General Secord that they should avoid those transactions. My sense is that as a consequence of the advice I got from the director to withdraw from dealing with those two dealers, that a lot of people start putting out very bad word about General Secord. And I think a lot of that was brought up here to Washington. I think it was made available to certain members of Congress. And I think that's where a lot of the adverse publicity came from. And the fact is that I was told by Director Casey that there should be no further dealings with those two arms brokers. And to my knowledge, General Secord never dealt with them. Ever, if he had up to that point, he certainly didn't do it again. But that a lot of the very negative communications that came out about General Secord came out as a consequence of those two guys being cut out of the picture, as it were, in terms of supporting the resistance.
Colonel North, did you have any interest, personal interest I'm talking about now, in any of the monies that flowed from the arms sales to Iran or that were kept in Swiss accounts under General Secord's control?
Not one penny.
There has been testimony, as I'm sure you're aware, that a death benefit account was set up by Mr. Hakim with the name Button for the benefit of your family in the event of your death. Were you aware of any such account?
No. Totally unaware of it. First I heard of it was through these hearings. I had never heard of it before. And it was a shock, an absolute shock.
There is a testamentary document which has been introduced in evidence relating to a particular $2 million sub-account set up also by Mr. Hakim, which provides that in his death, General Secord can control the use of the funds, and in the event of his death, you can control the use of the funds. And it also contains a provision that if everybody dies, it will be distributed to their estates. Were you aware of such a document?
No, I never heard of it until these hearings started. I still don't believe it. I was shocked, and I have absolutely no idea where that all came from whatsoever. Never heard of it before.
And you never heard of the idea either, I take it?
No, ever. I do want to make one point clear. I did at one point express concern after, I would guess in February, March, April, somewhere, after I'd met Mr. Hakeem, became aware what his role was in the financial network that had been established. I did at some point express concern to General Secord. Suppose both you guys go down on the same airplane, flitting back and forth to Europe or wherever you're going. What happens then? And I was told, don't worry about it. Arrangements will be made so that these operations can continue. But nobody ever told me that a single penny was set aside for my purposes, for my benefit whatsoever, ever. And I never heard of buttons or belly buttons until these hearings began.
I'd like to separate out then the two issues raised by this will or this testamentary document. You're indicating that the portion of it that provides for the monies being distributed to the estates of the individuals is a foreign notion to you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, could we please have a copy of the document
It's
which
Exhibit
counsel is
169.
referring to?
169.
Object to the term will. Mr. Chairman, I believe the term has been used 50 times in these hearings prior to today. This is not a will, and any lawyer in the room knows it's not a will.
It's the first time I've ever seen this document, ever.
Understood. You've said that. I just want to separate out the issues. There's a part of the document that provides for distribution to individuals' estates in the event of death. It's on the second page. And I take it your testimony is that that concept, not only have you not seen the document, but that concept is foreign to you. You never heard of anything like it.
I never heard of it before. I don't know how much more clearly I can put it, counsel. I never, ever heard that proposal before, that suggestion.
There's a second part of the document that relates simply to control over the use of the funds, and that's on the first page of it, second paragraph. And I take it that, although you never saw the document, the concept that you would control disposition of the funds, I don't mean in your personal capacity, but in your governmental capacity in the event of the death of Hakeem and Secord, that's not foreign to you, is it?
Well, I never professed to have control over a single penny of this. I elicited the cooperation of General Secord. To my knowledge, he cooperated in every case with the things that we asked him to do. But I never once saw those words, nor do I want to leave you with the impression that this was what I had in mind when I said to them, what happens if both you guys drop dead? I was more than willing to have anybody else they wanted so that we could continue the activities. But I didn't necessarily wish to become the person who had to fly back and forth to Switzerland. I've never even been in a Swiss bank.
There's been testimony that several $1,000s was spent on a fence security system that was put in at your residence, and that the monies to pay for it came from General Secord. And my question to you is, were you aware, I take it there was a security system put in at your residence?
There is a security system in at my residence. It has since this April been sufficiently supplemented that it is now extraordinary.
And I take it were you aware that that security system was paid for by General Secord?
Well, I'm going to waffle an answer. I'm going to say yes and no, and if you'd indulge me, I will give you another one of my very straightforward but rather lengthy answers. The issue of the security system was first broached immediately after a threat on my life by Abu Nidal. Abu Nidal is, as I'm sure you on the intelligence committees know, the principal foremost assassin in the world today. He is a brutal murderer. When I was first alerted to that threat by the Federal Bureau of Investigation in late April, I was simply told that there was a threat that had been promulgated by Abu Bakr, who is the press spokesman for the Fatah Revolutionary Council, which is the name of the Abu Nidal group. He targeted me for assassination. We then made an effort over the course of several days to have the story killed and not run in U.S., not me, but the story, killed and not run on the U.S. media. Nonetheless, it ran, and I believe the date was the 28th of April. The initial assessment was that this was a response to the attack on Libya, which we had run a preemptive counterterrorist raid on Libya on the 14th of April, which I had a small role to play. CBS chose to run the film anyway. The FBI was then contacted again and asked what protection can be offered. The FBI correctly said, "We don't offer protection." I then sought other types of protection. I went to my superiors and said, "What can be done?" Contrary to what was said some days ago, this lieutenant colonel was not offered at that time any protection by the government of the United States, Senator Rudman. I asked for it, and I was told that the only thing that I could do is to immediately PCS, permanent change of station, you and I as Marines know well what that means, and jerked out of our home and sent to Camp Lejeune. In that I was preparing at the time to go to Tehran, and we didn't want to tell the whole world that, that was deemed not to be an appropriate thing to do. The next thing that we looked at trying to do was to find a secure telephone to put in my home to justify the installation of a U.S. government security system. That too was impossible or not feasible or couldn't be done. The next thing I did was to ask for a list of who installs these things for the U.S. government. Maybe I can get a better price by calling them. I believe it was someone in the Secret Service gave me a list of 3 or 4 of these companies that do that kind of installation. I called 2 or 3 of them. It is now late April, early May. It's within days of this threat. And I called and I asked, can you come out and do a survey and give me an estimate? And in each case, I think it was 2 or 3 of them, and I was at that point relatively busy, I was told it'll be several weeks before we can come out and do an estimate and a survey, and it'll be several more weeks or months before we can complete the installation, because after all, summertime is our busy time. At some point along in there, either General Secord raised with me or I raised with him this threat, and I told him I couldn't get U.S. government protection, I couldn't find a contractor to come out and do it myself, and he said, don't worry about that. I've got a good friend or an associate, I don't remember the words, who's an expert. This guy has a company that does these things. And he shortly thereafter, I believe it was around the 5th of May, introduced me to Mr. Glenn Robinette. He was introduced to me as a man who, one, had been a former CIA, or perhaps I understood at the time FBI, I don't remember, technical expert, a man who owned a security company, and a man who could immediately go out and do a survey and an estimate. He did. Over the course of the next few days, he went out to my home. I called my wife or told my wife whatever that he'd be out. He went through the situation, and he came up with an estimate of $8,500 max. As I recall, it was $8,000 to $8,500, and he could furthermore immediately install the system. Now, I want you to know that I'd be more than willing, and if anybody else is watching overseas, and I'm sure they are, I'll be glad to meet Abu Nidal on equal terms anywhere in the world. Okay? There's an even deal for him. But I am not willing to have my wife and my 4 children meet Abu Nidal or his organization on his terms. And I want you to know what was going through my mind. I was about to leave for Tehran. I had already been told by Director Casey that I should be prepared to take my own life. I had already been told that the government of the United States, on an earlier proposal for a trip, might even disavow the fact that I had gone on the trip on an earlier proposal, and we can come back to that at some time if you like. And so having asked for some type of U.S. government protection for my wife and children, and having been denied that, and perhaps for fully legitimate reasons, and if there is a law that prevents the protection of American government employees and their families from people like Abu Nidal, then gentlemen, please fix it. Because this kid won't be around much longer, as I'm sure you know. But there will be others, if they take activist steps to address the problem of terrorism, who will be threatened. And I would like to just, if I may, just read to you a little bit about Mr. Abu Nidal, just so you know my mental state at the time. Abu Nidal, the radical Palestinian guerrilla leader linked to last Friday's attacks in Rome and Vienna, and that was the so-called Christmas massacre, in which 19 people died and 200 were wounded, is the world's most wanted terrorist. That's the Christian Science Monitor. When you look at his whole career, Abu Nidal makes the infamous terrorist Carlos look like a Boy Scout. Abu Nidal himself quoted in Der Spiegel, "Between America and us, there exists a war to the death. In the coming months and years, Americans will be thinking about us." For sheer viciousness, Abu Nidal has few rivals in the underworld of terrorism. Newsweek. Our own State Department, and we have copies of these that we can make available for insertion in the record, but the State Department's summary on Abu Nidal, not exactly an overstatement, notes that his followers, who number an estimated 500, have killed as many as 181 persons and wounded more than 200 in 2 years. Abu Nidal does not deny these things. We also have an exhibit that we can provide for you that shows what Abu Nidal did in the Christmas massacres. One of the people killed in the Christmas massacre, and I do not wish to over-dramatize this, but the Abu Nidal terrorist in Rome who blasted the 11-year-old American Natasha Simpson to her knees, deliberately zeroed in and fired an extra burst at her head, just in case. Gentlemen, I have an 11-year-old daughter. Not perhaps a whole lot different than Natasha Simpson. And so, when Mr. Robinette told me on or about the 10th of May that he could immediately install a security system, I said, please try to keep it to the 8,000 to 8,500. I am, after all, a Marine Lieutenant Colonel, and I live on my salary. And he installed that system. And now let me go to your next question, because I know it's coming and it deserves an answer. I never got a bill. And it is, after all, the answer to your question. It is the answer to your question. You asked me where it came from, and I'm trying to tell you.
I am going to ask you that question, but
you've already asked me the question. You asked me whether or not the money came from General Secord, and I'm getting there.
All right, okay.
Okay. When that system was installed, it was totally complete. It allowed, for example, that when my wife would trigger an alarm, an alarm would ring in the central station, and the Fairfax police would immediately be notified. And that arrangement was worked out. This wasn't surreptitious. The Fairfax police came out. You pays your taxes in Fairfax County, but you get your money's worth. And by golly, they came out and they photographed the house and they did the normal precautionary things to respond to the kind of terrorist alert that they had been briefed on by the FBI. And that's the best that they could do, and it was at that point, with that security system installed, it was adequate that instantly they would respond to one of those emergency alarms. And Mr. Robinette provided it. Now, I then went on the trip to Tehran. I came back. I never got a bill. I didn't ask for a bill, and I never received one. I never asked, where's the bill, until well after it was too late, and I'll cover that. When I didn't get a bill, I basically understood what had happened. And I don't know exactly how it worked out, but I believe that an accommodation was worked between Mr. Robinette and General Secord to make a gift out of that security system that I did not pay for. When I came to the end of my tenure at the NSC, it was, to say the least, a busy time. There were other things to be done besides shredding documents when I left. There was a lot of work to be done, and one of the things that I did was to sit and contemplate the previous 5.5 years of my work. And I am proud of that work. I believe that we accomplished a lot. But there was one thing that just didn't look right. And that was that for the first time in my life, I had accepted something that I hadn't paid for. And even though I honestly believe that the government of the United States should have paid for it, should have put it in, I then picked up the phone and asked for a bill. I got a bill. In fact, I got 2 of them. I didn't ask that they be backdated, but after all, Mr. Robinette is an old hand in the CIA. All right, the bills came with the old original dates, and I think there was another bill with a later date on it. And then, as I told you yesterday, I was going to tell you the truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Well, this is the truth. I did probably the grossest misjudgment that I've made in my life. I then tried to paper over that whole thing by sending 2 phony documents back to Mr. Robinette. It was not an exercise in good judgment. I don't believe I have any particular monopoly on bad judgment. I think it was a gross error in judgment for this committee to put my home address up on the screen for the whole world to see when I've got 20 security agents guarding my wife, my children, and me right now. I'd also like to point out that it's not quite as bad as it originally seemed. This year, and these things kind of come in Aprils, I guess, but this April, the FBI called again. This April, the FBI called and told me that there was another threat on my life. The big difference was, this year, I was back with a band of brothers that has a long reputation for taking care of its own. And the United States Marine Corps and the Naval Investigative Service of Naval Intelligence got together and immediately put security on me and my home, where my wife and children are protected. I can't tell you how grateful I am for that. The security system that was installed by Mr. Robinette with General Secord's money, or the Enterprise's money, or Mr. Hakim's money, or I don't know whose money, was put in and supplemented enormously by the folks, some of which are sitting in this room right now, some of whom are at my home right now, some of whom drive me around in an armored motorcade that makes it look like a European potentate. But the fact is, I am grateful for that assistance beyond measure, because when you think about what could happen when somebody like that is out to kill you and doesn't care if he takes out your children with you, you run out of options in a big hurry. I ran out of options. I think the government of the United States should have stepped up to it and didn't. Whether it's because of laws or regulations, I don't know. I admit to making a serious, serious judgment error in what I then did to paper it over. And I'm willing to sit here and admit to that. But I'm also suggesting to you, gentlemen, that if it was General Secord who paid the bill, whatever it was, I thought it was $8,000. Didn't learn until the hearing started it was more. I also suggest to you that if it was General Secord, first of all, thank you, General Secord, and second of all, you guys ought to write him a check, because the government should have done it to begin with. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Colonel North. I need to ask you one other question on this subject.
I'll make my second answer shorter.
The documents, which I believe you had reference to, that you wrote and backdated, are Exhibits 172 and Exhibit 173.
Yes.
Before I get to the document, who was it that you made the request for security to and who turned you down?
Well, I went to, well, first of all, I asked the FBI what they could do about it. And the FBI told me, and I've since checked, and I was since told this again this April when they called about a threat this spring, that the FBI is not in the business of providing protection, and they indeed are not. I'm not necessarily, by the way, saying that I think they should have, because it is clearly not within their jurisdiction to do so. And it's up to you whether you change that jurisdiction, I suppose. But I then asked if there was anything that could be done at the White House.
And who was it that you asked at the
I
White
asked
House?
Admiral Poindexter, and I was referred to Mr. McDaniel. It was then suggested that there's only two things that can be done. You can either get a secure phone, we can find a secure telephone and put it in your home and use that to justify the installation of a security system. Well, for whatever reason, no secure telephone could be found. And that may well be the case. I don't know. I was also told that the other alternative was immediate PCS to Camp Lejeune or another military installation, and which did not seem entirely practical given that I was getting ready to go to Tehran. Thus, there were no answers.
That was Admiral Poindexter or Mr. McDaniel who told you that you could be transferred to Camp Lejeune?
I don't recall which one it was. I know that that issue came up and was dismissed.
Okay, turning now to Exhibits 172 and 173, I take it what you're saying is that they were both typed on the same day.
No, actually, I think they were typed on 2 different days or maybe even 3 different days, but they're both phony documents. I mean, I've admitted to that. I'm here to tell you the truth, even when it hurts, okay? They're phony.
The second one, Exhibit 173, there are 3 letters from the typewriter that don't type correctly. How was that arranged?
It wasn't arranged. That's the way the wheel on the thing was when I typed it, and the wheel was defective. It was simply that way.
Were the 2 letters typed on the same typewriter?
No.
Were they typed in the same place?
No. Actually, one letter I think was typed on one typewriter that was similar to the other one, and I couldn't find a decent ball or the wheel thing that worked right, and that was the only one that was there. And I dummied up even the explanation on the bottom of it.
And when you say you dummied up the explanation...
That's the way it was.
So you didn't drop the ball?
No. I mean, after all, how could you, thinking that you were this was not typed at the White House, it was typed after I left. Incidentally, no one else knew about this besides me. I mean, this was my own little stupidity all on my own.
And what was the purpose of writing an explanation at the bottom of Exhibit 173?
Well, here, the only letter that you're sent with a ball that doesn't work, it was a demonstrator model in a store that I typed it on, and you've got to provide some kind of an explanation as to why supposedly a White House typewriter doesn't write. So I explained it on the bottom by saying I dropped the ball. The ball being the explanation for the defective type.
Why did you dummy up the explanation?
Well, theoretically, I mean,
I object. Mr. Chairman, Colonel North has frankly admitted what he did here. I must believe that the United States Congress has better things to do than focus on 2 phony letters after the witness has admitted that they're phony. Could we please move on to another subject?
We will proceed in the fashion we wish to, Mr. Niels.
The fact is, this letter was typed on a machine, but dated as though I were still at the White House. Right? 1 October 86, I was still at the White House. And the machine didn't work well, didn't write right. Somebody had screwed up the wheel on this demonstrator. And thus, I had to explain why a White House typewriter, where they usually work pretty well, didn't work well. And so I put that note at the bottom. It was simply an explanation for why the typewriter didn't work as I had hoped it to. I mean, it's not more sinister than it appears.
There's been testimony about use of traveler's checks. I'd like to give you an opportunity to answer or explain that testimony. I take it you have it in mind.
I do have it in mind, Counsel, and I appreciate the opportunity. Again, you'll have to indulge me a bit. When I began the covert operation in 1984, in support of the resistance, we had enormous problems trying to solve near-time, real-time, what I call operational problems. The end result of that was that I talked to Director Casey about the difficulties. He had suggested establishing an operational account, and I did so. There were two sources of monies for that operational account. One was traveler's checks from Adolfo Calero, and the other one was cash, eventually from General Secord. My recollection is that the very first traveler's checks came either very late '84 or certainly early 1985, and that the sum total of traveler's checks was probably in excess of $100,000 or thereabouts. I also had cash, which I estimate today to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $50,000 to $75,000 in cash. So we're talking about an operational account that went from somewhere around $150,000 to $175,000. At various points in time, there would be considerable sums in it, and at various points in time, there would be none in it. My recollection is that I got the traveler's checks in packages of less than $10,000. I understand that others have remembered elsewise, but that's how I remember it. Those funds were used to support the operations that we were conducting. They were used to support the covert operation in Nicaragua, and then eventually were used to support other activities as well. The fact that I had those funds available was known to Mr. McFarland, to Admiral Poindexter, to Director Casey, and eventually to Admiral Art Moreau over at the Pentagon. It was also came to be known to others, some of whom you've had testify here. The funds were used initially only to support the Nicaragua program, but eventually it was broadened to include other activities as well. Let me give you some examples. In the Nicaragua program, operational support was provided to a whole host of Nicaraguan resistance leaders, either directly by me from the fund or through couriers that I used to carry it out. Other resistance activities inside Nicaragua were supported, of a less military nature in some cases. Europeans who helped us with both the public affairs aspect and the acquisition of other arms through a separate channel outside that you've already heard about from General Secord or General Singlab were paid for out of this account. Money was mailed from this account to addresses in Caracas, San Jose, Tegucigalpa, and San Salvador, among other places, to support activities inside Managua. The Indian movement, the Atlantic Coast Indian movement, was supported from this account, and meetings with the Atlantic Coast Indians, both the Masurasada and the Mosquito movement itself, were supported from this account. And eventually, the fund was used to support other activities such as a DEA hostage recovery activity and the assistance of another European who we have agreed not to talk about. What's important that you realize is that meticulous records were kept on all of this. I kept a detailed account of every single penny that came into that account and that left that account. All of the transactions were recorded on a ledger that Director Casey gave me for that purpose. Every time I got a group of travelers checks in, I would record them, and I would record them when they went out, even going so far as to record the travelers checks numbers themselves. The ledger for this operational account was given to me by Director Casey, and when he told me to do so, I destroyed it because it had within it the details of every single person who had been supported by this fund, the addresses, their names, and placed them at extraordinary risk. Every transaction that you showed on that chart that you had up on the wall or the screen or wherever it was, hard to tell when you see it on a videotape. But when you had it up there, you showed a group of travelers' checks with my name on it. Every single one of those travelers' checks, which bore my name, were used by me to defray an actual operational expense as it happened. I'd cash a check, for example, at Miami Airport and hand the money to a resistance person who I met with there. Or I flew myself off to some place because we were trying to avoid the use of appropriated funds. We used this account to live within Boland and to hide the fact that NSC travel was being conducted. Unlike the CIA, the NSC travel voucher system doesn't have a covert cover. We had one Dickens of a time trying to protect my travel. And as you undoubtedly know, gentlemen, I made an enormous amount of travel. The schedule was brutal. Much of it was paid for out of that operational account. There were times when that account was down to zero. No money in it. I didn't have any traveler's checks, and I'd handed out all the cash. Not to myself, but to others. Under those circumstances, I would use my own money, Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North's paycheck money, his own money that he had earned, and I would use it for an operational expense. I would therefore make a notation in the ledger, spent $250 on going to Atlanta to meet with somebody. And the next time I got cash or traveler's checks, I would use those checks to reimburse myself. Every single penny on the checks that you saw that came to me was used to pay an operational expense on the scene or to reimburse myself. I never took a penny that didn't belong to me. Every single one of those checks. And I would also point out to you, counsel, that you don't have them all. Because by my own recognition and memory, there were checks used in 1986, and the ones that you depicted earlier were only 1985. And I used those traveler's checks right up until shortly before I was fired, but only for the purposes that you saw. And I realize that this hearing is a difficult thing. Believe me, gentlemen, it isn't as difficult for you as it is for a guy that's got to come up here and tell the truth. And that's what I'm trying to do. And I want to make it very clear that when you put up things like Park Lane hosiery, and you all snicker at it, and you know that I've got a beautiful secretary, and the good Lord gave her the gift of beauty, and that people snicker that Ollie North might have been doing a little hanky-panky with his secretary, Ollie North has been loyal to his wife since the day he married her. And the fact is, I went to my best friend, and I asked her, did I ever go to Park Lane hosiery? And you know what she told me? Of course you did, you old buffoon. You went there to buy leotards for our two little girls. And the reason I wrote the check at Park Lane hosiery, just like the checks at Giant, is because I was owed my money for what I had spent in pursuing that covert operation. You gentlemen may not agree that we should have been pursuing covert operations at the NSC, but we were. We had an operational account, and we used the money for legitimate purposes within that covert operation. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a couple of more on that subject. When was the ledger destroyed?
My recollection is that the ledger, and I'm anticipating your question. I have tried as best I can to reconstruct not only that, but when a lot of the more intensified destruction began. My sense is that it was probably destroyed along about the 4th or the 5th of November. And I say probably because the initial discussions I had with Director Casey about this operation coming unraveled began right after the Hassenfuss shoot-down, which was early October. I think it was the 4th or the 5th of October. And then the discussions that he had shortly thereafter with Mr. Furmark, who told him that, oh, by the way, a lot of people happen to know that Ollie North has been using money from the Iranian arms transactions to support the Contras, or words to that effect. I then went on in a very intensive period of travel, and I must tell you that we intensified our efforts considerably. Knowing that this operation was coming apart, we made an extraordinary effort to get the second channel going, to open it up, and to get as many Americans out as we possibly could before it all came down. I believe that it was right after I returned from one of my early November trips. I had a meeting with Director Casey. Director Casey said, look, this revelation that's either occurring or about to occur is the end. At that point in time, he also told me, you ought to go out and get a lawyer. Now, from one of the guys who's one of the best lawyers in the world by my book, he used to remind me a lot not to say bad things about lawyers. I've been reminded about that since. Director Casey told me to get a lawyer because there was probably going to be a civil suit against me by associates of Mr. Furmark to recover their money. And so, in that whole process, somewhere between what I would judge to be the 13th of October and the 4th of November, he told me specifically, get rid of things, get rid of that book, because that book has in it the names of everybody, the addresses of everybody, just get rid of it and clean things up. And I did so.
Where did the money come from?
The two sources that I remember very vividly were Mr. Calero by traveler's checks, sometimes given by him to me directly or couriered to me, and then also cash from General Secord.
Did you ever, you've indicated that on occasion you advanced your own money and reimbursed yourself out of this fund. Were there occasions when it was the other way around?
I don't understand.
You borrowed from the fund
Never.
for personal purposes
Never.
and then reimbursed?
Never.
Did you ever permit Fawn Hall to do that?
I did. As I recall, it was a very late, probably a Friday or Saturday night, and I had told her that she could take the weekend off, and she didn't have any money, and she was driving to the beach or somewhere, and as I recall, gave her 2 or 3 checks, made the appropriate notation in the ledger, and told her that I had to have the money back as soon as she could cash a check. And she did. And I put the money back in the account. That, to my recollection, is the only time I ever advanced anybody anything out of the account. I never advanced myself out of there.
There has been testimony about efforts to route money to you through your wife out of the Swiss bank accounts. I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to that testimony on that subject, if you wish.
I'd be glad to. And again, if you'll allow me to go back in time a little bit, in February of 1986, we had the first direct meetings with the Iranians in 5+ years between U.S. government officials and the Iranians, other than the discussions that were going on in Europe over settlement of accounts. In those meetings, in the latter days of February, it was decided that there would be 2 trips to Tehran, that I would go on an advance trip with General Secord, the purpose of which would be to establish an agenda for a higher level trip to be taken by a senior U.S. official. and that trip was planned to take place in April. My advance trip was to have taken place in March. Because the U.S. government had been unable to provide a translator for that session, Mr. Hakim came to that session and acted as translator. And that was, to my recollection, the very first time I had heard of Mr. Hakim. I think it is the first time I had actually met with Mr. Hakim, and I have no recall to the contrary. Mr. Hakim thought that this idea of an advance trip was lunacy. I mean, he put it in the strongest possible terms that this was not a good thing to do. The CIA officer who was with me at that meeting agreed with him. When the discussion transpired, it was actually pointed out that you could never be heard from on this trip again. The risks were known to Mr. Hakim very clearly because he is, after all, an Iranian. He fled the revolution that we now seek to get along with. The CIA officer thought that the trip was very high risk. When I later talked to Director Casey, and this was within days of this whole event, Director Casey raised another issue, and that was, first of all, the trip, because it is so black, this advance trip is so hidden, and we're going to use non-U.S. government assets throughout European or Middle Eastern airlines, no U.S. air registration air flights. You might never be heard from again. The government might disavow the entire thing. And furthermore, I, Bill Casey, am not going to let you go unless you are prepared to deal with the issue of torture. But we knew by then that Bill Buckley, a man who I knew, was probably dead, and that he had been tortured. We knew that he had given as much as a 400-page confession under torture, that we were making every effort to recover. And Director Casey told me that he would not concur in my going on the advance trip unless I took with me the means by which I could take my own life. I did not tell my wife and children that, and they may be hearing it for the first time right now. In the course of that discussion, Mr. Hakim said to me, "If you don't come back, I will do something for your family." He did not say we, that I recall. He said I. Now, by that point in time, I had come to know that Mr. Hakim was a wealthy man in his own right. I was grateful for the assistance that he had been providing and translating over several very difficult days of discussions with the Iranians. And several days thereafter, when he suggested that my wife meet with his lawyer in Philadelphia, I agreed that my wife should do so. The purpose, as I understood it, of that meeting was that my wife would be in touch with the person who would, if I didn't return, do something for my family. My wife went to the meeting in Philadelphia several days thereafter, and you have notations in the notebooks that I surrendered to you about what happened. She went, a very brief meeting. There was no money mentioned, no account mentioned, no amount mentioned, no will mentioned, no arrangement. The meeting focused on how many children I had, their ages, and a general description of my family. A brief meeting in the offices, as I remember, of Touche Ross, a respectable firm in Philadelphia, with a lawyer. I then went, and thank God, returned safely from Iran. After that trip, there was one more call to my wife from the lawyer. On or about the 1st of June, almost immediately after my return from Tehran, the lawyer called again and asked for the name of an adult executor for our family, in the event, I suppose, that neither my wife nor I were around. I told my wife, do not call him back. It is unnecessary. She never did. She never heard from him again, and she has never made contact with him again. No money was ever transferred to my possession, control, account, or that of my wife, or that of my children. I never, ever heard about belly buttons until these hearings began. Does that answer your question, counsel?
Yes, and I take it that in answering the question, you've been telling us what happened at certain meetings that I take it were attended only by your wife, and I take it you're testifying to what you've been told by her.
Next, allegations of CIA drug trafficking. Monday, the House Select Committee on Intelligence heard testimony concerning a report alleging the agency's involvement in trafficking cocaine to the Los Angeles area. Florida Congressman Porter Goss chaired yesterday's hearing, which includes testimony from California Representatives Maxine Waters and Juanita Millender McDonald.
Committee will be in order. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The committee, House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, is here today to review the report of the CIA Inspector General regarding allegations made in a 1996 newspaper series that the CIA was involved in the trafficking of crack cocaine to California during the 1980s. Before we begin, I'd like to advise members and the public today of how we intend to proceed with the hearing. The House National Security Committee has graciously allowed us the use of this room this afternoon, and we appreciate it and say thank you for that. We have been advised, however, that our lease on this space does expire at approximately 5 o'clock, and so we're planning that our proceedings will end accordingly. At the conclusion of my opening statement, I will recognize my colleagues on the committee for any opening remarks they wish to make, and I'm advised they do. Then we will proceed to hear from members of Congress who are not on our committee who have indicated their interest in sharing their assessment of the CIA IG report. We will then proceed with the testimony of Mr. Frederick P. Hitz, the Inspector General of the CIA, beginning his presentation no later than 4 p.m. I thank all present here today for assisting us in sticking to this schedule. Today's hearing marks an important step in the ongoing process of inquiry the Intelligence Committee has undertaken to assess the validity of highly serious allegations presented in a three-part series of newspaper articles published in the San Jose Mercury News at the end of the summer of 1996. Those articles detailed allegations that the CIA was involved with or was somehow complicit in the trafficking of crack cocaine to California during the 1980s. The articles further allege that proceeds from those transactions were used to assist in financing the activities of the resistance movement in Nicaragua, known to most of us simply as the Contras. This committee undertook an investigation into these charges in the fall of 1996. Since that time, we have interviewed more than 24 individuals who may have knowledge or information relevant to the allegations put forth in the San Jose Mercury News stories. In addition, we have reviewed many thousands of pages of original documents from the CIA that have direct relevance to our inquiry. During this time, 2 separate Inspector General investigations have been conducted. The CIA IG's review, which is the subject of today's hearing, resulted in the public release in January of this year of Volume 1 of an expected 2-volume report. A second volume, which goes beyond the allegations relating to the California story, is, we are told, nearing completion. There has also been an investigation conducted by the Inspector General of the Department of Justice. Although that inquiry isn't concluded, we are told, we have also been advised that the Attorney General, the Department of DOJ, is for the time being withholding public release of the IG's report based on law enforcement concerns. As we proceed with our own inquiry, our committee is grateful for the work of the CIA IG on the matter before us. It is my judgment, based on a careful reading of Volume 1 of the report, which is a public document, that it is thorough and it represents months of careful review of the allegations and relevant facts pertaining to the allegations raised in the San Jose Mercury News. Given the serious nature of the allegations that had been raised, this investigation has to be especially thorough and persistent. Of course, we are continuing to conduct our own independent inquiry into this matter as part of our proper oversight responsibilities. We are keenly aware that this entire episode has fueled suspicions some people have about the advent of the scourge of crack cocaine in the United States. Any suggestion of government complicity in that terrible outcome is one that must be seriously considered and answered. It is our obligation as the committee charged with the responsibility of overseeing the CIA to address these concerns, to examine the facts as exhaustively as possible. It will be extremely difficult to come up with an absolute answer that will remove all doubt. Such is the nature of these cases. That said, I believe the American people have a right to expect us to do a conscientious job in understanding the facts and in offering conclusions from this committee about the charges that have been made. I believe that the CIA IG has presented our committee with a solid body of work that will assist us in that regard, and we intend to consider his conclusions very carefully. That is exactly what we are doing today, and what we will continue to do until we are satisfied that we have fully reviewed this matter. Our inquiry will continue as we proceed to conduct interviews and research as necessary. We will review the additional work product of the CIA IG when it becomes available to us, as well as the DOJ IG report when the Attorney General releases it. Additional hearings and public statements by this committee as to the progress of our work will be forthcoming as we deem appropriate in the committee. With that, let me again welcome our witness today, my colleagues, and I yield to Mr. Dix for opening remarks he may wish to make, and other members as well. We welcome Mrs. Harmon and Mr. Gibbons, who have come in since the gavel went down. Mr. Dix.
Mr. Chairman, it would be difficult to overstate the seriousness of the allegations generated by the series of articles that appeared in the San Jose Mercury News in August of 1996. That any agency of government would be charged with being associated with illegal activity is bad enough. That the allegations would involve the CIA, whose activities must necessarily take place in secret and are therefore not generally scrutinized by the public, make it worse. Add the fact that the illegal activity involved narcotics trafficking, one of the chief law enforcement and security challenges facing the nation. And the reason for concern in Congress, within the administration to include the President, and in the country should be obvious. Early in September of 1996, after being assured by Director of Central Intelligence John Deutsch that the CIA's Inspector General would conduct a thorough investigation of the issues raised by the Mercury News-ish series, I asked the committee's former chairman, Congressman Larry Combest, that our panel conduct its own inquiry. I commend Mr. Combest for his decision to authorize a committee review, and I commend our current chairman, Mr. Goss, for his decision in March of 1997, when he became chairman, to rededicate the committee to this effort as a priority in the 105th Congress. I continue to believe that as important as the reports of the CIA and the Justice Department Inspector Generals are, the committee's independent inquiry is essential. I've seen Mr. Hitz's investigation characterized as the most extensive undertaken by the Inspector General. The statistics on numbers of pages of documents reviewed and numbers of people interviewed are impressive. The task of proving a negative is always daunting, at least in part because you begin with the certain knowledge that you cannot reach conclusions with which everyone will agree. The best defense against unjustifiable criticism of an investigation of this kind, however, is to ensure that it is as exhaustive as possible. In the two-page summary of Volume 1 released by the CIA on January 29, 1998, the phrase, "no information has been found," was used 9 times. I want to be assured that this phrase was meant to convey the message that no information was found on a certain point because none existed, rather than the message that the information was not found because the effort to find it was not thorough enough. The public's judgment about the adequacy of the work of the Inspector General's investigators will be what ultimately sustains or calls into question the conclusions of this report. There have been published criticisms by at least one of those contacted by Mr. Hitz's staff that the interview seemed to be designed to go through the motions. I want Mr. Hitz, who I've known and have great respect for, to assure us that he is satisfied that the investigation was as thorough as necessary to uncover the facts on the matter at hand. I understand that a number of persons, almost all of them former CIA officials, either refused to be interviewed or sought to limit the interviews. At least one of the individuals who refused to be interviewed by the Inspector General showed no similar reluctance to be interviewed by the press. I consider the failure of these people to assist the Inspector General in this investigation to be inexcusable. The President, the Attorney General, and the Director of Central Intelligence promised the American people in 1996 that the executive branch's inquiry would get to the bottom of the Mercury News-related charges. That effort has not been helped by the decision by some individuals not to be cooperative. I look forward to discussing with these individuals soon the reasons for their decisions and the information they may have about the subject of the Inspector General's inquiry. When DCI Tenet released the Volume 1 report on January 29th, he noted that the concern at the CIA that the allegations had left an indelible impression that the CIA was somehow responsible for the inner-city drug scourge and that nothing could be done to undo that damage caused by that false impression. It is regrettable indeed that what was at stake for the CIA's reputation in this matter was not more clearly seen by all of those from whom the Inspector General sought cooperation. One of my chief concerns in this matter has been that the investigation not be too narrowly focused. I wrote to DCI Deutsch in September of 1996, advising him that I was particularly interested in the extent of knowledge by CIA officials of any involvement of members of the Nicaraguan Contras or individuals associated with them in drug-running activities, when that knowledge was obtained, and what was done with the information. I was assured by a CIA official on September 17th that the Director shares your view that the extent and disposition of any knowledge by CIA officials of Contra involvement in drug trafficking must be assessed. I understand that much of that assessment takes place in Volume 2, and I look forward to discussing it with the Inspector General when that volume is made available to us. Mr. Chairman, I look forward as well to the comments our Congressional Committee will have on Mr. Hitz's work. I encourage them to make available to us any information they may have on the matters before us. I welcome them, and I welcome Mr. Hitz and his presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dix, very much. I have been advised other members wish to have opening remarks. At this time, I recognize the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Julian Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I join you and the ranking minority member in welcoming members of Congress and Mr. Fred Hitz, Inspector General of the Central Intelligence Agency. Let me begin by saying that I've read the Inspector General's report entitled Allegations of Connections Between the CIA and the Contras in Cocaine Trafficking in the United States, Volume 1, the California Story. I find the section of the report that chronicles the political history of Nicaragua from 1912, when U.S. Marines occupied Nicaragua to protect U.S. economic interests, until the elections of Viola Chamorro on February 25, 1990, was extremely valuable and insightful. For it's important to know that the Contras never were a single unitary organization. The term Contras, meaning counter-revolutionaries, was one used to identify organized forces opposed to the Sandinista regime. my view, one cannot begin to understand the forces at play in Nicaragua's revolution without having this historical recounting as a foundation. It is apparent to me that Nicaraguans of various political persuasions made financial contributions to the Contras and to the Sandinistas. Some of these contributions were undoubtedly the results of proceeds from illegal activities such as narcotics trafficking. Nevertheless, the mere fact that an organization receives support from the fruits of illegal activities does not necessarily mean that the organization itself nor its causes are illegitimate. For example, Ricky Ross acknowledges donating some of his crack proceeds to inner-city community programs. These programs provide alternative after-school activities for our youth and are worthwhile and valuable, and in no way are diminished by the fact that some drug proceeds contributed to the operating capabilities. As has been said by the chairman and the ranking member, we're here today as a result of a three-part series of articles entitled Dark Alliance, published in the San Jose Mercury News. This series of articles allege that the CIA, in conjunction with the Nicaraguan drug network, introduced crack cocaine into Los Angeles and then funneled proceeds from the sales of crack to Contras to help fund their war against the ruling Sandinista government. In the high speed of the digital age of information technology, the Dark Alliance series quickly spread from beyond the Mercury News readers. The series was placed on the paper's website of the internet, where, according to the Mercury News, it received more than 1,000 hits a week. Additionally, talk show stations made it their leading story for weeks, and network television gave considerable time to reporting the story on the evening news. The fact that the story has resonated so powerfully outside the minority communities should not come as a surprise. The plague of crack is no different from the way that alcohol and other drugs have infiltrated communities across America, leaving a path of death and destruction in its wake. There are no sole alliances between crack cocaine and minority communities. The spread of crack cocaine in predominantly majority suburban communities is well documented and no longer remains a secret. Whether drug use occurs in minority or majority communities is not the issue. I firmly believe that we in Congress, as well as the administration, have placed a tremendous amount of emphasis as well as dedicated resources to efforts designed to combat narcotics. Drugs tear at the very fiber of our nation, the family structure. Caucasian, Asian, African American, and Hispanic families have begun to be destabilized by drugs, resulting in lost generations of our youth and raising drug-related crimes. The allegation that an entity of the federal government may have been involved in the trafficking of crack cocaine in any community of America are serious charges and deserve the attention of the highest level of government. As a demonstration of the seriousness attached to the Mercury News allegations, as Mr. Dix has indicated, the former director of Central Intelligence Agency, John Dortch, made an appearance in South Central Los Angeles to reaffirm his commitment to undertake a thorough internal investigation and to definitively respond to all questions surrounding this matter. Today's hearing is an extension of this committee's commitment to effectively discharge our oversight responsibility and independently investigate the allegations raised by this series of articles. In the aftermath of the Mercury News series, a number of newspapers initiated their own investigation of the allegations of CIA involvement in drug trafficking in support of the Contras. The Los Angeles Times was one newspaper and concluded, and I quote, that crack epidemic in Los Angeles followed no blueprint or master plan. It was not orchestrated by the Contras or the CIA or any single drug ring. No one trafficker, even the kingpins who sold thousands of kilos and pocketed millions of dollars, ever came close to monopolizing the trade, end of quote. The New York Times and the Washington Post too reached similar conclusions as a result of their own independent investigation. After allegations raised by a postscript Mercury News article is that within 48 hours of the execution of a search warrant by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department on a number of alleged Contra sympathizers, CIA agents showed up at the Sheriff's Department and removed evidence that had been seized. The Sheriff's Department of Los Angeles County has investigated these allegations, along with assertions that local narcotics agents knew that a drug ring operated by Nicaraguan Contra rebels was selling large amounts of cocaine and using the profits to support the armed conflict in Nicaragua. The Sheriff's Department's investigation concluded that no evidence had been found and that no materials had been removed from their custody by anybody, and that there was no evidence to support the claim that local law enforcement officers knew of a Nicaraguan-backed cocaine ring. The House Intelligence Committee is in possession of a 4-volume sheriff's report totaling more than 4,000 papers. On Sunday, May 11th, the San Jose Mercury News executive editor, Jerry Seps, wrote an article entitled "To the Readers of Our Dark Alliance Series" that identified certain shortcomings in the Dark Alliance article. Specifically, Mr. Seps asserted that, quote, "In a few instances, we presented only one interpretation of complicated, sometimes conflicting pieces of evidence. In one instance, we did not include information that contradicted a central assertion of the series. We made our best estimate of how much money was involved, but we failed to label it as an estimate and instead reported it as fact. We oversimplified the complex issue of how crack epidemic in America grew, and through the imprecise language and graphics, we created impressions that were open to misinterpretation." Notwithstanding the conclusions, Mr. Chairman, by various newspapers, the Seps article, the Sheriff's Department internal investigation, and the CIA Inspector General, this committee firmly has a responsibility to independently review the Dark Alliance series. Our investigations are no substitute for the role this committee has in reviewing these serious allegations. We have convened today's hearing as one step, only one step in our investigatory process, and we are determined to discharge our oversight responsibility in a thorough and professional manner. To that end, I recognize that no matter how thorough any investigation may be, there will be skeptics who will challenge whatever conclusions are reached. It is not possible to persuade every individual with preordained conclusions to change them. What we will do is present the facts as we find them and then make conclusions based on these facts. Mr. Chairman, as earlier stated, although the San Jose Mercury News Dark Alliance series deals with the African American community in South Central Los Angeles, this issue impacts all Americans. The possibility that the government may have been involved in drug trafficking activities threatens the credibility of all government agencies and entities. A government of the people and by the people must not be permitted to engage in such activities. When allegations of government abuse come to our attention, we're obligated to use whatever resources necessary to fully and professionally investigate the charges. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank the committee staff who have, in my view, diligently worked on this investigation to date. There is a lot of work to be done, but I appreciate the cooperation that we have received from our staffs.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. I would like to point out that I, too, am grateful for the particular attention you have given this matter. Surely, with your many duties, the extra work you've put in on this is well noticed and much appreciated. I'd like to advise members who came in late that we have two speakers I know of, two of our colleagues who wish to address us, and they've been advised they will have about 10 minutes each. We are trying to start Mr. Hitz at 4 o'clock. If you'll look at the clock on the wall, you will understand my admonition that the opening statements be kept within reason, please. Mr. Skelton.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I join my colleagues in welcoming our congressional witnesses and the Inspector General of the Central Intelligence Agency, Mr. Fred Hitz, to our committee this afternoon. As the ranking Democratic committee of the National Security Committee, I'm well aware of the commitment that our nation's defense establishment has made to combating the importation of drugs into our country. An allegation that an agency of the federal government is alleged to have been involved in trafficking cocaine into the United States, while other federal agencies, including the Defense Department, are dedicating personnel and resources to fighting a war against drugs, Mr. Chairman, is horrendous. I'm pleased that this committee is investigating these allegations and, to the greatest extent possible, holding hearings in a public forum so that the American public can review our proceedings. It's important that any inquiry to first obtain all the facts is necessary. Once the facts are collected, they can be analyzed and conclusions can be reached. Today's hearing is part of the information gathering process. The facts brought out by this hearing will become part of the factual basis that this committee uses to reach a final conclusion. As has already been stated by my colleagues, the CIA Inspector General is working on Volume 2 of his report that addresses matters related to CIA's knowledge of drug trafficking by the Contras or persons associated with the Contra movement. Additionally, the Justice Department Inspector General has completed his report and the committee is awaiting its receipt. I do not believe it's possible to reach conclusions until all the facts have been received. I look forward to today's testimony in the hopes that it will shed additional light on this matter. I also want to commend Mr. Fred Hitz and thank him for his service and dedication as the CIA's Inspector General. The position of Inspector General is often a lonely one. Frequently, inspectors general are criticized by the public when their reports do not verify alleged misconduct and their objectivity is then called into question. Within an agency, the Inspector General is sometimes viewed as the villain who is out to harm the image and reputation of the agency. Mr. Hitz, you've weathered all types of criticism and have always maintained a professional attitude. I wish you all the best in whatever the future holds for you, and again, thank you for your service. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skelton. Ms. Harmon of California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a statement which I'd like to submit for the record, but I would, however, like to make a couple of summary points. First, I'd like to point out to the audience that a majority of the committee members are here, and I think that that speaks to the importance that we give to this issue. And I, too, would like to commend our colleague, Mr. Dixon, for his enormous personal attention on behalf of all of us. Second point, I did participate in 2 community forums hosted by our colleague, Ms. Melinda McDonald. I'd like to commend her for the work that she did and the abuse that she took and the effect it had on this member to clarify for me how really explosive this issue is in a community that has been racked by cocaine abuse, and I want to state to her and to all of you how seriously I take this issue. Finally, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that at the root of all this is one word: trust. A democratic society simply cannot function if the people believe that government agencies and officials participate in or condone illegal activities. And restoring trust will not be easy, but it is nonetheless an essential exercise for this committee. Speaking for one member, we cannot shirk from that responsibility, nor do I feel we will. And I want to thank you for a few minutes of time. Yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon, very much. Ms. Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you and our ranking member for having this public hearing, unusual one for us on this committee. And I, too, want to commend Mr. Dixon for the attention the leadership that he has provided on this issue. I still have many questions, and I look forward to the Inspector General's presentation as well as the other witnesses here today. This is an issue of great concern in my community, San Francisco, that I represent in the Congress. For a long time, before this issue ever came to the forefront, there was a suspicion in our community that the African American community was a target, particularly women in the African American community were a target of a campaign to provide crack to them. The suspicions were that this would be to lead to undermining the African American community by undermining the family. It's a terrible, terrible thought, but people did come together in large meetings in our community on this subject long before this issue that we're dealing with today was involved. Add to that, around the same time, the Contra issue debate was raging in the Congress of the United States. We know how long the Iran-Contra hearings went on to see if there was a sale of weapons to Iran, profits of which to be diverted to the Contras circumventing Congress on that issue. So when this issue became public, there was already a foundation of distrust. And while we all know, many of us know more about the valuable contribution the Central Intelligence Agency has made, we also know of some shortcomings in the trust department between the American people and the agency. So you have a climate where people are saying what's happening to our community, crack, the cheapness of it, the availability of it, is undermining our community. Who's doing this to us? Secondly, why isn't somebody, how can we stop it? Therefore, when this story hit, there was a climate that made it a credible story. I myself do not think that the so-called retraction of the San Jose Mercury News was that weighty. It was, you know, a few instances we did this. We did not include an assertion that contradicted. We're an error about the money and oversimplified. That's not exactly a major retraction. So I still have, and my constituents, more importantly, my constituents still have some serious questions about this, as well as the particular interest that we have in the frogman, less attention has been paid to allegations concerning Northern California, particularly the so-called frogman case. During the prosecution of this case, the U.S. Attorney for Northern District of California agreed to return approximately $36,000 in cash seized from one defendant in this narcotic prosecution after two exiled Contra supporters wrote letters filed with the court that the money was for the reinstatement of democracy in Nicaragua, and that is in quote. So therefore, I look forward to hearing from the Inspector General concerning his findings that there's no information that the CIA had any connection with the defendants in the Frogman case, and that there's no information that the Contras benefited from the drug trafficking of the Frogman case. And I also anticipate questions as to whether officials of the CIA hampered in any way the investigation of the prosecution of this matter, because it hits us so directly at home in our community in Northern California. I still have some questions, even though I have reviewed the report. Once again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing us to have these questions out in the open.
Thank you, Ms. Pelosi. Mr. Skaggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief. I join in thanking the chair for calling these hearings. Want as well to express my respect and appreciation for Mr. Dixon's contribution to this effort, but want to make a special point of recognizing the public service of Fred Hitz to the country and to the Central Intelligence Agency. I've known him for some time, independent of his current position. And what I have to say, I think, really picks up on Ms. Harmon's comment about trust. Even this committee, authorized and assisted as we are by able staff to look into the workings of the intelligence community, ultimately have to rely on trust ourselves in sorting out fact from fiction, from innuendo. The key individual with regard to the Central Intelligence Agency in establishing and nurturing a sense of trustworthiness in all of this is the Inspector General in the person of Mr. Hitz. I believe his conduct in office and his execution of his responsibilities have been absolutely key during my service on the committee to establishing the kind of trustworthiness in both directions that enables us to do our work for our colleagues and for the American people. And Fred, I just want to say thank you very much and Godspeed.
Thank you, Mr. Skaggs. Mr. Gibbons.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I join my colleagues in commending you for having this hearing today, and I want to thank you for bringing it before the public as well. The importance and the seriousness of the allegations that have been before this committee on this issue merit this type of a hearing. And especially the proper resolution that this hearing can give this matter is critical. Critical both to the confidence of the American people in their agencies, critical to this oversight committee in its work that it must do in looking at and deciding these types of issues. You know, our nation depends upon this information, and it must have the confidence in the information that it is not tainted by any illegal act, an act that might undermine our ability to rely on this information. And it must not have any taint of illegality for the agency itself. Those agencies that provide valuable intelligence for anti-drug, economic, or military information must themselves, as I've said earlier, be untainted by illegal acts or even the innuendo of an illegality. The importance of this hearing today will hopefully clear the air on these issues, rebuild the confidence between the citizens of this country and our intelligence agencies, and finally, help in an equally important matter to rebuild the credibility and our confidence in the information and intelligence that we receive from these agencies. The men and women of our intelligence gathering agencies deserve no less than our complete confidence in their work to promote a better America. I look forward to the testimony of the witnesses, welcoming them here today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Opening statements are completed. It's at this time that we welcome colleagues who are not on the committee for their commentary on the report that is the subject of this hearing. It is the report of the investigation, allegations of connections between CIA and the Contras and cocaine trafficking to the United States, Volume 1, The California Story, January 29, 1998, as presented by Frederick P. Hitz, who we will be hearing from. It had been my intention to call members in order of seniority, but I have been advised that the senior member of the two that we expected to hear from has deferred to Juanita Melinda McDonald to come forward first. Since you have been out front in trying to help us on this matter and come to grips with it, and that indeed have had hearings in your district and have had direct involvement, and we welcome you today. We welcome your commentary on the report and any observations you may have for us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Before I begin my testimony, please allow me a moment to express my appreciation to you, Chairman Goss, and you, Ranking Member Dix, for your efforts and those of your colleagues on the House Permanent Select Committee of Intelligence to wade through the morass of allegations stemming from press reports of the Central Intelligence Agency's involvement in drug trafficking in South Central Los Angeles. I would especially like to acknowledge my Southern California colleagues on the committee, Congress members Jerry Lewis, Julian Dixon, and Jane Harmon, as well as Congressional Black Caucus Chairwoman Maxine Waters and California Delegation Co-Chairwoman Lucille Roybal-Allard. Their support of my efforts to give voice to the concerns of my constituents in the immediate aftermath of the controversial press reports alleging CIA wrongdoing was encouraging and meant a great deal to me and the residents of California's 37th Congressional District. Mr. Chairman and committee members, I commend the chairman for fulfilling his commitment to hold this hearing. Like the chairman, I too was deeply disturbed by the allegations as reported in the San Jose Mercury News in August of 1996 of the Central Intelligence Agency's involvement in the introduction, financing, and distribution of crack cocaine in the 1980s. Consequently, I contacted administration officials, the appropriate leaders of the House of Representatives, and even the former UN Secretary General to ask their respective organizations to look into these allegations. I also wrote to the mayors of major urban cities, many of whom responded by confirming that their cities witnessed a significant increase in drug trafficking and proliferation of cocaine use and abuse during the same time period. On September 11th, I introduced House Resolution 518 to establish a special select committee to look into these allegations. I did so, Mr. Chairman, not with any intent to slay the permanent select committee, but because I believe the persistence of issues raised by this and other controversies about the CIA's accountability, the agency's ability to investigate itself, the public's desire and need for the truth, and the agency's mission in a post-Cold War world require much broader congressional involvement in these important proceedings. As many of you are aware, I convened 2 town hall meetings in the fall of 1996. In response to the widespread feelings of anxiety, public outrage, and concern throughout my district, in the wake of news accounts which seemed to implicate the CIA in drug trafficking in the early and mid-1980s in South Central Los Angeles and urban America. The first town hall meeting at Compton Community College on October 19, 1996, was attended by hundreds of residents from my drug-ravaged community. The purpose of the Compton Congressional Inquiry was to educate myself and other members of Congress about the specific issues raised by allegations of U.S. government involvement in and knowledge of drug trafficking in South Central Los Angeles. I also sought out how the local community responded to the widespread harm caused by the scourge of substance abuse, regardless of the source or cause, and allowed them to seek answers to these allegations. I invited the Justice Inspector General Michael Bromwich to come and meet with leaders and members of the community so that they could express their concerns. Mr. Bromwich observed the proceedings of the congressional inquiry and took notes with a number of panelists testifying, including Ricky Ross' mother and Ricky Ross himself, via telephone from the San Jose Detention Center. On November 15th, in response to my invitation, then Director of Central Intelligence, John Dortch, made an unprecedented visit to Allen Locke High School in the Watts section of my district to directly address the concerns raised by my constituents and me, generated by these allegations during a public town hall meeting. His visit illustrated a new openness within the agency to wrestle with the issues raised by the San Jose Mercury News press reports, as well as the persistent skepticism with which the CIA denials of wrongdoing have been met by the public. Those media reports, some of which have since been retracted, suggested that the crack cocaine trade, which has devastated whole communities, was promulgated by official government activities under the aegis of the Central Intelligence Agency. While the public forum received widespread media coverage, a private meeting with community leaders, activists, and elected officials provided them with an opportunity to express their concerns and pose their questions directly to former Director Dortch. I am here today to articulate some of the concerns my constituents and I have about this report and the ongoing controversy. First, this report is merely the first volume of 2 and focuses on the allegations of connections between the CIA and the Contras as alleged in the San Jose Mercury News. A second unpublished volume presumes to address the findings related to the CIA's knowledge of any other alleged drug trafficking by the Contras or other persons associated with the Contra operation. Release of a third report prepared by the Inspector General of the Department of Justice has been withheld on order of the Attorney General. Consequently, the results of the internal investigations by the CIA and the Department of Justice have yet to materialize. Therefore, the report is limited in scope. Nevertheless, several questions related to this first volume continue to be raised. Did CIA personnel or assets have any involvement in supplying or assisting drug traffickers in South Central Los Angeles and or elsewhere? The report answers this question in the negative. However, what are we to make of the questions raised by Defense Attorney Harold Braun, a panelist at the October 19th inquiry, who maintains that a suspect in the custody of the Los Angeles County Deputy Sheriff's was allowed to make a long-distance telephone call to Virginia after asserting he worked for the CIA. What evidence do we have in this report that this allegation was or is being pursued given the report does not mention investigation of telephone logs? And if so, why? Did the CIA aggressively pursue its role, concluding the charge to collect, produce, and disseminate intelligence on foreign aspects of narcotics production and trafficking when it received information about possible Contra involvement in drug trafficking? We apparently have to wait until Volume 2 to know the answer to this question. However, the information provided in this report suggests that the CIA turned a blind eye, at best, to information that suggests drug trafficking by Contra operatives. Did the CIA personnel intercede on behalf of any Nicaraguan Contra figures or nationals opposed to the Sandinistas government in any drug-related investigation or prosecution by local, state, or federal personnel? This report responds to specific allegations, but the report does not address what the CIA could or should have done in pursuing the portion of the agency's charge that relates to collecting, producing, and disseminating intelligence on foreign aspects of narcotics production and trafficking. It remains unclear to me what the CIA actually did to investigate or direct its intelligence assets to determine whether any Contras were engaged in drug trafficking. Should the 250,000 pages of documents reviewed for this first volume be declassified and made available for public inspection? And the ultimate question is, can the CIA investigate itself? The Central Intelligence is unique among government agencies. By its very nature, the CIA's secrets and the rules of confidentiality make investigations difficult. Investigations into wrongdoing start at a disadvantage which turns the usual rules of American justice on its head, as the presumption of innocence is compromised by the agency's secrecy and the classification of documents. We are being asked to trust career employees of the agency to sort out and report the truth in the name of national security. Indeed, news reports which followed leaks regarding the content of this report last December suggest that some CIA personnel were neither nor seriously interviewed nor not questioned at all about what they knew. As a result, the public remains skeptical. Some will perceive that this hearing is premature and that this report by itself does not adequately address the allegations of the San Jose Mercury News that prompted the public outcry. To its credit, the series shed light on some very real problems that require real solutions, from substance abuse to CIA accountability. I look forward to subsequent hearings by this committee upon release of the other reports, at which time we may all be in a better position to make judgments. Nevertheless, I hope that the Select Committee will give their content, methodologies, and findings the scrutiny they deserve, and in a similar spirit of openness, make themselves available to my constituents to respond to any questions these reports generate. I believe such openness is critical to restoration of the credibility and public trust necessary to allow intelligence gathering activities, which by their nature are secretive, to coexist with democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members.
Thank you very much, Ms. Melinda McDonald. That was a very fine statement, and you've raised some specific questions for the committee to take under consideration, and we shall. Just needed to advise you, your observation that some may consider this hearing premature. Interestingly enough, there are some who consider it to be late as well. It's hard to get it all right all the time. One of the reasons we felt it was important to have this hearing at this time is because Mr. Hitz is on to greater glories with new employment, we are advised, and we wanted to make sure we had the opportunity for him to explain his report to us as he could, and that is why we decided to do this today.
And Mr. Chairman, there's some of the problems that my constituents have. They say by the time they get accustomed to one person, he then leaves, and there's a new person on the horizon, and therefore they're not just true. They're not really sure whether or not those persons really have their teeth into the feelings and the emotions that have been raised by my constituents.
It's a fair observation, I'm sure, from your constituents' point of view. I assure you we intend to keep our teeth in this until we finish, and I don't plan to leave.
Thank you,
I don't
Mr.
think
Chairman.
any of my other colleagues, well, None of my other colleagues are planning to leave except to stay
Seems
involved.
that is also premature.
To stay involved in any way they profitably can for the good of public service.
Thank you so much for the testimony.
Thank you very much, ma'am. At this time, then, I would call Maxine Waters from California's 35th District. And we are pleased to have you before us today, Maxine, to talk about the report that is being provided to us by Mr. Hitz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing. Certainly, it's not expected of the Intelligence Committee, and I'm very pleased that we have so many members present today. And I'd like to beg your indulgence. I know you spoke of a time limit, but it is very difficult to talk about all of this information in 10 minutes, but I'm going to try and do it as quickly as I possibly can. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, I'm here today to testify about the failure of the Central Intelligence Agency to conduct a serious and thorough investigation into the allegations of CIA involvement in cocaine trafficking to fund its Contra-war activities. Unfortunately, my fear that the CIA would be unable to investigate itself has been confirmed with this report. The Inspector General's report lacks credibility. It is fraught with contradictions and illogical conclusions. In a September 3rd, 1996 memo, then CIA Director John Deutsch laid out the framework for this investigation. In his instructions to CIA Inspector General Frederick P. Hitz, Director Deutsch stated, "I have no reason to believe that there is any substance to the allegations published in the Mercury News." Despite his premature conclusion, a serious, substantial, and credible investigation and interview process would have proven him wrong. If the CIA director's premature conclusion was meant to direct the final outcome, he has succeeded. This report's sweeping denial of the CIA's knowledge of drug trafficking related to the Contras defies the evidence and the logic that the CIA should have known. From the days of the CIA's first response to the allegations raised in the Dark Alliance series, many skeptics believed that the CIA could never produce a credible or truthful review of wrongdoings by its own agency. These skeptics could point, if they'd like, to this Sunday's Los Angeles Times to confirm their fears. The Times reported, in another case, that after 37 years, the CIA finally admitted publicly the most profound deception imaginable on an American family. Thomas Pete Ray and his top secret squadron of National Guard bombers were shot down during a CIA bombing mission in the Bay of Pigs debacle. For 37 years, the CIA denied that Mr. Ray and his squadron even existed, much less were shot down by Cuban troops in 1961. Only this month, faced with a document obtained by a Freedom of Information Act request by the National Security Archives, did the CIA finally admit the truth 37 years later. My deep concern about the allegations raised in the Dark Alliance series that my government could have in any way been involved in or had knowledge of drug trafficking has caused me to spend much of my own time and resources to find out more about these allegations. After reading the Dark Alliance series, I interviewed Gary Webb, the writer of the series. And by the way, Mr. Chairman and members, Mr. Gary Webb is here today. He's sitting right here in this seat, and I invited him to come. He's put a lot of time and work into this investigation, and I have been working with him since the first day that I read it, and I think that he should be privy to all information as he continues his work in this area. I interviewed Gary Webb, the writer of the series. I invited him to come to my district in South Central Los Angeles to respond to questions from local residents. My community encouraged my investigation and supported me in my efforts to delve deeper into these allegations. I personally interviewed a number of key figures in the Dark Alliance series. I first met with and interviewed Mr. Alan Finster, who was the attorney for Ricky Ross. Then I drove to San Diego to the Metropolitan Detention Center, where I interviewed Mr. Ricky Ross, the young man who was trafficking in drugs in South Central Los Angeles that were being sold to him by Mr. Norman Meneses and Mr. Danilo Blandone. He was being held in the Metropolitan Detention Center facility on drug charges. I also then drove to a restaurant in the Valley where I met with Mr. Celerino Castillo, the DEA agent who had investigated the drug trafficking operation at Ilopango Airfield in El Salvador. Castillo had documented that the CIA directed this drug trafficking operation out of 2 hangars using Contra Supply Network as a route for shipping drugs into the United States. I then interviewed former LAPD officer Mike Rupert, who states he was forced to leave the LAPD after he uncovered a connection between the CIA and narcotic trafficking operations in California and Louisiana. Mr. Rupert also was interviewed by the CIA for its report. I met and had numerous telephone conversations with Mr. Jerry Gazzetta, a detective with the City of Bell and a key member of the multi-agency task force working with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department investigating the Blandone narcotics operation. Gazzetta was a level 1 informant whose information was the basis of the affidavit of LA Sheriff Tom Gorton that resulted in the October 1986 raid of the Blandone operation's 14 sites in Southern California. I visited the records division of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department and uncovered the sheriff's reports regarding the October 1986 drug bust. I was the first to obtain the copies of the documentation regarding the raids. They had said prior to that time that they did not exist, they could not be found, and I literally went in and by accident was able to access these documents, and they quickly tried to retrieve them from me, and of course I refused to leave until I had copies of what should have been public documents. On January 3rd, 1997, using my own personal funds, I flew to Nicaragua to meet with Enrique Miranda Jaime, a former Sandinista official and drug partner of Norman Meneses, a central figure in the allegations in the Dark Alliance series. I was contacted by someone who had information about the Colombian cartels and their connection to Norman Meneses. When I arrived in Nicaragua, I was taken to the prison in the town of Grenada by State Department representatives where I met with Miranda himself. Mr. Miranda told me some of the information that he gave to the CIA in this investigation, which is reported on pages 54 and 55 of the IG's report. Mr. Randa currently is in prison after being convicted for smuggling 764 kilos of cocaine with his partner Norman Meneses. Meneses told Miranda in detail that Meneses worked for the Contras and that his drug trafficking operation had the support of the CIA. Meneses also told Miranda that he was receiving support directly from Oliver North and passing on the funds to support Contra groups. I met with Mr. Thomas Borge, a former Sandinista interior minister and head of intelligence. Mr. Borge came to meet with me from Nicaragua to South Central Los Angeles and waited for hours until I completed a day-long schedule, and I then spent some 4 hours with him. I have also had numerous telephone conversations with Corel Talavera Baca, the girlfriend of Rafael Cornejo, who was a relative and part of Norman Meneses' drug trafficking organization, as well as a longtime business partner of Danilo Blandone, another central figure in the Dark Alliance series. I received information from Ms. Baca and Mr. Cornejo, who were connected to Carlos Lederer, a Colombian drug dealer and co-founder of the Medellin cartel. It was through Lederer's private island that the Medellin cartel moved massive amounts of cocaine to Miami and the United States. Ms. Baca had visited Carlos Lederer's private island and have information regarding the connection between Mr. Lederer and Norman Meneses. I've had over a half-dozen telephone conversations with her, and she has sent me information relative to that operation. I have looked into many of the main allegations raised in Gary Webb's series, and I've thoroughly reviewed the Inspector General's report. In addition, I have read many letters and reviewed volumes of information sent to me and have visited a large number of people who have claimed to have information about the drug dealing in South Central Los Angeles. In my informed opinion, Mr. Chairman, the CIA IG report and the investigation lacks credibility, and its conclusions must be dismissed. Let me turn to some of the specifics of the Inspector General's report. The average reader likely will find the structure of this report bizarre and confusing. I also question the report's methodology, its sweeping conclusions, its cleverly worded denials, and its selective quoting of documents. The report states that 365 interviews were conducted, but only summarizes statements from 12 individuals connected to the South Central Los Angeles specific allegations. I have a list of over 70 individuals who should have been interviewed under oath by the CIA if the investigation was to be considered credible. Did the CIA interview all of these people? Because the report fails to list who was actually interviewed. We have no way of knowing. In addition, only 40 pages of this report, titled The California Story, actually deal with the allegations of the South Central crack cocaine Contra connection. The report mentions a half-dozen other CIA and Contra officials interviewed, but does not offer even a cursory summary of their testimony. So let me do what the report failed to do. The following individuals associated with the Contras are or were either CIA agents or CIA assets. Now, I'm going to name these individuals, and I'm going to say to you, Mr. Chairman and members, that even though the report cleverly refers to agents, we should be talking about agents and or assets. I am going to say to you today in no uncertain terms, Mr. Adolfo Calero was a CIA asset. And he didn't just start with Norman Meneses. He started working with the American Embassy as a CIA asset, and many of the funds for aid were funneled through him. Mr. Enrique Bermudez was a CIA asset. Mr. Marcos Aguado, a Contra pilot and accused drug dealer. Mr. Francisco Aviles, a Contra official in Costa Rica. In the Frogman case, Mr. Ivan Gomez, CIA agent who accepted drug money from Mr. Meneses. Mr. Dagoberto Nunes, who ran a shrimp company for the Oliver North in Costa Rica. Rene Corvo, a Cuban-American who worked with the Contras in Costa Rica. Mr. Francisco Shanz, owner of the shrimp company for Oliver North in Costa Rica. Mr. Edmundo Meneses, American-trained Nicaraguan general and Norman Meneses' brother. Mr. Sebastian Gonzalez, Contra leader in Costa Rica and drug partner of Meneses. I assert here today that these are all CIA assets, and I would challenge this committee to ask the Inspector General and others, perhaps in the CIA, to document for you whether or not my allegations are true. They should give you sworn testimony as to whether or not they have knowledge about the people that I'm submitting to you being assets of the CIA. Today, I'm asking this committee to obtain the written response from the CIA that either categorically confirms or denies they are or were CIA assets or agents. Another major problem with the investigation underlying the report was the CIA's lack of subpoena power. This meant that some of the most important CIA and other officials were never interviewed. 3 former unnamed senior CIA managers would only respond in writing. 6 other key CIA personnel and former DE agent Castillo refused to be interviewed. The CIA agents included Dwayne Claridge, Joseph Fernandez, and Claire George. All of these senior CIA officials had major responsibilities for the CIA's Contra operation. There can be no thorough investigation without sworn testimony from each of these individuals. They should be subpoenaed. Jose Fernandez was the former CIA station chief in Costa Rica while the Meneses drug organization was operating from there. Dwayne Dewey Claridge was the CIA officer who helped create the Contras at a time when the Meneses ring first began dealing cocaine for the FDN. His name also appeared in Oliver North's notebooks as being responsible for making quid pro quo deals with known drug king Manuel Noriega. Claridge summed up how serious he thought this investigation was when he told reporters in December 1997 that the CIA, quote, sent me questions that were bullshit, and I wrote back, they were a bunch of bullshit. When I spoke with journalists following the release of the report this past January, much to my surprise, they had to admit to me they had not even read the entire report. They admitted they had only read the glossy 8-page summary, which offered up unsubstantiated conclusions of the CIA's innocence and blanket denials of the Dark Alliance series allegations. Had they only read the report in its entirety as I did, they would have learned that allegations of drug trafficking and connections between the Contras and the CIA were not new. In fact, the report even lists and summarizes some of the other investigations that found Contra involvement in drug trafficking. For example, the Senate Subcommittee on Terrorism, Narcotics, and International Operations, chaired by Senator John Kerry, conducted a 2-year investigation into allegations of Contra involvement in drugs and arms trafficking. The CIA Inspector General report summarizes some of the Kerry Commission's 1,166-page report's devastating findings on page 35 through 38. These are some of the admissions. Drug traffickers use the Contra war and their ties to the Contra as cover for their criminal enterprises in Honduras and Costa Rica. Assistance from the drug lords was crucial to the Contras. And the traffickers, in turn, promoted and protected their operations by associating with the Contra movement. Drug traffickers provided support to the Contras and used the supply network of the Contras. Contras knowingly received both financial and material assistance from the drug traffickers. In each case, one or another U.S. government agency had information regarding these matters either while they were occurring or immediately thereafter. Members of the Contra movement were involved in drug trafficking, including pilots who flew surprise for the Contras, mercenaries who worked for the Contras, and Contra supporters throughout Central America. Drug traffickers helped in the Contra supply operations through business relations with Contra groups. Drug traffickers contribute cash, weapons, planes, pilots, air supply services, and other materials to the Contras. U.S. Department funds authorized by Congress for humanitarian assistance was paid to drug traffickers. In some cases, these drug traffickers received the State Department's funds after having been indicted by federal law enforcement agencies on drug charges in other cases were the subject of pending investigations by those agencies. The FDN Contra Group moved Contra funds through a narcotics, drug trafficking, and money laundering operation. Drug trafficking for the Contra movement was done by some because they were told that their actions were either on behalf of or sanctioned by the U.S. government. Not included in the CIA IG report are other key findings by the Kerry Committee. Despite widespread trafficking through the war zones of northern Costa Rica, the Kerry Committee was unable to find a single case which was made on the basis of a tip or a report by an official of a U.S. intelligence agency. This, despite an executive order requiring intelligence agencies to report drug trafficking to law enforcement officials, and despite direct testimony that drug trafficking on the southern front was reported to the CIA officials. U.S. officials involved with the Contras knew that drug traffickers were using the Contra infrastructure and that the Contras were receiving assistance from drug profits. Yet they turned a blind eye and did not report these individuals to the appropriate law enforcement agencies. How can this report include these incriminating findings by elected officials, including Senators Kerry, Brock, and Monahan, while others summarily dismissing any CIA knowledge of or involvement in Contra drug trafficking into the U.S. This is an outrageous contradiction. Moreover, the report is littered with damaging admissions. This report admits Norman Meneses was one of the biggest drug dealers in America, either north and south, and he supplied Danilo Blandone. Blandone, in turn, was the source who supplied Ricky Ross, and Blandone and Meneses did so unhindered by the CIA. It is unreasonable to think Meneses was connected to the CIA, given the Contras were a CIA creation and that the CIA handled every aspect of the Contra operation. Pages 20 through 24 of this report confirms that the CIA essentially created, funded, supplied, and trained the Contras, and that the CIA was intimately involved in determining their strategy and running their operations. Meneses was never arrested by U.S. law enforcement. He was permitted free entrance to the United States and even issued a visa. How was this allowed, and why was it allowed to continue? Let me just say that Meneses dealt drugs in the United States for over 10 years or more. Starting back in 1974, he was a drug dealer before he came to the United States. He was even involved in a murder in Nicaragua. He dealt drugs without any interference, without any intervention. He had assets and businesses in San Francisco. As a matter of fact, Congresswoman Pelosi referred to the Frogman case. When they tracked down some of Meneses' people, they tracked them to the very house that was connected with the Frogman case where many of those people were involved. Meneses was well known by the CIA, the DEA, the DIA, and everybody in the United States as a drug dealer who was supplying Danilo Blandone, who was supplying Ricky Ross. How he stayed in the United States all of those years, being known from 1974, selling drugs that ended up helping to support the Contras, and nobody, but nobody knew it, is absolutely amazing. Meneses was never arrested by the U.S. enforcement. He was permitted free entrance again to the United States and even issued a visa. How was this allowed, and why was it allowed to continue? The CIA and DEA records are full of knowledge about Meneses' drug dealing operation. This knowledge was substantiated in this report. Even this report. The CIA knew of his drug trafficking by 1984, and the DEA had known of his trafficking activities as early as 1974. Incredibly, the report fails to mention anything about the activities of Adolfo Calero, only mentioning that he was interviewed. He was the key Contra leader and CIA agent on the Southern Front. Damning public information ties Calero to drug trafficking. In a December 1986 interview, Calero told the Costa Rican newspaper La Nacion that he met with drug kingpin Norman Meneses at least 6 times, and that he knew Meneses was involved in drug trafficking. Now, in our investigations, we had found out that Meneses had met with Adolfo Calera, and that Meneses and Blandón had been going to these meetings both in San Francisco and in Los Angeles, despite the fact that these conclusions of these drug dealers having no connection to the Contras. Thank goodness your report did identify 6 visits. We only knew about 2. We have a picture of Meneses and Adolfo Calera and others at one of these Contra meetings that were going on all over California. In addition, there are many other key facts that were confirmed by this report. Drug kingpin Norman Meneses supported and was involved with the Contras. On page 76-77, drug dealer Norman Meneses admitted giving money to the California chapter of the FDN Contras and that he was involved in the 1985 attempt to obtain material support, medical and general supplies for the Contra movement. Now, there are a lot of discrepancies about how much. You will find in your report, it differs somewhat with information that was testified to over on the Senate side when they held the semblance of a hearing over there. I have maintained that it does not matter how much money. It does not matter whether or not it was, as Eden Pastora testified on that side, that he only got a few $1,000s in a couple of trucks, or it is an admission that Norman Meneses supplied about $40,000 plus medical supplies and other things. The fact of the matter is, the reason I'm so interested in this and the reason I'm so outraged by it, as a public elected officials, all of us must be concerned that our government could have anyway been involved in drug trafficking. Drug trafficking. That's a very, very serious offense against the people of this nation. We cannot afford to have our government, I don't care under what pretense, a covert operation or any kind of operation, involved in drug trafficking. Page 70 to 71 of the report documents the connection between CIA asset and FDN military leader Enrique Bermudez, Meneses and Blandón. Blandón and Meneses traveled to Bolivia in 1982 to make a drug deal and stopped en route to Honduras. While in Honduras, Blandón and Meneses met Bermudez for the 2nd time. Bermudez asked Blandón and Meneses to help raise money and supplies for the FDN. He let the drug traffickers know that their support would be welcome because, I quote, and everybody quotes, even your reported quotes, that he said, the ends justifies the means. Blandón then describes how he and Meneses were escorted to airport by armed Contras after the meeting with Bermudez. Blandón left the meeting. He left this meeting with $100,000 in a bag to buy drugs. The profits from the sale of these drugs were to be used to buy supplies and fund the Contras. Blandón tells of how he ran into trouble at the airport in Honduras when he was caught with the $100,000. But guess what? Just like in the Frogman case, where they caught them with the dope and the money, and they returned the $36,000 based on that attorney general that you had in San Francisco having been told that it was Contra money, this man with $100,000 in drug money to buy more drugs for more supplies was assisted by the Contras at the airport. And even though they had stopped him, they had taken $100,000 out of his brief. With the intervention of the Contras, they gave it back to him. And he went along his merry way. Where did the $100,000 come from?
Begin to conclude the remarks.
Yes, I'm
very
going to
much
get
appreciate
there.
We've been over generous. We're taking away from time for the
I appreciate Mr. Goss, and I
know
tried
you have
to
written
say
remarks
that
which we will accept for the record without objection.
Where did the $100,000 come from? Did they give back the $100,000 to Blandone because of the Contra-CIA connection? Well, Mr. Chairman and members, it's hard to refute and to help educate in 10 minutes. I'm going to submit this for the record, but I'm going to close by saying this. This report is not credible. This report does not do the job, Mr. Chairman. We owe it to ourselves as public policy makers to do something. Why do I do all of this? Because I want to find some CIA operatives, assets, or agents and somehow convict them? That's not going to happen. And I don't believe that, and that's not what I'm trying to do. I am trying to raise the level of this discussion because we've got some work to do as public policy makers. The least we could do is develop public policy that will indicate that drug trafficking can never be used in any covert operation, no matter what is being attempted. We cannot continue to put our heads in the sand. It's a shame what happened with the Kerry report. The idea that members of the Congress of the United States on the Senate side could have presented us with so much documentation, and then years later we have the investigation that was done by the San Jose Mercury, and we find more information about drug trafficking, and either the CIA absolutely knowing or turning its head, and we still can't come up with public policy. At the same time, we're spending millions of dollars talking about a war on drugs. Give me a break, Mr. Chairman and members. We can do better than this. I will not go away, members. I cannot go away. My community has been devastated, as many communities across this nation. As a result of this work, I've been in at least 7 or 8 states with town hall meetings, including New York and New Jersey and St. Louis, and I continue to have several requests every week to come and do town hall meetings and radio stations, because people are outraged and concerned about the fact that somehow this drug problem won't go away, and the idea that the government could be involved. I challenge this committee to get involved with public policy that would get our government out of ever being involved in any way. And while you're doing this, why haven't something been said about General Davila in Honduras, who also was a CIA asset that was caught putting a ton of drugs into the airplane? The drugs found its way into the United States and was sold on the streets, and that was recently, and we still haven't heard a word. When I check with the Justice Department, they tell me they can't say anything. And I suppose you have information you can't say anything about. But I think somehow we've got to do better. The lives of our children and our communities are at stake. I thank you, and I submit this for the record, and more information and documents if you would like to have it.
Thank the gentlelady very much for her testimony. At this time, I would like to swear in Mr. Hitz.
Mr. Chairman, can I just say one thing?
Yeah, sure.
I want to commend Congresswoman Waters for the obvious amount of work and effort that she has made here. And I want you to know that we are certainly willing to meet with you and your staff. We want as much information as you have, so that, because we are in a, as you know, we're going to do an investigation of our own. The Inspector General is going to present his report, but this committee is pledged that we will have our own independent investigation. So all the work that you've done, we would like to benefit from it, and I compliment you for your efforts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. We would obviously welcome from either of our 2 colleagues who are here today, or any other colleagues who may see these proceedings or be interested in this, any observations they have on this report, which is the subject of our hearing, which in fact we are now going to have officially presented to us by Mr. Hitz. Mr. Hitz, may I ask you to raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you for joining us today. I would advise members that Mr. Hitz went out of his way to accommodate our schedule. I believe he has been without sleep for at least a couple of days in order to travel back here and we are obliged for that consideration.
Well,
I yield the floor to you and hope that you will present comments you wish to on this report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I assure the committee that I'm happy to be here today, and hopefully I'll be able to answer your questions irrespective of distance traveled. I feel a little bit as if we've had dessert first. Been a very serious and thorough discussion by the two Congresspersons about their views of my report, and so I'm happy to have the occasion now to summarize it for you. And although this is a lengthy statement, I ask that you bear with me because I think it's quite important to get it all in the record. When I appeared before the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence in open session on October 23, 1996, I reported that at the request of then Director of Central Intelligence John Deutsch on September 3, 1996, I immediately initiated an inquiry into the allegations that stemmed from a three-part series called Dark Alliance that was published in the San Jose Mercury News in August of '96. That series discussed the drug trafficking activities of several individuals who had been implicated in cocaine trafficking in California. As you know, the series also suggested that the Nicaraguan Contras, described as CIA's Army, benefited from the drug trafficking activities of Ricky Ross, Danilo Blandon, Norwin Meneses, and others, and that these activities were responsible for the emergence of crack cocaine in south central Los Angeles and elsewhere in America. The series also intimated that CIA may have been involved in drug trafficking, or at least had knowledge of those activities and may have given its approval for them. On October 23, 1996, I promised Congress and the American people to have my office, quote, conduct as thorough a review as possible of all available information and report what we find candidly and completely. I am pleased to be able to come before this committee today and say that we have done just that. On December 17, 1997, we published our classified report of investigation of Volume 1 called The California Story, that specifically focused on CIA knowledge of and actions taken regarding the individuals and events that were the focus of the Mercury News series. A little over a month later, on January 29th of this year, we released this report in an unclassified version following a classification review by the agency. I believe those of you on the committee who have read the classified version of Volume 1 and have had the opportunity to compare it with the unclassified version will agree that the information about this matter that is now publicly available does not differ in any significant way from that presented in the classified report. Our purpose is to provide the American public with the relevant facts without compromising information relating to the national security that the DCI is by law bound to protect. Our report presents an exhaustive array of facts and allows me to reiterate what I said before the Senate Select Committee in '96. We will present the unvarnished truth as we find it and will do so to the best of our abilities. Today I can say that we have done just that. We reviewed an estimated 250,000 pages of documents and used the information gleaned from these documents to conduct over 365 interviews of persons on 4 continents. These interviews included current and former directors and deputy directors of Central Intelligence, current and former senior agency staff personnel, secretaries, communicators, logistics personnel, operations officers, attorneys, present and former CIA assets, contractors, law enforcement personnel, former Contra leaders, convicted drug traffickers, and others. Our investigative team went to great lengths to obtain relevant documents. We sent officers to the National Archives to review records compiled by the Office of Independent Counsel for Iran-Contra matters. We examined CIA's own Iran-Contra records that comprised about 300 linear feet of agency and other executive branch documents. We worked directly with DEA, FBI, and the Department of Justice IG to obtain relevant information from the files of those organizations. We reviewed reporting from other intelligence community agencies, including NSA and DIA, that had been shared with CIA. We contacted DOJ's National Drug Intelligence Center and DEA's El Paso Intelligence Center to seek further information. We reviewed available congressional records, including relevant information compiled by the Kerry Committee and the Intelligence Oversight Committees, and spoke with individuals associated with the Joint Iran-Contra Investigating Committee and Office of Independent Counsel for Iran-Contra Matters. It is important to note, Mr. Chairman, that our investigation was not intended to prove or disprove allegations of drug trafficking by specific individuals or organizations. Rather, our 17-person team worked some 18 months to identify, and let me underscore, number one, any information in CIA's possession relating to Danilo Blandón, Norwin Menezes, or Ricky Ross. Number two, any information in CIA's possession relating to possible drug trafficking activities by the Contras in California and elsewhere in the United States, and what action, if any, CIA may have taken upon receiving that information. And third, any contacts between CIA and law enforcement authorities regarding that information. I believe our investigation is the most comprehensive and exhaustive ever conducted by the CIA Office of Inspector General, and that the report of investigation reflects accurately what was found by our team. Having said that, one may ask if it is possible that there is some relevant document we did not find or some relevant person we did not interview that would alter our conclusions. As for the documents, the answer to that is yes, it is possible, but I do not believe it is likely. As for individuals, the report explains that 6 former CIA employees and a former DEA agent refused our request to be interviewed. We had no power to compel them to do so. Given the effort I have described, however, I do not believe it is likely that any significant information that would have substantially altered the conclusions of this volume has escaped our attention. Now let me turn to the findings of Volume 1. Before I go any further, I want to make clear that we found absolutely no evidence to indicate that CIA as an organization or its employees were involved in any conspiracy to bring drugs into the United States. The first half of Volume 1 discussed CIA knowledge of the activities of Ross, Blandón, and Menezes. Ross, Blandón, and Menezes are convicted drug dealers. Our investigation found no information to indicate that any past or present employee of CIA or anyone else acting on behalf of CIA had any dealings with Ross, Blandón, or Menezes, or had any knowledge of their drug trafficking activities. Ross was a drug dealer who, by his own admission, says his sole motivation was to derive personal financial gain from the illegal trafficking of drugs. During the 1980s, Ross was a major cocaine and crack trafficker who says he made millions in the drug trade. His activities helped to foster the crack epidemic that erupted in South Central Los Angeles. However, Ross told us that he never sold drugs for the Contras or donated any money to the Contras. CIA never had any relationship with Ross. Likewise, Blandón and Menezes also trafficked in drugs to derive personal financial gain. While CIA had no relationship with Blandón and Menezes, our investigation did find that Blandón and Menezes were affiliated with California Contra support organizations and each made financial contributions to those groups. Blandón and Menezes each claim to have provided between $3,000 and $40,000 worth of support to the Contras, although we found no information to substantiate these claims. Blandón claims that portions of his contributions were from the proceeds of his narcotics trafficking. Blandone states that he gave the impression when donating money that it was derived from his legitimate business activities, while Menezes claims his contributions were from the proceeds of legitimate business activities. Our investigation found that Blandone had a personal relationship with Contra leader Eden Pastora, and that he provided Pastora with assistance in the form of rent-free housing in Costa Rica and 2 used vehicles for personal transportation. Much of this assistance was provided to Pastora after he left the Contra movement. Blandone also claims Pastora was not aware he was engaged in drug trafficking. Pastora confirmed this when he testified before the Senate Select Committee in November of 1996. Blandone also says he met Contra leader Enrique Bermudez on 4 occasions from 1981 to 1983. Blandone states that one meeting occurred in Honduras in 1982 while he and Menezes were traveling to Bolivia to conduct a drug deal. Blandone says that Bermudez told them that the Contras were having trouble raising funds and asked that he and Menezes help, stating that the end justifies the means. Blandone adds that it is his belief Bermudez did not know that he and Menezes were engaged in drug trafficking, but was aware of Menezes' alleged Nicaraguan organized crime connections. This investigation found no further information on this subject. Unfortunately, we could not obtain information from Bermudez since he was murdered in Managua in 1991. No information has been found to indicate that CIA hindered or otherwise intervened in the investigation, arrest, prosecution, conviction, or sentencing of Ross, Blandone, or Menezes. Additionally, Ronald J. Lister or David Scott Weekly, who were mentioned in the media in connection with Blandone, had no relationship with CIA or its employees. Lister, a former police officer, trafficked in drugs for personal benefit and admits that people may have received the false impression that he was connected with CIA and that he may have fostered such misconceptions because it benefited his private security business. Our investigation also found no information to connect Weekly to the drug trafficking activities of Ross, Blandone, Menezes, or Lister. The second half of our Volume 1, the Northern California story, pertains to a case in San Francisco often referred to as the Frogman case. The case got its name when law enforcement authorities in San Francisco arrested several swimmers who had come ashore from a Colombian freighter on January 17, 1983. At the time of their arrest, the swimmers had with them some 430 pounds of cocaine. In all, some 12 arrests were made on January 17, and more followed soon thereafter, including the arrests of 2 Nicaraguans, Julio Zavala and Carlos Cabezas. Unlike the events relating to Ross, Blandone, or Menezes, this was a case where the CIA became involved because it mistakenly thought it had an interest to protect. CIA first learned of the Frogman case in late July 1984, about a year and a half after Zavala's arrest. At that time, CIA was informed that 2 representatives of the United States Attorney's Office in San Francisco, which was prosecuting Zavala, planned to attend depositions in Costa Rica from 2 members of Contra organizations who had provided Zavala with letters that claimed that some $36,000 that the authorities had seized from Zavala at the time of his arrest belonged to the Contras. CIA officials mistakenly identified one of the Contra members as a former CIA asset, and there was a concern that the depositions might expose a Contra support group in which CIA had an operational interest. No information was found to indicate that the 2 Contra officials who wrote the letters supporting Zavala or the organizations with which they were affiliated were involved in drug trafficking. Moreover, the principal author of the letters reportedly was later expelled from the Contra group when its leadership learned he had written the letter in support of Zavala's claim and he could not satisfactorily explain the basis for his actions. In any event, an attorney from the CIA's Office of General Counsel met with the responsible prosecutor and possibly other representatives from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Prior to the CIA attorney's meeting with the prosecutor had discussed with one of Zavala's attorneys the possibility of returning the money to Zavala rather than expending the time and money necessary to travel to Costa Rica in connection with the depositions. That said, accounts differ as to why the money was returned to Zavala. The AUSA who prosecuted Zavala, the U.S. Attorney at the time, Joseph Rossaniello, and others involved in the prosecution state that the decision to return the money to Zavala was not based on any CIA representations, but on their own judgment as to whether it was worth the time and expense to go to Costa Rica for the depositions. However, we found a CIA cable that was written soon after the CIA attorney had met with the responsible prosecutor. The cable indicated the money was returned to Zavala at CIA's request. Unfortunately, the CIA attorney cannot recall the facts of the case or the meeting in question. In summary, the key points I would emphasize with regard to the Frogman case are that, 1, whatever impact the CIA attorney may have ultimately had on the decision of the U.S. Attorney's Office to return the money to Zavala, we have found no evidence to indicate the return of the money weakened the prosecution's case against Zavala. Zavala was convicted and sent to prison. Secondly, Carlos Cabezas, who was also arrested and convicted in connection with the Frogman case, claims he was part of a network that sold cocaine for the Contras. We found no information to support his claim. We found no information, as stated in the Mercury News series, to connect Meneses with the Frogman case. Meneses says he was never part of the Zavala organization. Zavala and Cabezas confirm this assertion. We will soon be issuing Volume 2 of our report. Whereas Volume 1 focused on drug traffickers in California, Volume 2 will closely examine any other linkages between CIA, drug trafficking, the Contra program, and Contra leaders and organizations. In Volume 2, we will set the background by describing what at the time were CIA's legal and regulatory responsibilities, policies, and guidelines governing dealings with people and organizations that were subject to drug trafficking allegations. We will also explain the intelligence collection requirements that existed at the time concerning drug trafficking. However, the bulk of Volume 2, and it is bulky, approaching 600 pages, will be devoted to a detailed treatment of what was known to CIA regarding dozens of people and a number of companies connected in some fashion to the Contra program or the Contra movement that were the subject of any sort of drug trafficking allegations. Each is closely examined in terms of their relationship with CIA, the drug trafficking activity that was alleged, the actions CIA took in response to the allegations, and the extent of information concerning the allegations that was shared with U.S. law enforcement and the Congress. As I said earlier, we have found no evidence in the course of this lengthy investigation of any conspiracy by CIA or its employees to bring drugs into the United States. However, during the Contra era, CIA worked with a variety of people to support the Contra program. These included CIA assets, pilots who ferried supplies to the Contras, as well as Contra officials and others. Let me be frank about what we are finding. There are instances where CIA did not, in an expeditious or consistent fashion, cut off relationships with individuals supporting the Contra program who were alleged to have engaged in drug trafficking activity or take action to resolve the allegations. And I want to underscore the fact that we're talking about allegations here. Volume 2 will be delivered to the Director of Central Intelligence and the Intelligence Oversight Committees as a classified report near the end of this month. To the extent possible, we in the agency are committed to producing an unclassified version of Volume 2 as well, although the time required for that effort is uncertain. In closing, Mr. Chairman, I urge the American public to read Volume 1, which is available on the Internet at www.odci.gov/CIA. That report includes a great deal of information and quotes many documents. Those who read it will then see the full weight of our effort and be in a position to judge for themselves about our efforts. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to answer your questions.
Mr. Hitz, thank you very much. I have spent a considerable amount of my life recently reading your materials, and I can tell you that I'm not looking forward to another 600 pages, but I am looking forward to getting through this matter as expeditiously and as thoroughly as we can. So it is good news to hear that Volume 2 is on its way. I would point out to my colleagues, as I said at the beginning, that we had the room until 5. Apparently we've been able to negotiate an extension of the lease to 5:15, and if Mr. Hitz could agree to stay until that time, I would be thankful.
I can.
I would ask that members try and accommodate with their questions and keep them as concise as possible in hopes that we give Mr. Hitz an opportunity to respond. I would like to start by asking characterization, if I could, Mr. Hitz. I'd like you to characterize the cables and the materials that were reviewed in terms of their comments relating to individuals known to be involved in drug trafficking. Did the cables and materials just acknowledge fact? Did the cables and materials instruct individuals to stay away from these individuals? Were there any warnings or suggestions that CIA officers should stay clear of individuals trafficking drugs and, in fact, should report them accordingly?
As you know, Mr. Chairman, at least from calendar year 1986, there was a prohibition in force against dollars, CIA money, going to individuals or groups found to be involved in drug dealing. As a consequence, I would have to answer your question by saying that, for the most part, that tone is contained in the cables, but you have to recognize that the nature of the allegations varied on many occasions. In some cases, it was sort of wild hair rumors that were circulating in the area, and some of the allegations were more deeply rooted. And once again, I'm afraid you're going to be hearing this from me in answer to a number of questions. When we get beyond the specific individuals and acts that were covered in the Volume 1 California story, you're just going to have to be patient and wait for Volume 2, where, in fact, the allegations that were the subject of some of those, that cable chatter, if you will, are central to our investigation.
Thank you. Notwithstanding what your report says for itself, and I know it does speak to this a little bit, generally, were the materials used in your investigation solely produced at the CIA, or did they include materials from other intelligence agencies?
No, we had very good cooperation, as you know, from other agencies, particularly the Department of Justice and the DEA, insofar as CIA records contained information from other agencies. Department of State, for example, we were able to review that as well.
With regard to the individuals who declined to be interviewed by your office, did they give you any reason for their unwillingness to participate in this? I presume you do not have the power for subpoenas. Is that correct?
No, we do not have the power for subpoena of individuals. We do, thanks to the work of this committee and the Congress, now have the power to subpoena documents, but we don't have individual subpoena power. I talked to a number of the individuals, there were only a handful, that refused to talk to us. In fact, I talked to Dewey Claridge. I think that some of the, if I could characterize the attitude that I encountered and that my staff encountered, it was, having gone through the Iran-Contra investigation, that era, several felt that they'd done enough. They'd been through enough. They did not believe that there was any substance to the mercury accusations, and they just chose not to participate.
In your review, how would you characterize the concerns of CIA managers relating to any potential dealings with individuals who were suspected or known to be trafficking drugs?
I think the '86 prohibition against providing monies to anybody associated with drug trafficking was uppermost in the minds of the managers involved in that period, and it seemed to be reflected in the cable traffic. But again, you'll have to wait for Volume 2, because you will see that some of the allegations of drug trafficking appeared to be more substantial than others, and that would weigh in some of the positions taken.
And finally, for me, Mr. Hitz, did you interview any of the following? Gary Webb?
No, we did not.
Sandra Smith?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Who was that Sandra Smith you said?
Sandra Smith is the lead-off DEA agent in the first of the Dark Alliance stories, the alleged source of the beginning of this.
No, we did not.
Celerino Castillo?
We attempted to, along with the Department of Justice, to work out circumstances under which we could take Mr. Castillo's testimony, and we were unable to do so.
Thank you very much. I will have a series of further questions, and I know we all will. Those who have invested the time, and I believe every member of the committee, and obviously colleagues who are interested in this as well, will be submitting record questions for you in writing, if that is agreeable.
That is agreeable.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dix.
Mr. Hitz, I want to thank you for your outstanding work over the years and your cooperation with this committee. I've had a chance to work directly with you for, I think, almost 20 years now, and though we're very concerned about this issue, we are also very pleased with the amount of work and effort that you've made here. And again, as I said earlier, we're going to take all the facts that Congresswoman Waters has put together, and our committee staff and the members will look at that. I urge you, as I understand it, Congresswoman Waters has written you a series of letters so that you've had the benefit to some extent of some of her concerns.
I've had the pleasure of corresponding with both of the congresspersons to my right.
And I compliment both of them, both of our outstanding representatives from California for their consistent effort in this matter. I am disturbed about, and I thank you for being frank. I want to read this again. There are instances where CIA did not, in any expeditious or consistent fashion, cut off relationships with individuals supporting the Contra program who were alleged to have engaged in drug trafficking activity or take action to resolve the allegations. Now, that is a concern. Can you give us any more?
Yes.
Any more sense of that?
Because you're going to be getting Volume 2 before the end of the month, I didn't deem it appropriate to be entirely silent on what it is that you could expect to see. That's sort of a preview, but I have to be very careful, and I think the key word in the passage that you just read from my testimony is allegations. That's where it's going to come down, Mr. Dix, is to how those allegations were weighed. And you are going to pass judgment, as are my colleagues at this table, when they read the report, on whether or not we responded, whether or not the agency responded appropriately in dealing with those allegations. But that's why the report, Volume 2, will be 600 pages long, because we wanted to go into each of these instances in some detail.
And your view is that there wasn't a consistent policy about how this should be dealt with or handled?
Well, I think the '86 prohibition against dealing with any individuals, that is, making money available to any individuals who were involved in drug trafficking, as I say, was uppermost in the minds of the managers and the correspondents in headquarters dealing with these situations. But the point is, they were also involved in a major effort, as you recall, to keep the Contra movement going. Right. And what you will be seeing is a situation where, if the allegation was flimsy or fourth and fifth hand, perhaps the pursuit of running that allegation to ground wasn't as expeditious as it might have been. I don't want to soft pedal it, but that seems to be the manner in which these things were treated.
Was there an effort to try and interview Oliver North or any of the other principals involved during the Reagan administration in the Iran-Contra affair?
We did not seek to interview Oliver North, and we confined our interviews primarily to CIA officials. Let me check with my staff here. Yes, and you must understand, Mr. Dix, that we felt we knew a great deal about what Oliver North's testimony was because we had access to all the records of his testimony before the Iran-Contra.
Was he ever questioned on this subject?
No. No, he was not.
I would urge that, you know, that it sounds like he'd be one person I think we ought to go interview, or maybe this committee may have to interview him. But because of the incredible lengths he went to fund this operation.
Correct.
I think it raises a very serious issue. And because of the short time, Mr. Chairman, I will end it there. Thank you for your good work. And I want to thank you for your good service to the CIA and to the country.
Thank you, Mr. Dix.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues. I very much appreciate the opportunity to participate in this session today, as I did the first of two hearings in Los Angeles. I want to compliment both my colleagues from Los Angeles, Ms. Melinda McDonald, as well as Maxine Waters, for their effort here. Mr. Hitz, I too appreciate your making the effort to come and be with us today, and want to express our appreciation for your long service to the country. The challenge and the problem that we're faced with here, dealing with drug trafficking in the United States, of course, is of major concern to all of us in the Congress. I want to sign on to the statement of my colleague, Mr. Dixon, that says it is not just a congressional problem, but the nation's problem. For all of our people are impacted by the scourge of drugs in our society. Mr. Hitz, I have a number of questions. I'll summarize them. A number of questions relative to Los Angeles activity, and I'd ask you to respond as best you can at this moment, and you might add to it if you feel it's appropriate. Did the CIA have knowledge of drug trafficking by operatives, assets, or employees of the CIA in Los Angeles between the periods of 1979 and 1996, and did any Contra organizations receive any financial support from drug trafficking in the United States during that same period?
Well, as you know, Mr. Lewis, our report indicates what Blandone and Menezes told us, that they made contributions to Contra support groups of between $3,000 and $40,000 each. With respect to the first part of your question, again, we were concentrating primarily on the San Jose Mercury allegations and the Contra connection. And with respect to that, we did not find any knowledge by CIA of a drug tie to the Contras.
Mr. Chairman, if I could do just one additional question and adding to that, and I may supplement this if you would, Mr.
The time.
What were CIA's legal and regulatory responsibilities from 1979 and 1996 regarding the reporting of potential crimes and the maintenance of relationships with persons suspected of involvement in drug trafficking? And what did the CIA do with information concerning suspected drug trafficking?
Well, it was a movable feast, so to speak, for part of the period in which you were speaking. From 76 to 82, it was an issue that was not really addressed. But from 82 to 95, in an agreement, as I understand it, hammered out between Attorney General Smith and the Reagan administration, there was no requirement to report on allegations of drug trafficking with respect to non-employees of the intelligence agencies. And during that period, non-employees did not include agents of CIA, did not include CIA assets. That has been changed. The agreement in 1995, superseding the 82 to 95 period, specifically lists narcotics crimes as reportable, irrespective of whether or not the agency acquires information that they are being carried on by non-employees, namely assets. As a practical matter, and you'll see once again in Volume 2, there are ample instances where we passed word of allegations of drug trafficking to law enforcement during that period. But that definitional situation is the one that I've just described to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hitz. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back the balance of my time. We've got a long list of questioners here. I appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Hitz, I join those who are sorry to see you leave. I understand you're off to Princeton University. But with proper notice, can you remain available for consultation or testimony if we give you enough notice?
Of course. And I won't be going anywhere before the 30th of April.
Oh, good. In your testimony today and in the Frogman case, which I note you devote a lot of time to, you say that the CIA became involved mistakenly. As I recall, your report indicates that an attorney from the CIA traveled to Northern California and had a conversation with the prosecutor. I believe your testimony today reflects that you could find no written material by the attorney who, in fact, had that engagement with the prosecutor.
What we did find, of course, and I believe you're familiar with this, Mr. Dixon, is the write-up that was made by the Office of General Counsel commenting on that particular exchange, that intervention with the stations, in fact, doesn't have a recollection of it.
Right. And the write-up was not made by the person who was involved?
Well, we don't know that.
We don't know who it was made by, is that right?
Correct. He has no recollection of it.
Right. Now, you come to the conclusion that they interceded because of a mistake, and I believe the report indicates it's a mistaken identity of someone that the CIA did have a relationship with.
That's correct, Mr. Dixon. One of the signatories, let me back just up a bit, and for you and for others who may not have dug into the detail of this particular part of the report, the CIA did not get involved in the Frogman case until several years after the arrest took place. And it came as a consequence of a cable, State Department cable from Costa Rica, saying that an attorney, a private attorney, and attorneys from the United States Attorney's Office in San Francisco were about to come to Costa Rica to take the deposition of two signatories to a letter which had been directed to, I guess, the U.S. Attorney's Office seeking to reclaim the $36,000 that had been confiscated on Zavala's arrest. And as near as we can tell from the way that matter was reviewed, what the documents show in the Office of General Counsel, the letter came from what appeared to be Contra support groups, or on behalf of Contra support groups, and one of the signatories the agency mistakenly identified as that of an asset. It was a Hispanic name that was remarkably close to the name of an agent that had worked for us. In the event, as you suggest, a case of mistaken identity. The other signatory, Mr. Aviles, was known to us, and though he was not a CIA agent, he was known to hold a position in a Contra support group. So, not having been able to locate the lawyer who was actually involved in this, and therefore not being able to speak to his or her mindset, it appears what they were trying to do was to protect the identity of the Contra support group's connection, and in that way see if they could keep it from being revealed.
I guess what I'm asking is that did your investigation make an independent evaluation that this was a mistake, or is this something that the CIA told you?
The CIA
what
did not tell us, and in point of fact, we were the ones that discovered that the identity of the agent was mistaken.
Just let me focus on one other question, and that in the Frogman case, there's a gentleman named Gomez, Ivan Gomez, who your report indicates that in fact, I guess was a contract employee of the CIA. Is that correct?
Yes, but I think if I recall correctly, and I'm asking my associate here to find it, I think there was a mistaken identity with respect to Gomez as well, wasn't there, Rick?
Well, I want to get to that. That's the
Yeah.
point in me asking this question here.
Pardon?
The fact is that he was alleged to have been named by Cabasas to have been at a meeting. And at least according to the report, you went to great lengths to try to verify this. That you showed Cabasas 16 pictures.
Yes.
And he failed to identify the gentleman. Well, sometime between the showing of the pictures and the event that alleged to have occurred. But do you have any independent information as to where Mr. Gomez was at the time of this meeting?
Excuse me, Mr. Dixon, let me... If you'll pardon me, I'll just take a quick read through the section here. As you recall, Mr. Dixon, in paragraph 233 of the report on page 86,
right,
we did stipulate that the reason we believed it wasn't the same Ivan Gomez was because he was in the United States and not in Costa Rica during the period when the meeting that Cabezas described allegedly occurred.
Okay. Now, I mean, I think the committee will pursue this, but on 85 at 231 and 86 at 234, you say that perhaps these people got this name Ivan Gomez because it had been published in the newspaper.
Yes.
But it was published in the newspaper after the statement was made, as I recall.
Correct? I see.
So I don't understand how that supports the fact that they could have picked this up from the newspaper, or are you suggesting that there was some underground conversation before it reached the newspaper?
Yes, I'm reminded by my associate here that, in fact, we were told about this in 1997 when we interviewed Cabezas, and that, of course, as you suggest, is not clear from this paragraph.
And finally, did you ask Mr. Gomez, Ivan Gomez, if he attended this meeting?
Yes, we did.
And what was his response?
No. Excuse me. What a
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
misstep.
Mr. Gibbons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Hitt, let me ask a broad general question to begin with. Did your office uncover any information which would have indicated that there was any authorized or unauthorized U.S. government activity which would have facilitated narcotics trafficking in the United States or overseas?
No, we did not. We did not encounter any information that would suggest that there was authorized. And the unauthorized, of course, is the trigger there. What we're trying to say here, Mr. Gibbons, is that for the most part we're going on the written record, the documentation we're able to find in our own records, that which we're able to gather from the Kerry Committee files, the Walsh Committee files. Obviously, if it was unauthorized in the purest sense, there wouldn't be a record of it. What we used the documents for also, of course, was to shape the way in which we interrogated the individuals involved. We knew what the record was, so we could ask intelligent questions. That was our methodology. But, and we found no evidence of a scheme to promote the Contra effort by selling drugs by CIA employees.
Thank you, Mr. Hitz. Did your investigation uncover any evidence indicating the CIA had a relationship with the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department?
Would you pardon me a minute? I want to make sure I'm correct in answering your question. Do you mean, Mr. Gibbons, in connection with the Contras or just generally?
Well, what I'm after there is to find out whether the CIA played any pivotal role or any role in a process, whether it's judicial or administrative, in the prosecution of former Los Angeles County Sheriff's officers or deputies on corruption charges.
No, we did not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Ms. Pelosi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I want to compliment you for having this open hearing, but I would request that we have another opportunity to question the Inspector General on this report because the room will not be available long enough for all of us to ask even a substantial part of our questions. So,
I concur with that, and we will be, I concur with the observation we will not have a chance to ask all the questions, and Mr. Hitz has agreed to take some in writing, and I know there will be a lot. I have several. I know others will. And I said in my opening remarks that the committee will proceed as the committee deems appropriate, so the options remain.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, because I do think that when the committee does its own investigation, the answers to these questions, I think, would be very helpful and indeed might even save time at that point. Mr. Hitz, I'd like to know what the ground rules were during this period for contact between the attorneys in the Office of the Counsel General at the CIA and the offices of the U.S. attorneys when a prosecution could involve matters related to CIA operations. And further to that, whether in your own judgment, the contact between the CIA and the U.S. Attorney's Office in this case was appropriate.
We were trying to find what were the precise guidelines that governed contact during this period, and I don't think we were successful, were we? I don't think there were.
Were there any guidelines?
Except good judgment.
Oh.
And obviously the responsibility of the CIA to report crimes to the Department of Justice are specific and detailed and have existed for a long period of time. As to your second question, you can see from our report, which is one of the reasons why we went into it in such detail, that there appears to have been a difference in interpretation of the propriety of the contact between the individual attorney who engaged in it and stated in his write-up of it that he felt he was getting into an area that could cause embarrassment to the President's covert action activity in the Contra matter and drugs. His superior, several months later, writing up a status report on this whole event, felt that he was a calamity howler. I certainly think it would have been it would have been the better, more diligent performance of the task if they had avoided the initial mistake, if they had known that the letter writer, the affiant, the person who filled out the affidavit that drew or potentially was going to draw the U.S. attorney to Costa Rica to conduct the deposition, was not in fact a CIA asset. But in point of fact, a concern about information coming out about a Contra support group appears to have been, as near as one can tell from the written record, an honest mistake.
You're very generous, Mr. Inspector General. You made the reference that, of course, the CIA would have to report any potential violations of the law to the Justice Department. I wasn't really concerned about that direction. I was concerned about whether the U.S. Attorney's Office would perhaps not proceed in a manner, for the reason you just said, not to jeopardize activities of the CIA. I'm concerned about the converse.
Well,
of that.
I don't, I think we're probably splitting it a little too fine there. My experience with U.S. Attorney's offices has been, Ms. Pelosi, that if the U.S. Attorney felt that he or she had a case in this matter, no intervention from the CIA would have warned them off. They would have gone for it, and appropriately so.
I appreciate
but in
that.
this instance, at least what the written record suggests is that they were trying to get some accommodation. The Office of General Counsel was trying to get some accommodation on the issue of information coming out about the Contra support group. We found no evidence that that Contra support group in this context was involved in drug trafficking.
Appreciate that. As long as we're drawing fine lines, it was one to interpret from your response to one of the previous questions asked about the contact between the CIA and the Sheriff's Office in Los Angeles County. You said generally or in this case. And then you answered specifically to in this case.
Well, I wanted to be sure.
Would one assume from that generally there is?
Well, again, my experience is not wide in the area of, on the law enforcement side, how the Office of General Counsel relates to a sheriff's department, even one as important as the Los Angeles County. So I wanted to be specific on that particular issue. But frankly, the guidelines in the early 80s was probably not as explicit as it currently is, because there's a lot more interaction on drug matters and terrorist matters and other law enforcement questions.
Mr. Chairman, I know that we don't have much more time, so I'm not going to ask any more questions, but I would like to make a couple of observations which would have been reflected in my questions, and that is that I certainly hope that this report is true, because I would hate to have the conclusion be drawn that our government was involved in drug trafficking to benefit the Contras at the expense of the American people, especially in the vulnerable communities that were targeted. But as I listen to what you say, Mr. Heights, and I appreciate your establishing your limitations. You don't have the power of subpoena. The guidelines weren't clear. Certain things were not reportable at the time. For example, whether an asset that we were engaged with was involved in drug trafficking. And that leads me to conclude that we may have unwittingly, and I use that word generously, have been subsidizing assets who are engaged in drug trafficking to our own peril. I'm glad that the law has changed, that now at least it's reportable. But I, for the life of me, cannot figure out why, as you say in your statement, that the CIA did not know if these assets that they were, whether these people were involved in drug trafficking. At least we should know, whether it's reportable or not. We should at least know.
We're pretty.
I mean, we're the CIA. Shouldn't we know? Doesn't the pen say knowledge is our business or something like that?
Well, we're pretty categorical, though, Ms. Pelosi, on the issue of Blandone and Menezes and their lack of relationship with CIA, Ricky Ross as well. And you'll just have to be patient with us, because in Volume 2 we'll deal with a greater volume of allegations and get away from those central figures. But I think you can take Volume 1 as pretty categorical on the point of Blandone, Meneses, Ricky Ross, Weekly, and Lister.
Well, I just think that perhaps in our investigation we can talk to the people you couldn't subpoena. We can figure out why it wasn't worth $35,000 or $36,000 to go to Costa Rica for a deposition, and we can find out if the CIA mistakenly identified and somebody, if they had not mistakenly not identified somebody as well. If they can make a mistake in one direction, they might make one in another direction as well. That is not to say that within the limitations that you have in the Inspector General's office that you haven't made a good effort to make a presentation to us, but I'm afraid it keeps open some questions that I hoped that it would close. But nonetheless, I thank you for your testimony today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Skaggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it is appropriate to make the observation that this exercise is one that bumps up against the inherent impossibility of proving the negative, that we're trying to establish that something didn't happen, and that is always a ripe field for persons, for whatever reason, who wish to see conspiracy or deception or whatever it may be. So you've got a heavy burden to overcome just in that respect. Most of us are familiar with what inspectors general are all about, but certainly not everybody in the country is, and with the attention to this matter, I thought it would be useful to invite you to explain who you are officially, who you work for, who you report to, who you're accountable to. You know, are you an agent of the Director of Central Intelligence?
Be happy to attempt that, Congressman Skaggs, and I appreciated your earlier remarks. We've had a long friendship, and I hope it will continue even as you leave Congress and I leave this job. I was appointed to this position in 1990 by President Bush. I am the first statutory Inspector General of CIA. This committee played an enormous role in creating the statute that gave rise to the office. I think it's fair to say it flowed out of some of the limitations that the administrative IG was deemed to suffer from that the Iran-Contra affair revealed. We are supposed to be chosen on a nonpartisan basis. We are specifically directed by you to follow the trail wherever it leads. We have independent hiring authority, although we obviously conform to the security rules of the CIA. And I report to the Director of Central Intelligence. I am an executive branch employee, but my reporting does not stop there. This committee benefits from a semi-annual report of our activities that sets forth what inspections, investigations, and audits we've performed over the preceding 6-month period. And we come to this committee on extraordinary occasions, have done it twice, to report significant violations of the rules. Frankly, without your from the legislative branch interest in the work that we do, I am sure we would not be able to get it done. Now, we have authority to compel testimony, not by subpoena, from all current employees of CIA. They are subject to dismissal if they do not answer our questions. And there are no files or other materials that are off limits to our search. The Director of Central Intelligence could stop an audit or investigation on vital national security grounds if he chose to do so, but he would have to set forth his reasons for doing so and inform this committee. And that has not happened on my watch. So I appreciate your question so I can set that forth.
The Director of Central Intelligence cannot, or at least in this instance, did not attempt to control your investigation in any way?
He did not.
The staff of the IG's office that assisted in this investigation, can you give us an idea of the extent to which those individuals are career IG staff as opposed to persons that may go back into the agency after serving a tour with you?
We're 90% career cadre in terms of the makeup of our our investigative committee, and I suspect the other 10% are going to elect to stick with us as well. The point being that, and one of the things that hasn't been mentioned here, this was a 17-person effort. It took us 18 months. It is a prodigious amount of work. It's one that, as you suggest, is hard simply because of the difficulty of attempting to prove or at least deal with an accusation and to determine whether or not it's well-founded. But no, ours is a career cadre, and I think it's appropriate that it remains so.
Then we should have no fear that any of the people that worked on this were pulling punches because they're eventually next year or the year after or whenever going to go back into the agency to work with the colleagues that they might be critical of.
Correct, and in most instances, in order to pull a punch, they would have to done it in full view of some of their colleagues on this team, and it wouldn't have washed, and we would have seen it in terms of the sources for the reviews. No, I have no concern at all that punches were pulled here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Skaggs.
Mr. Bishop, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me apologize for my delinquence in getting here. I had a 2-hour mechanical delay with my flight, and I didn't want to rush that. But I am delighted to be here, and I commend the chairman for holding this hearing, and I welcome the witnesses. I also want to commend Mr. Hitz. I've read the report. I have a statement that I will submit for the record, but I would like to make several observations, the first of which the scope and level of detail of your report I very much appreciate in Volume 1, Mr. Hitz. And I want to join my colleagues in commending you as you retire from the CIA, and I want to take this opportunity to join them in thanking you for your service to the agency and to our country. I also would like to make the observation that allegations of CIA involvement in the introduction and distribution of crack cocaine as alleged in the Mercury articles are very, very serious, and it really created a firestorm. And in minority communities, it immediately generated comparisons to the Tuskegee syphilis study, which, of course, you know, where African Americans were injected with the syphilis germs and were left untreated for purposes of study. And to inject this kind of a communicable disease into our community is horrible and it's terrible. It's a terrible thing for the government to do. And in this day and age, the introduction of drugs, or the allegations of the introduction of drugs, crack cocaine into our community is equally as bad and reprehensible, and we certainly feel it appropriate that this committee and the agency and all interested parties really get to the bottom of it, and I commend you for the effort. I really want to ask you a couple of questions with regard. I note that the report of the investigation indicates that you reviewed over 250,000 documents, pages of documents, between September of '96 and December of '97. You interviewed over 365 individuals. And with all of the interviewing and review of documents and the securing of what we believe to be relevant information, let me just ask you, in doing all of this, did your office receive the full and complete cooperation and support from the management of the Central Intelligence Agency?
Yes, we did, Mr. Bishop, and I think we did, at least in part, in no small part, because of the concern you earlier expressed in your remarks. I think the allegations were taken extremely seriously by top management of CIA when the San Jose Mercury pieces first appeared. This committee has clearly taken them seriously, and we, putting as many people on the investigation as we have been equally concerned. So my cooperation was full.
Were the current employees cooperative in providing information, and did any government agency or official or state agency or individual attempt to influence your investigation in any way?
No, we had good cooperation, and nobody tried to push us around.
What about this fellow at the CIA attorney that could not recall the facts of the case or the meeting in question? That doesn't sound to me like full cooperation.
Well, again, Mr. Dix,
The Zavala matter.
it's regrettable in the sense that we would like to have gotten his, if he was the person who authored the document and he's the person that made the intervention with the U.S. Attorney's office, it would have been helpful had he remembered. But we had a pretty good written record, and in point of fact, that's what we were stuck with.
Thank you for yielding.
You're welcome. Would you just tell me what were the CIA's legal and regulatory responsibilities from 79 to 96 regarding the reporting of potential crimes and the maintenance of relationships with persons that were suspected in the involvement of drug trafficking in the Los Angeles areas?
I think just before you arrived, I spoke to a rather odd history there. In point of fact, the period of 82 to 95 was one in which there was no official requirement to report on allegations of drug trafficking with respect to non-employees of the agency, and they were defined to include agents, assets, non-staff employees. That has since been changed since 95. That having been said, I mean, that was the agreement that was struck between then Attorney General Smith and the agency. There are numerous instances of referral of allegations of criminal activity to law enforcement during that period that in fact turned out to involve assets.
I was going to ask also if the CIA intervened, otherwise played a role in any of the investigative or judicial processes involving the prosecution of former Los Angeles County Sheriff deputies on corruption charges.
No, we did not.
Did you uncover any evidence concerning agency attempts to recruit Michael Rupert, who was a former L.A. police officer who claims to have knowledge of CIA links to the narcotics trafficking?
We found no evidence of such efforts.
Has the CIA ever had any relationship with Mr. Rupert? And if so, what was the nature of that relationship?
Only, I think, as detailed in the report. None. 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 Excuse me.
And I assume that you've already covered this, whether or not the CIA had any information concerning the drug trafficking activities in Los Angeles by individuals affiliated with the Contra movement. I assume that you've already covered that.
We have, and to repeat it, our concentration in this California story was CIA employee involvement with any assets who were running drugs and the Contras. So we have, as you know, been reported on the statements of both Menezes and Blandone that they made proceeds of their drug operations available between $3,000 and $40,000 to Contra support groups, but there was no CIA involvement in that.
Yeah, in the procedures that you outlined, you indicated that there were several people that you did not interview because they declined to give information. Is that?
That's correct. Excuse me, yes.
And do you believe that the outcome of the investigation would have been different had you been able to have access to them and to their testimony?
We do not believe so. We would like to have taken their testimony to be absolutely sure, but we do not believe so.
All right. I appreciate the Chair's indication that we would continue this at the committee's pleasure at a later time, and with that I will cease my questioning. And thank you very much, Mr. Hitz.
Thank you, Mr. Bishop.
Ms. Bishop, thank you. I wanted to yield for a closing comment very briefly to Mr. Dix, but before I did, I wanted to also point out one more time that we are greatly obliged to our colleague and member of this committee, a very senior, valued member of this committee, and a member of Congress who is also senior and valued as well, Mr. Julian Dixon, for the extraordinary amount of work he has done. Not to say that all the other members have not acquitted themselves very honorably and done their homework as well, but Mr. Dixon has been preeminent, and I wanted to thank him publicly for that. And I would yield very briefly to him to respond.
Mr. Chairman, but I don't want to leave the impression, I don't think, committee, that the work is over with. I mean,
Not at all.
All right.
I was setting you up, actually, for what's coming next. Mr. Dix.
I do want to concur in those very fine remarks, Mr. Chairman. Congressman Dixon's done an outstanding job. Going back to the question I asked you about your look ahead into the second report. You've indicated that your investigation has found instances where CIA did not expeditiously and consistently cut off relations with individuals supporting the Contras who were alleged to have engaged in drug trafficking. Did any of these allegations involve trafficking in the United States?
Yes?
Did any of these allegations involve trafficking in California?
No. That was covered by Volume 1. Not specifically.
Did your investigation attempt to resolve these allegations?
Well,
or do we have to wait for Volume 2?
Frankly, Mr. Dix, we wanted to put a spotlight on the allegations and the exchange of information. We haven't, I think, as such, taken any position on them, but you will see that when we set them forth, I think you'll be in a position to make up your own mind as to the gravity of the allegations and come to your own conclusions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dix. We are beyond the appointed hour, and I know that we have added even longer to the length of your already long day, Mr. Hitz, but we're very thankful. As you can tell, there's a great deal of interest. There will indeed be several follow-up questions coming along on this subject as we proceed with our investigation in the Select Committee. Some of those areas of questions we will be asking, I want to give you a little bit of a heads up. I don't know whether you've done any costing work yet, but we're interested in how much this is costing, and realizing that you've got so many hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, we're looking a little bit at it from our own staff equity point of view too. And the second thing I would point out for members, I have promised that we are going forward. We all know that we are, and we are not going to necessarily suggest that all of this is going to be done publicly. I would tell members, however, that there has been a lot of testimony and concern about these 7 members who declined to participate in Mr. Hitz's efforts. We have been in contact, I understand, with all 7 of them, and we have varying degrees of response. So I offer that only as a token of the commitment to proceed forward on this. And
we'd like to add Mr. Strickland to that list.
Well, we will certainly take that under advisement if you're talking about the Mr. Strickland of this report.
Would we also like to ask consent to put a few of the articles into the record?
Absolutely, without objection. I would like to ask one final question, Mr. Hitz, if I could. I have read this report very closely. It is a narrow report. It focuses, as you say, a spotlight on a specific set of allegations. The report, I think, is very clear in what it says. It is signed by you.
Yes.
Did you sign this report without reservation, and do you stand behind what this report says?
I did, and I do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody's attention and participation in this. This meeting is concluded.
Listening to Reset Race, you now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race, you're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, put them back on the grill again. We grilling them, back on the grill again. We grilling them, You're listening to Reset Race, 807. Adults need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake. Lineage go back to U.S. Southern plantations. Penniers, Jim Crow, and mass incarceration. Redline and lynchings. We are old from this nation. You're not about justice if you ain't for reparations. MG the wise one, cousin mother intellectual. Samantha bringing fire, anti-black. We pressing you. No permanent friends and no permanent enemies. The backbone of the country. To win, you need our energy. You gon' see. Listening to Reset Race. You now tuned in to Reset Race. You're listening to Reset Race. You're now tuned in to Reset Race. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Put them back on the grill again. We grilling them. Back on the grill again. We grilling them. You're listening to Reset Race. Adults need reparations to make America great. You're tuned in to Reset Race. We no longer starving while others eat off our plate. No. You're listening to Reset Race. We focused on our justice claim. We know what is at stake. You're tuned in to Reset Race. You'll find out who really about justice and really who fake.
Until you do right by me, everything you think about is gonna crumble.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And this is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.